Good morning, everyone. Welcome up. Settle down now. Golfers are upset. Welcome to the City of Palm Coast City Council Workshop. Today is Tuesday, April 14th. It's not Tuesday, April 14th, 2026. It's approximately 9 a.m. We're in the John Netz Community Wing of City Hall. I'm calling this meeting to order. If you could, please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and a short moment of silence. Thank you so much. If you have devices, please silence them at this time. Ms. Allison, could you please call the roll?
Mayor Norris.
Here.
Vice Mayor Pontieri.
Present.
Councilmember Gambaro.
Here.
Councilmember Miller.
Here.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to begin today's proceedings with the 30 minutes allotted for public participation. I would remind you that if the item is on the agenda, please refrain from making comments regarding that item. But if there are any other issues you have, please come forward. Please refrain from any derogatory comments. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Duarte.
Good morning, Jeannie Duarte. There is a saying, you can pretend to care, but you can't pretend to show up. So here I am. The citizens are complaining and deserve to be heard. Development has gotten out of hand. Palm Coast is looking more like a Section 8 hub. 5G cell towers are popping up on school fields, at fire stations, and near homes. The airport is expanding and bringing more pollution. The data center only offers 15 jobs and will be a major disruption to the city's already stressed infrastructure and poses serious health concerns. Manholes are overflowing neighborhoods and contaminating the insides of homes, swells, and the canals. Our city is spraying herbicides in our swells and our canals and waterways. We are irrigating our local crops with reclaimed wastewater. Palm Coast is participating in a wastewater to potable water pilot program that was never approved by the citizens, nor were we informed. Just this year, in 2026, till up to April 1st, Palm Coast issued 14 boiled water notices. This is not reflected on the city's website. There is a lot going on here in Palm Coast, but for any citizens to come up here and voice their concerns, we get treated with disrespect and avoidance. Council has been given every opportunity to make right a wrong, but yet that appointed seat still sits, and with 2 attorneys sitting on the dais. Plus, there is no assistant or deputy manager outlined in our city charter. That position needs to be eliminated as it was never part of the original plan. The charter officers are the city manager and city attorney, who are both overpaid. And our charter is defected. Since just before the 2018 election, our proposed charter changes they introduced more ambiguity. They only introduce ambiguity. I have a hard time with that word. The mayor vacancy language changed April 25th, 2022. And without a ballot. The only right answer is to restore the charter to its fullest, unambiguous version. The 2018 amendment did not have a proper charter review committee. The 2024 amendment to remove provision 3E had no charter review process, and the current charter review committee was given a defective charter to work with and is 2 years ahead of schedule. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir, Mr. Webb.
Good morning, Council. Mark Webb, Palm Coast. As a continuation of last session, I would like to request again to have the agenda reviewed to allow for public comment to be provided at the end of this meeting. Vice Mayor made a great comment about looking at consent. It is a living document which we can change, but consistently, the council, during their discussion period, as with last week's comments from the mayor, are not available for public comment unless you're someone like myself that takes notes and then takes the time to show up at the next meeting to have a conversation, which is the intent, believing that in the Sunshine Law, that's when the mayor and all of you are able to provide comments. I believe that the public comment, for those of us that are still here, should be allowed to step up and address as a final. I've submitted that as a request before. And the second and final thing, I would like you to consider and maybe respond. Last week, a leading Republican governor candidate was asked a question about local control. And I was told, because I wasn't allowed to be in that meeting, that he wanted to make it clear that cities like Palm Coast only existed because of the state of Florida's government mandates and support. I'm really curious how you guys on this dais, acting for us, the citizens of Palm Coast, feel. I know how you feel about local control. Most of the small municipalities here in Florida feel the same way as you. So I'm just curious if that's something you'd like to talk to. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir.
Good morning, all. Joe Runak, 7 Courtney Court in Palm Coast. One item I think should be brought to attention here. The idea that Palm Coast Parkway is being shortchanged for the residents, people that are in the area due to lack of Rick Staley's sheriffs in Flagler County. We have a new Wawa opened up that's become a loitering place in the evening for motorcyclists. Basically, they use from the Wawa down to the Flagler Bridge, the Hammock Bridge, as a racetrack. There seems to be no law enforcement, which causes them to be very bold, and it's a fairly long run down to the bridge. It's getting to be almost every weekend, sometimes evenings during the week, extremely loud. Motorcyclists are racing back and forth. The area is very quiet at night. I've been there 10 years, and they feel like they have immunity, that there is no consequence. They're not going anywhere. They're racing from the Wawa down to the Hammock Bridge, turning around, racing back to the Wawa. I think Wawa also should step up as far as allowing people in the parking lots just hanging out. This did not occur in the years I was here before the Wawa was built. Palm Coast Parkway is easily the road that should be most enforced. City of Palm Coast basically is Flagler County as far as the people. And living in the area, I definitely notice less and less sheriff's cars. There should be a sheriff's car parked for now in the Wawa. And again, if they catch a green light at Colbert, they're going about over 2 miles without stopping. And it's certainly a joke to say that they're highly over the 40 mile an hour or 45 mile an hour limit. And someone from Power should speak to Rick Staley, and there should be a lot more, again, the sheriff's cars. And also on Clubhouse Lane, I will add that to my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is William Bellick. I live at 13 Live Oak Lane, Palm Coast, Florida. And this is a spur of the moment. I agree with the gentleman here with those statements. And I'm pretty close to that toll bridge, and I've been doing a lot of work outside of my house for the last couple of months. And I really hear that stuff. I've always been wondering, where's all these I thought they were cars. I didn't really know it was motorcycles. But I'm telling you, it's a big problem. It is a big problem. I hear them ripping by. You know, I know when something's going fast, I know what it sounds like for sure. But it is a serious problem. So just to kind of reiterate what this guy said, I think it does need to be patrolled there, whatever. I'm not going to blame Wawa for it, but I'm blaming it's not being, well, I think it's a problem that just came out in the open here. I don't know if you all heard about this problem before, but it's definitely, and actually between Wawa and that bridge, you'll see right past the crosswalk, there's a plaque there from some guy that was, some kid was doing 100 miles an hour, and a car pulled out of one of the side streets, and he passed away or whatever. It's a horrible accident. So, and you never know, going that fast, there's a couple side streets. An accident like that could happen at any time, especially if these guys are probably, it sounds like they're going 200 miles an hour. But anyway, it is a problem that I think it needs to be addressed by you all. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. City Manager, if you could please follow up with the Sheriff's Office. That should be an easy fix for us. Does the council have anything else?
Excuse me, sir. Yes, Commander Woodward's already going to be jumping all over it.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilman Miller?
Just wanted to respond to a couple comments in terms of Mr. Webb for public commentary. You know, just like you are unaware of any of the other council members' comments during that, I am also not aware until that moment happens. Typically, what we do is we ask for it to come back to another meeting, whether it's a workshop for a specific issue. So that's when we all have the opportunity in the sunshine to kind of discuss it further. In terms of home rule, I think you had asked about, and you know, the authority of cities. I mean, my opinion is that authority less centralized is better because it gives the residents more opportunity to weigh in and give their public commentary. You know, we have a bunch of people in the room tonight to talk about different things on the agenda. That doesn't happen in Tallahassee, and it certainly doesn't happen on the floor in Congress, right? So, you know, that's my preference, that we all have a say here locally. It's been eroded constantly, and we're constantly trying to fight to get some of that back. And I think it kind of wanes and increases from time to time, depending on the political environment. But right now, we're seeing a lot of attacks on kind of local, and it's a problem for us, for sure.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor?
Yes, specifically to Mr. Webb, the question that you're referring to was my question. I asked the candidate for governor what he planned on doing to restore home rule to local cities and counties, because that's something very near and dear to me. The response was that we exist by virtue of the state allowing us to exist. I was not a fan of that response, and I did provide a little bit of pushback, but technically he's correct. So If we're talking about the legal authority to create municipalities and the authority that we have therein, he is absolutely correct. From a conceptual and a policy standpoint, however, I think it's incumbent upon us and our state leaders to continue to recognize that government that governs closest to the people is the most important, and we need to continue to protect that. And I think all of us up here have tried our very best to continue to protect that. The county, I know, has also advocated very hard to continue to protect home rule, as has our staff. So we'll continue to do what we can, but I appreciate the question.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Sullivan?
Yes, just on local control. In the 10 years that I've been in office here in Flagler County, there's been a constant attempt on the part of the state to wrest more control of what we do here in the way of governance, of the state taking over trying to take more of our responsibilities away. It's true that that's been going on for 10 years, and I've been involved with it. The various organizations in the state, the League of Cities, like the county group in the state. However, it is going on. Technically, as the Vice Mayor pointed out, the statement, you can make a lot of statements that are true, but they don't really represent what's been going on. But the state would like to have more control because it comes down to money. It's always money in the end, that's the difference. And so basically what we've seen is an erosion of local control over the last 10 years, and I don't see it stopping, and it's part of the way it is here in Florida these days, and we just have to keep fighting to make sure we're able to govern locally, which usually is governing best.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Gambaro?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is my third public position that I'm serving in. Contrary to what a lot of people think, I have been elected to office countywide before in this county. And I do believe that, local government is where the rubber meets the road, right? Literally, right? We have to fund our own road projects, all the things that we have to tackle. And I completely disagree with that candidate, and I won't be supporting him.
Thank you, sir. I was at that meeting. I'll reserve my comments until after we get through closer to the primary. I'm all about home rule. We got a lawsuit that we may be entering. I don't know if the council has any appetite for that, but as far as SB 180, and there's another one out there that it erodes our rights at the local level to govern our communities. So it's an ongoing issue, and to me, it's all about growth. The more people you have in your city, in your state, the larger your delegation in Congress is. And that's what it's about. It's about power in Washington. I don't agree with all candidates, but I will reserve my comments for a later date. We're going to move on to presentations. Item E on the agenda, annual investment report. Good morning, Helena.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, Helena Alves, Finance Director. So this morning, I have with me Danny Metz and Leslie Weber. They are with PFM Asset Management. They are the city's investment advisors, and they're here to present to you your annual report on investments. Thank you.
Good morning. Happy to be.
Welcome, ladies.
Thank you. Good morning. Happy to be here again. My name is Danelsa Metz. I'm here with my colleague Leslie Weber, and we are with PFM Asset Management. So we have a presentation for you. We'll start just with a little bit of background on the portfolio that we manage for you. Leslie's going to talk about the current market environment, and then I'll go into the actual portfolio report for you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So starting off here, we have our philosophy here at the top. It actually coincides with the city's investment policy. Our focuses for the portfolio are safety first, liquidity, and yield last. So these may be different than what you're used to seeing in your retirement plans or in your personal stock portfolios. This is really a fixed income portfolio with safety at the core.
Can you please explain what you mean by number 2, carefully matching maturities to the client's cash flow needs?
Absolutely, yes. So we work closely with Helena and her team. We divide the overall investment program into segments, buckets, if you call them. So part of it is matched to what we have learned with the team, upcoming needs. So that might be something like payroll or things of that nature. We do an annual cash flow analysis where we can anticipate the monthly expenditures, and then we'll match short-term maturities to those so that you'll have principal and interest flowing in before the actual expenditures due.
Okay, so these are short-term.
Yeah, so for part of it, yes, is short-term. The portfolio that I'll actually show you, that's your longer-term portfolio, but we advise on the overall program. Speaking of the investment policy, we also did want to come up here and talk about your specific investment policy. So as you know, the investment policy is really the central point of reference when making any and all investment decisions. So we want to make sure that it's updated and it's as clear and as concise as possible. So we have our three-pronged framework, which we show at the top here. The first is state statute. So we review against state statute every year. Typically, there are no big changes, but when there are, we make sure to incorporate them. A recent one was in 2023 that we reviewed that said essentially all investment decisions have to be made based on the investments themselves, no interference in terms of social governance or political ideologies when making investment decisions. So that was something that we did review on there. The Association of Public Treasurer, we call it our second layer of defense. So the Association of Public Treasurers of US and Canada, they actually have a model investment policy that they pride themselves on being as clear and as concise as possible. So one of the things that you'll notice over the past few years when we brought the investment policy back to you, items were added such as the glossary. So the glossary adds about 15 pages or so, but just to make sure that everyone is on the same page, not just Helena's team or us, but when we're presenting to you that you have those definitions at hand, or if constituents have a question, all of those definitions are included. And then the last piece, we review GFOA best practices, so we make sure to include that as well, just because Government Finance Officials Association, they're looking at things that particularly and specifically affect municipalities and school districts and government entities. So if there's anything that they deem that should be included or updated, we'll make sure to include that for you in our review. So this is something that we do on an annual basis. Again, we're not presenting it to you on an annual basis because there may not be updates to have. Your policy is in pretty good order. I would say one of the best that I've seen. But we do review annually just to make sure that we check the box for you.
Can I ask a question? When you were talking about, and I know this was more general when you were talking about the state statutes, but the one in particular that you mentioned, what you mean by that is that say if this council decides we don't like AI, we can't preclude any investments in AI based on that basis. It has to be based on the actual performance of that investment.
Yes, so that's correct. I would just say that you are in charge of your portfolio, so if that is something that the city votes on, we can do that for you, but you would have to go through your legal and we'd sign a waiver and all of that good stuff.
So you're required by a state statute and we can try it, but then we take the risk.
Right, exactly.
I've asked regarding BlackRock, just for context.
Alrighty. So we'll move forward. I'll pass it over to Leslie to talk about the current environment.
Thank you. So I'll keep this portion brief so we could really dive into the portfolio, but just to give you some of the backdrop, I'm going to bring you up to speed here. So I'll provide a brief overview of the economy. I'll start with GDP, or gross domestic product, as that's really a good health gauge of the overall U.S. economy. I would say that economic growth has remained positive, but I would say it's slowing just a little bit. And I would say right now, geopolitics has really taken the reins here, and the market's really focused on that, especially at a U.S. Macro fundamental level. The conflict in Iran has increased risk to the inflation picture, right? We've all have been feeling it when we go to the pump. We know gas has been increasing, and not only at the pump, but that has been a disruption of global supply as well. However, consumer spending and business investment continue to support growth, but again, just slowing down a little bit. So if we pivot to the Fed's dual mandate, so their target is to keep inflation at around 2% and then unemployment rate low. But I would say here the Fed has a challenging path going forward because whether they increase rates or decrease rates, that has an opposite effect on each of their dual mandates. So it seems right now they're trying to keep
steady for now where they are with rates. But before I show you where they think rates are going to be going, focusing on their dual mandate, we did get a more recent CPI inflation, or the Consumer Price Index, which is one measurement of inflation. That March number came in at 3.3%, and that has a lot to do with the energy being that volatile component of CPI. If we strip out energy and food, looking at core CPI, that number has been around 2.6%. So not at that 2% target where the Fed would like it to be, but it has been pretty stable once you take out the volatile sectors there. But over time, you could see what the chart on the left-hand side, the shaded area is the range of where economists think where this inflation number is going to be. So depending on the duration of this conflict may affect inflation. I've heard maybe inflation may go up as high as 4% and maybe coming back down as this conflict ends, but you could see there's a pretty wide range and a lot of uncertainty there. On the flip side of the dual mandate.
Sorry, may I ask you a question?
Sure.
I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
What have you seen as far as similar conflicts? How long essentially they affect this rate for, afterwards? Let's say that it ends in 2 weeks. How long should we expect effects historically, based on historical?
I would say with this one is pretty unprecedented, right? But let's say if it stops in 2 weeks, if they stopped oil production, there's going to be ramifications afterwards. But I would say how it would maybe affect your portfolio. I wouldn't say in a bad way. Let's say this conflict drives up inflation, it stays there for a little bit. The Fed may use their monetary policy to increase rates because they want to take down or tamper down inflation. But what that may mean for your portfolio as we're actively investing, we'll be investing at higher yields. And I could show you what the yield curve has looked like. Given the volatility nature of this uncertainty, we have seen yields drive up, and I'll show you on one of the slides. One note about this unemployment rate, we have seen it pretty steady at around 4.4, 4.3%. The narrative still is it's a low fire, low hire type of environment. And the reason why we're seeing this unemployment rate pretty stable is because of retirees and also the immigration story. So that's why it's been pretty stable for the last couple of months there. So with the Fed, they are more focused on keeping that inflation picture down, right, at the current moment. Pivoting to the Fed and where they think rates are going to be, this is their dot plot. This is showing you non-voting members and voting members of the Federal Open Market Committee, where they place an actual dot on where they think rates are going to be at the end of each of these years. They are projecting maybe one cut in 2026, one cut in 2027 to get back down to their longer-term rate of 3.1%. Right now, the overnight rate or the Fed funds rate is between 3.5 to 3.75. How that affects you all, if you have a bank deposit that's tied to Fed funds, if you're investing in money market accounts or on the shorter end, you should expect rates to be around those rates. And then here's the yield curve, just to give you a visual here. Danny mentioned safety, liquidity, and yield. We do have a good portion of U.S. Treasuries invested within the portfolio. The shaded area that you see is where U.S. Treasuries have been for the past year. The dotted line is the February 25th yield numbers across the board, and then the solid number, this was as of March 23rd, 2026. So as you could see, we did see yields rise across the curve, just given the uncertainty of the conflict. So any questions before I pass it over to Danny to talk more about the portfolio?
Any questions? Yes, Council.
Just a comment, I mean, to your point, the conflict in Iran is absolutely unprecedented. I mean, most of us served in Iraq or Afghanistan. The Straits of Hormuz were never, a choke point for the international community. And we'll see what happens here in the next, couple weeks. But certainly, it could put us outside of that 1 year range pretty quickly if something bad goes down.
Depending on the duration, yeah.
The duration.
Just don't know.
Okay. Did you see any impacts of Venezuela on this range? Because the U.S. government is supporting them with oil production, things of that nature. Did that factor in, or was it solely your predictions based on Iran?
This was just based on the U.S. Treasuries and what economists think where these yields have been, just based on the United States and other impacts.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions?
No, ma'am. Go right ahead.
And as we continue, I'll pause and say thank you for your service.
With the portfolio review, one thing, we put these kind of right next to each other. Leslie went over the more recent yield curve. We're looking at the older yield curve here. The dark blue line is actually as of December, which is when your annual report is as of. You'll notice that the short-term rates between the 3-month and the 2-year space are kind of inverted there. The yield curve is not normal and upward sloping. That is kind of the yield environment that we had been dealing with over the past few years in the aftermath of COVID. What that meant for you all is that short-term investments, so I'll kind of go into how we segment the portfolio, but about a third of the portfolio is in relatively short-term investments under a year. And that meant that you were able to enjoy and kind of coast on those investments because yields at one point were over 5%. Now, with the yield curve normalizing, we're back into the normal environment where risk return kind of gets back into its normal environment, where the longer you go out, the more risk you're taking, and therefore the more return you're expected to make because of undertaking that risk. So now we've been working with Helena over since September last year, anticipating this, seeing the rate cuts come out, and kind of reorganizing the portfolio in a way that makes sense, and working with our portfolio managers to make some investments out a little bit longer. So I'll show you what that looks like in a few slides. Before we get to your actual portfolio, I wanted to touch on fixed income total returns. So these are on the left side, of course, as of the fourth quarter, and then on the right side, the 1-year numbers. I did want to put this up here so that we see what each sector was returning. Again, this is a fixed income portfolio, so a lot less than maybe what you're used to seeing with stocks. These are only bonds. But I will point your attention on the right side to the 1-year returns, the corporate notes, so the yellow bar and the orange bar. Those are really the sectors where we were able to kind of get some extra juice in terms of yield for your portfolio. And again, I'll show you that before we get to the actual portfolio. Here, I did want to show sector allocation analytics. So the gray bars here are your sector limits per your investment policy. The blue fill-in is what your portfolio held as of December 31st. So this includes not only the portion that we manage, but it also includes dollars in your short-term program, and then as well as your bank deposits. So if we look at everything, or I should say if we look at the last 3, those are really your short-term dollars. So you have local government investment pools, bank deposits, those are typically what's pulled out on a regular basis for operating needs, and then Florida Prime as well, which is the state-run local government investment pool. Everything above those 3, it amounts to about $90 million. That's what's in the long-term portfolio that we'll look at in a second. But I just like to put this up here so we can show you the differences and also, of course, show that you are well within compliance with your portfolio policy. In your investment policy, there are several limits, so not just sector allocation limits, but there's also max maturity limitations, issuer limitations per name that we purchase in your portfolio. And here we show the max maturity analytics. So this is only for the longer term portion. It shows you where we keep most of the dollars and how long they go out. And I just wanted to put this up here again to show you that we're in compliance with your policy to this end. Here's the fun stuff, I would say. So this is your longer term portfolio. We'll start at the top right with sector allocation. So as Leslie mentioned, about half of the portfolio is in U.S. Treasuries. U.S. Treasuries are the safest, most liquid asset. It's what folks run to when there's uncertainty in the market. So I like to point this out because although we structure this as a longer term portfolio, should something unprecedented happen, a big storm, and you need to pull out those dollars, you'd be able to get 50% of this portfolio within a day. The rest of it, like I mentioned earlier, is really where we get the extra juice. So you'll notice 25% in that corporate bucket, that those were the ones yielding the most on the previous, or I'm sorry, returning the most on the previous page. So I like to point that out. On the bottom right, you'll see duration. This is how far out your portfolio goes. So your benchmark is the 1 to 3 U.S. Treasury. You'll notice with active management, we're not always exactly aligned to what the benchmark is, but that really means that we can make tactical moves. So I'll point you to the top left side where you see yield at cost and yield at market. If we look at what yield at market means, that's essentially if we were to go into the market today and purchase all of your securities in your portfolio or comparable ones, what that would yield. So as of December 31st, you're at 3.66. The number above it is your actual portfolio. So you're outperforming or out yielding the actual markets at 4.23%. And then I'll point your attention to the bottom left with credit quality. This is an S&P chart. Your overall credit quality is AA. You'll notice at the bottom there's a green portion shaded. It says not rated 5%. That does not mean that those securities are not rated. It's just that this is an S&P chart and they may be rated by Moody's or Fitch. But I did look at your report before presenting here to triple check that all of those that are titled not rated there are AAA by either Moody's or Fitch. So high credit quality to that end. We'll move over to portfolio performance. So as of December 31st, for the 1 year, you outperformed your benchmark by about 40 basis points. What this means in terms of dollars, your interest earnings, so those are numbers that you get right away, interest is yours, $3.76 million. Change in market value, that's appreciation in your portfolio, but it's unrealized, so I like to point that out. That's about $962 over the year. What this looks like in terms of dollars actually going into your pocket, so to speak, accrual basis earnings we have here, so the same 3.7 in interest earnings, but we have your realized gains as well included, so 161, including the change in amortized costs, we're up to about $4 million over the year in earnings here. So I'll pause there for our prepared remarks, and we'll pause for any questions.
Does the council have any questions? Continue on.
Good. All right. Thank you very much.
This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
That's it? Well, I do have one quick question. Could we go back to the one where our rating? Helena, could you go back real quick? Yes, and the bottom left. How can we up that percentage to the three?
I'm sorry, which percentage?
The 333 rating. How do we increase, shift that? How can we get a higher percentage on that?
Oh, the AAA rating?
Yes, ma'am.
So yeah, AAA rating is the highest that we have. The ratings that you see here are all in compliance with your investment policy. If we wanted to make it closer to AAA for the overall portfolio rating, that would mean we're decreasing risk, so the returns aren't going to be the same.
So you would be putting more in Treasury instead of...
Right, it would be a mostly Treasury.
Less risky. Okay, I understand. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have a question regarding the next slide in terms of realized gains and losses.
Oh, realized, sorry, yes.
Yes, yeah, here. So in terms of this and the analysis of why we're basically seeing some losses in the 3 to 5 year range versus the short term.
Yeah, absolutely. So I would say when you have an actively managed portfolio, we have to stick within the guidelines of the strategy at place. So we have a 1 to 3 portfolio right now. When investments fall under that 1 year range, our portfolio managers have to go in and rebalance and put us back into the strategy. Sometimes that comes with realized losses, but typically what our portfolio managers do is look to make sure that the interest earnings outweigh the actual security losses to that end.
Okay, so in order to get us back within the managed portfolio guidelines and in the interest of gaining more in interest earnings, sometimes we have short-term losses in order to shift to a different investment.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And usually when we're shifting back into that 1 to 3 guideline, it'll be a security that's yielding more, and you'll be able to earn more to that end as well. So not only with the one that we're selling, but also with the one that we'd be buying.
Right. No, and I understand. I mean, if you look at the overall return, right, the 11 million over that time span, the return is great. But so just wanted to kind of understand why that seems to be, it looks like 3 months, okay, a little bit, 1 year, even more, and then we start going down from 3 to 5. So I just wanted to understand why that was the case.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll also just add that also was having to do with the post-pandemic environment and kind of the volatility rates shot up or shot down and then shot back up.
Yeah, and yeah, it's been very volatile. So depending on when some of these were purchased, that's going to be the case. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any further questions?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Good info.
Any follow-ups from you, Helena? Nothing? You feel like we're in a comfortable position?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're moving on. I'm sorry. We'll have to open this up for public discussion. Does anyone have anything? Yes, sir, Mr. Amaral.
Good morning, Tony Amaral, City of Palm Coast. Just curious, so the city is about to get a large influx of cash as we sold the bonds, the municipal bonds. What's the strategy for that money in the short term? Because it'll be separated out over the next, I guess, 8 to 10 years, some of it happening now. Are we gonna follow the same process that we're doing now with the money that's there? Do we have a special program where we say, hey, we're gonna recognize this as a shorter term, high value influx? Is that kind of the process? So I'm just curious on what the city is seeing on that end. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Helena, you have anything on that?
Yes, absolutely. So we are currently working with Danny and her team specifically for the investment of the bond proceeds and matching that to the cash flow that's going to be needed by the utility department. So Brian, myself, my team, and Danny are currently looking at specific portfolios that would make sense based on the cash flow that we need for the projects.
Okay, so for the general public, all that money that's going to come in, when we're not using it, is going to be invested.
That is correct.
I'm getting the north-south wave.
Oh, yeah.
And typically, I'm assuming that would increase, be more going into the bond market, the U.S. bond market, right? She's shaking her head, yes, ma'am. I would assume, I'm assuming, but assumptions get people killed.
Sorry, I'll come back up just for a second. So yeah, we have a separate portfolio that we've been discussing. All of those dollars would be completely separate and focused on the utility project. We have met with Helena and her team and Brian as well to kind of go through what the cash flows will actually look like and match the portfolio for that reason. Our team is also working with our arbitrage rebate group that will make sure that we're in compliance with IRS requirements as well. And then separately to that end, to your last comment, we have been seeing a lot of municipalities jumping into the bond market right now. We have a few other cities that are also issuing this month that we're working with.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. And for the general public, we are executing the bond today. Helena, we're executing that?
So today's the pre-closing, that is
Yes.
correct. And then final closing next week, and hopefully it'll be funded by next Thursday, the 23rd.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Any follow-ups from the council?
I just had, in terms of this investment account, what are the sources of funds here? Is this all general fund money? Is this capital improvement money? Like, what is the?
This encompasses all of the city's dollars.
All investments. So when we receive this same presentation next year, it will include whatever bond money that we receive that we have not spent in that first year.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool. I just wanted to make sure we're going to see that again coming back next year.
Yes. Yeah, your policy requires once a year, and we do it as of December 31st so that it's a calendar year type of presentation. Yep. You're welcome.
Any other questions from the council? All right, thank you so much, Helena.
You're welcome.
And thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to item E2, presentation, Palm Harbor Golf Club Quarter 2 update. Mr. Hurst.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. James Hurst, Director of Parks and Recreation. Today I have with me Dennis Redican, our Recreation Manager. Today's presentation, back in August of 2025, Council asked Parks and Recreation to come back with a 6-month analysis or a Q2 analysis of the Palm Harbor Golf Course and where we were at. So I'll hand it over to Dennis, and he'll take it from here.
Good morning, Dennis.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Well, I'm back. I'm here today to go over what we've done over the last 6 months, implementing changes to operations, and the year-to-date projections and in revenues and expenditures. So with your support, Mayor and City Council, we were able to update the fees to be more cost recovery at our golf course. We also did some improvements with the help of Public Works and our Parks and Trails team to do in front of the building and all signage across the whole course. We worked on some hole sponsorship opportunities. We worked on a program called Party After Dark. We worked towards a way so we can help our walkers use the course, and worked on a walker's punch pass. And then in Q2, on January 1st, we started limiting 9 holes in the morning. And once the clocks changed in March, we are trying to stay open later to add more rounds. So with these changes, the fee structure started on October 1st. It was basically a plus or minus $10 increase to all our rounds. You can see as last year, and these figures are as of March 20th. As last year, we were an average round of $28.22, and currently we are at $37.61 for an average round. I believe limiting the 9-hole play in the mornings has allowed for more of an opportunity for 18-hole play in the morning, and that's why for the increase. What I've also done with these focus groups, I've been making myself available for questions, feedback, whether it's positive or negative, to improve my operations. We've made a conscious effort to be better at our customer service at the course. We decided to implement the Walker's Punch Pass for $200. And then what I did was we modified the pass holder card this year, which started on January 1st to prohibit no more free golf at our golf course. And my plan for the summer is that we're going to have golf carts out later to increase our rounds, partner with loopers on opportunities in the afternoon with men's leagues, as well as tournaments and the opportunity for more programs on the course. Again, these figures, these updates from the new opportunities are from March 20th. Currently, we had sold 152 Walker's Punch Passes, and it's been very successful, as well as our pro shop. Our range is very successful as we provide 30 balls for just $5. Since this time of October, we've hosted the FPC Baseball Fundraiser and the VFW event at our golf course. And we hosted 2 Florida State Golf Association junior tournaments that brought in an economic impact of almost $100,000. Our party after golf happened in December, and it was very successful, where we had 84 players come to the course, and we were able to finally get one sponsor that sponsors hole 2.
That's a lot of bucket of balls.
It is. So this slide is basically a comparison from revenue from last year to this year. Our March numbers don't add up because this was from March 20th, but I can tell you that we exceeded $260,000 in revenue for the month of March. Our December was down this year because of the pass holder race. So if you're looking at December on why we were down, pass holders usually were sold in December, and since I made some changes to the pass holder card, not many sold this year, but we made up for it in January and February. And you can take a look at this slide. It basically shows what we've done the last 2 years, year to date, and then our projections for the remainder of the year. It looks like we are well on our way to be cost recovery. I don't believe that these figures for year to date added up, so I checked this morning, and currently our year to date is $1.28 million in revenue.
Dennis, may I stop you? Do the expenditures include our projected capital projects for the course for this year?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and what is that? What does that entail?
We have a replacement of our pump station. We have budgeted $278,000 for our pump station replacement.
Are we still confident it will come in at that figure?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Moving on, I just want to make City Council and the mayor aware of what maintenance needs that we're going to need for the course. This year, we will be placing, as I said, the pump station, and we have budgeted $278 in our budget for this replacement. Next year, working with the Public Works Fleet Division, we have 50 carts that are up for replacement, and we've already started the process of getting quotes for those replacement of 50 carts. My plan for next year also is there's a much needed to fix 17th T-box, and hopefully I can partner with Public Works on regrading and adding new sod to that T-box. In 2028, we will have 22 golf carts up for replacement, and my hopes by then I will come up with a plan for a green renovation plan. Our greens are well past due for a renovation plan, over 20 years. And then in 2029, we will be up for a bunker renovation plan.
Go right ahead, Councilman.
The one, I brought this up last time. My experience, played golf a long time, is that most golf courses lease their golf carts. And I know it would be difficult to transition from owned golf courts to leased golf carts. But did we look at that carefully? And, because I did bring that up, and it's a big expense, one-time expense. And I do know the transition would be the problem from own to lease, but I would think that the leasing companies out there have ways of doing that. And I just, have we looked at that carefully?
So I do know that there was a presentation to all of you months ago, and it was the city's recommendation to purchase the golf carts.
Is that true? I don't remember that exactly that way.
Yeah, we did have that presentation, because this has been an issue. I know I brought it up a few years ago. We've discussed it a couple times.
Is the problem is the transition from own to lease?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember granularly.
So, Councilman, if we looked at, when we did our analysis, when we looked at kind of the leasing option compared to the ownership option, it was kind of cost competitive for both leasing and owning. If we were to go leasing, there could be a risk of end-of-term damage beyond the normal wear of misuse. And then if we looked at, if we do own these golf carts, the resale value is higher. I think one of our quotes said $2,800.
Yes, I have a quote here for
Yeah.
$2,800 of a buyback.
I mean, so we're different than most golf courses.
If I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I recall one of the issues being exactly what you just said, Mr. Hurst, which was if there's damage. In other words, they can nickel and dime us on these leases. So they could say, we're gonna tag you for this fee and that fee because there's, this wear and tear on each cart. And so we have that risk of, yes, these are the baseline figures that we're looking at for leases, but they could come in and say, we're going to also charge you X, Y, Z underneath the lease agreement for what we deem to be extra wear and tear or certain damages. So I recall that being one of the concerns, is that level of uncertainty.
Yeah, correct.
And how's the maintenance working through Mr. Mansell and his team at Public Works? Do they maintain them? Service the carts and make sure they're all running?
Yes, Justin Jenkins has been great with helping out with maintenance of the carts.
Who does the maintenance?
Public Works.
Public Works Fleet
Is
Division.
that cost included in the cost of the golf course?
Yes, I do have a fleet allocation that's in my budget.
Yeah, I was going to say, to make sure that anytime we're using Public Works for any of this work, I don't think we've taken official action to say this is like an enterprise fund, but the intent is that it's, all encapsulating within your budget. So if we're using other entities from the rest of the city, then there needs to be a transfer there, an allocation, so that we're capturing that cost within the golf course so that we know the real figures and we can say confidently that this is what it costs.
Of course.
Do you have an estimate on what the capital improvements will be next year? So looking at your quote for what we expect to get for the golf carts, what we expect to pay, and then also the cost for the 17th tee box, do we have a rough estimate of what that looks like total?
I don't have that for the tee box as of yet, but I can get that information for you.
What about the golf carts? I ask because I'm happy to see that we're in the black this year. It's great. I want to make sure this isn't a one-off and that we, even with this very high replacement next year in the tee box, and you don't have to do the tee box, right? You can push it off if you want to make sure you're budgeting properly, but making sure that we're consistently remaining in the black.
I agree, and I think we need to do the analysis to make sure that, you know, that profit is then reinvested back into the golf course to make it a better golf course year over year, to continue the cycle of success, so to speak.
So we do have a fleet replacement allocation, and right now the quote that I have right here in front of me was $294,000 for 50 carts.
And that's including a set-off for what we plan on selling?
Yes.
Okay.
It's offset.
Yes.
You've got all the calculations in there. And we are, one second, please. We are, all those funds that are being transferred, everything's being accounted for. So when we see these numbers, these are actual numbers. If you had to pay the IT department, if you had to pay whatever, it's all encompassing, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Gambaro?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gentlemen, thank you for all your work and trying to, you know, bring this to cost recovery. I know it's you guys have been working very, very hard to do that. So we're projected to come in at $72,625 in the black this year. But we're one major maintenance issue away from being in the red, right? I mean, if it were to pop up. And so as you look at the places where we're making the most money, it looks like the driving range is a pretty significant place, right? Would you agree? Okay. As we look at going towards the future, you know, I was going to ask the question, and my colleagues already started down that road, you know, for replacing the golf carts and the tee box and, you know, in FY28, things of that nature. Those are major projects that, you know, are going to have a significant dollar amount. And so as we go through the budget process, we're going to have to take a look at that, whether or not, you know, we're going to support that. Mm-hmm. But it'd be great if we could pay for those projects out of our revenue, right?
Yeah,
for sure.
I do want to just state, in the past, we have gone down where we have kind of pushed our golf carts a little bit further than the normal lifespan, which has created issues where golf carts have broken down. Hence, you know, we can't use those golf carts, which could then affect our revenue in the long run as well. So
you can't sell them, you can't get money back, things of that nature.
Or if we do sell them, you know, it's very minimal compared to, you know, if we after each 5 year we're getting 2,800 to 3,000. You know, it's a little bit different.
And my green renovation plan does not close the course.
Say that again?
My green renovation plan will not close the course.
Okay. Yeah, so I think next level up of from recovery is being able to use your revenues to cover those future capital costs, so that we don't have to necessarily pay for it with our budget or tax dollars. Okay, thanks for your hard work and, you know, and working towards meeting our expectations on cost recovery.
I have a question generally, because I want to make sure we're not treating the golf course differently than we're treating other amenities. When we do capital improvements at our other amenities, so let's say the Southern Rec Center, Indian Trails, I think we separate those out. In other words, we don't look at whether or not those facilities are also cost recovery for those capital improvements,
You're
right?
correct on that, yeah.
Okay. I think that's important if we're going to do apples to apples here, that we consider overhead is overhead, operations is operations, but capital improvements is something else.
Sorry.
Gallery, please hold it down. You got anything else?
Yes, I have one more slide,
Yes,
sir. I just wanted to let the council know what we got coming up. The Coastal Niners Women's Tournament will be next week on Tuesday. We also were able to book a U.S. Senior Am Tour at our golf course, as well as the Northeast Florida Senior Tournament. Just booked an Seagulls 18 holes women's tournament. And my hopes is to continue to work with Looper's Restaurant on more programs for our Parks and Rec department. A Wine and Nine, more Glow in the Dark nights, which were very successful. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Dennis. You had something, Councilman?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I had a question. I know golf carts are golf carts, but they're in various stages of repair, lifespan, things like that. Are these golf carts in the asset management program that Public Works manages in terms of, we kind of recognize when the best used sale price is, and so we manage its lifespan to be able to offload it at the right time so that we get the most back from it as possible?
Yeah, I believe they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're doing that because I think that program has done a lot for us in terms of managing our fleet and essentially keeping us in fairly new vehicles, but also maximizing the return on whenever we sell those versus keeping them for their entire lifespan. Then they become a maintenance issue and things like that. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yes, sir, go
Yeah,
right.
I'm not convinced on the golf carts yet, that when you look at everything, how long we keep them as compared to how long they'd be replaced in a lease agreement where you'd probably get newer golf carts quicker than we hold them.
I'll play, devil's advocate on that is that if everybody else is doing it a different way, why? Like, what's the unique condition that we have that says that we should be doing it this way versus that way?
Anything else? Yes, sir.
And just my final comment on this before we hear from the public, great that we're doing cost recovery, that we're on our way, but we are one major maintenance issue away from not being cost recovery. And so, as we look at the budget cycle, we got to think through that, and more importantly, how we can generate revenue to posture us in a position to keep us in the black if a major maintenance issue were to pop up. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just as, I know you want to go up for public comment on this, but maybe as a suggestion, the council can get a consensus and combine this item with the next item, RFI for Palm Coast Golf Club, have that presentation, and then have public comment after that, so then everyone has all the information.
Everybody good with?
I was actually just going to ask that. Thank
Everybody's
you.
good with that? Dennis,
I'm curious.
Mr. Hurst, don't go anywhere. Dennis, we're going to go through the RFI stuff, but sir, I want to thank you. I have not had any negative comments about what you've done since you've taken over out there, and I really appreciate your hard work. I did have someone point out to me I did have someone point out to me that went out on a whim. Someone, spouse and their son went out and played, and they were on the back nine, and they observed gentlemen stepping onto the course, started playing from their homes. So that's stealing golf, and I would like, if we can get consensus from the council, that if your attendants out there, if they spot someone that's doing that, we serve them a trespass warning, and if they're caught again, they're trespassed, and they'll be banned from using the golf course again. But that's for later discussion. Mr. Attorney Mann's getting ready to step in. Yeah. Yeah, so it would really be bad if you lived backed up to a golf course and you're not allowed to play on that golf course. So that's a real concern. Dennis, let me ask you this: if I go out and say I'm walking the course, and I go out and play, and I'm horrible at golf, so that's why I don't play. How do you identify someone that's paid to be on the course?
So we have Golf Now for our check-in process, and we have cart starters up front that tell people when they're allowed to go out.
Okay.
So if you come and check in with our guys in blue, you'll be good to go. They'll let you know when you can go out.
So in that case, of the people sneaking on the course to play, so if you're riding by on your cart, monitoring.
We do have rangers that go out periodically. I will tell you, in the golf industry, this happens at every single golf course.
Yeah. Well, I was just thinking about a way to identify if you had like a an identification tag for each day that just clips on their golf bag that you can easily spot, like chartreuse or something that say, okay, that guy's legally allowed to be on the course. I don't even have to bother going over and checking with him.
Most of our walkers are all regulars, so we know everybody.
You know
by face.
everybody that's
Yeah.
out there. It's not, okay, all right. That's all I had. Anything else from the council?
I just want to echo the gratitude. I've gotten countless emails, Dennis, on how wonderfully you've done, and I mean detailed from our residents and our players saying he's implemented this and the staff has done that. And I echo the mayor's comments. I haven't gotten a negative comment, which I think in our line of work is quite refreshing. So thank you for the hard work that you've done. And I appreciate you still looking at new things to implement because progress should not stop. In looking at the RFI's responses that we got, there were some, really innovative ideas and all of those as well. So I appreciate you continuing to be open-minded and innovative in that way.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
And have we done anything about increasing revenue from servers that go out on the course to, snacks and stuff like that? Have we taken any steps towards that?
No, I have not.
Well, it's just something to explore. I know.
That is something we can discuss with Loopers, because part of their agreement is a golf cart beverage service. So this is something we can discuss.
And I've had people tell me that it'd be great if they were serving like breakfast sandwiches or something like that before they get out on the course. I'm just looking for ways to generate revenue at low cost to the city.
For sure.
Okay.
I just had, just again, the same comments. Thank you for improving the situation at the golf course. All the reports when I talk to fellow golfers, I'm a retired golfer now, but talking to people who play golf who I know, they're all complimentary as far as how the things have been improved.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now we're going to move into item E3, presentation RFI for Palm Coast Golf Club. Mr. Hurst?
Yeah, so part of the August meeting, along with our Q2 analysis, City Council asked to do a RFI on potentially soliciting non-binding information from experienced golf course operators, hospitality providers, and public-private partnership entities regarding potential long-term operational capital investment and revenue enhancements for the golf course at Palm Harbor. Some of those objectives within that RFI was to continue maintaining affordability for Palm Coast residents, protect public access and resident rate structure, continue to ensure high-quality course conditions and maintenance, explore revenue sharing or lease models to reduce city operating costs, evaluate operator-funded enhancements such as driving range motorization and implementation of new technology, and then retain full city ownership of land and major improvements while delegating operations. So we submitted, it went out to the public on February 4th. We were required to answer some questions by March 5th, and then the close date for the RFI was in March 12th. We had 8 submissions. We received one from American Golf Corporation, Bobby Jones Links, Era Golf Management, H&L Golf Group Incorporated, Landscapes Golf Management, Palm Harbor Golf Course LLC, SS Down to Earth OPC LLC, and then Troon Golf LCC. All of those submissions did pass. Just some highlights from each of those submissions, and they are in your packet for this morning.
Mr. Hurst?
Yeah.
Just real quick, do we have any of these folks here in attendance today?
We have one.
It'd be nice to hear from them and any others, with an opportunity just to, one thing is the packet, but it'd be great for them to be able, because not everybody, I guess now everybody has access to the packet, but I think it'd be good for us to hear what they're thinking. If I can get consensus.
I think they can get regular public comment.
Well, it's part of the presentation, is it not?
Did we give them an opportunity, everybody the opportunity to come here?
We didn't.
I think the gentleman that's present can probably give his presentation in 3 minutes. Can you, sir? Since you said you're here for that specifically. Handle it in 3 minutes. Okay, we'll have public comment at the end.
Okay.
Go ahead, continue on, Mr. Hurst.
So some of those highlights, we saw a wide range of experience in both private and municipality golf courses. We saw continued support for resident access and affordability and their commitment to maintain that access and affordability. We saw a number of different recommendations for partnerships. We saw public-private, full management, hybrid partnership, and then also a lease agreement partnership. All of them were open to transparency for the public, and there were a couple within those RFIs that were to retain some staff as well. And with that, just for the last slide today, kind of wanting to get council's direction on the next steps. So we would like to see if council would like to submit for an RFP for management of the course, or continue with the City of Palm Coast Parks and Rec continuing golf operations. Those were the directions we're looking for today.
All right, thank you, sir. That's it, Mr. Hurst? That's all you have?
That's all I have, yes.
All right, thank you, sir. To me, I feel the golf course is in the black. And, if we put out the RFP, for me, when we're talking about an asset like this, because it's an asset, if we were to put out for lease, when I say lease, I'm saying you're going to pay the city this amount of money to lease our golf course, and you're going to manage it. That's to include personnel. I don't want an outside agency managing our employees. So if we say, okay, you pay us this amount, you manage it, but if you violate the terms of the contract, we're taking it back and you're out. That's the way I see it, because I don't want to keep people on staff that are going to be working for a separate entity. The same thing would go with the Southern Recreation Center or any other asset. So if we put out an RFP to see what can happen as far as management, that's what I'm looking for. But for me personally, right now, I think Dennis is doing a good job. And for me personally, I have no intent of ever selling our golf course. It's not about a golf course for me. And I love the golfers. I know you guys love that sport. But it's about land. It's about land. And our golf course is what, 140 acres?
147 acres, yeah.
147 acres. So when I think about that land in the heart of our city, I'm thinking about, okay, 140 acres times 4 quarter-acre lots times the going rate for property in this city, which is infill lot is going but somewhere around $90,000 now. So buying a golf course for $2 million is not something that's in Mayor Norris's vision, because when I look at land like that, I'm thinking $50 million, and that's not going to happen. I'd rather have it become a passive park and the residents be able to walk it, walking trails and stuff like that, just a passive park, before I would ever sell it. So that's just my perspective. I don't know if we want to.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Well, I'm the guy that brought this issue to bear, right? And so I will tell you, I've come full circle on this, where I also do, I've listened to the residents, right? I also do not want to sell the golf course, as I do not want to sell the Southwest Rec Center either. But in comparison to comparing the lands to infill lots to the golf course property, they're different. They're zoned, they're categorized differently, and the values are different. It's not apples to apples on that. But here's my thought. I think going out for an RFP is a smart move for a variety of different reasons. One, let's see. I mean, we've got kind of an idea of what it could look like going forward with the right investment. And Dennis is doing a great job, but the RFP, if we decide to do it, should be tailored to, yes, you can run the golf course under a long-term lease. The city still owns it. However, you need to come in and invest a significant amount of dollars in our golf course in order to have the honor and privilege of operating our golf course. So what does that look like? Well, the reason I asked a question on the driving range was because it's your biggest revenue source. What if we had somebody that came in and dropped $3-4 million into the driving range that made it the entertainment spot for our entire community. You don't even have to play golf. You just go there and hang out and watch folks hit, the driving range, things of that nature. I mean, from what I'm seeing, the big driver of revenue is not necessarily, the rounds. It's all the other stuff associated with it, the tournaments, things of that nature. But certainly the driving range is a big opportunity. Why should we invest $3 to $4 million of taxpayer funds when we can get somebody to come in and invest in our community long term? Make it a true public-private partnership. Okay? So, and that they can cover the cost of like an unforeseen major maintenance issue, right? And so, why should we budget for I mean, we're budgeting for capital projects, but we're actually not making major investments to improve the course. And so, for those that love golf, and the fact that we could potentially have an opportunity to enhance the experience, not just for the golfers, but for their families, I think would be fantastic. And so I'm not in favor of selling the golf course anymore, is point number one. But I think we can look at this through a public-private partnership with the right group of folks that can come in here, cover everything that we need, make sure that it covers the Parks and Rec budget for what we're trying to do at the golf course, take care of all the maintenance issues, and invest, makes it better. Right now, we're not talking about investing. We're talking about having enough money to be able to sustain. And so, so that's part of my vision. Do we want to make it better? I think from the Dennis and James, you guys have done a great job in bringing us, moving us back into the black. But let's, as a council, and as we look at how we visualize the golf course for the future, we need investment to make it better. And it doesn't all have to be taxpayer dollars. And so for me, I think sending out the RFP to see what we can get, and I think we've got a good site picture of that, could be helpful in really taking this awesome amenity, this awesome jewel in our community, and just taking it to the next level, and also making sure that it's not all coming out of our own pockets. It's a partnership with somebody that loves the sport of golf, that loves our city, and that wants to make a difference. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else on the council?
If I may, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
So first of all, I appreciate the conversation, because I think a lot of people were really upset, myself included, when the concept of selling the golf course became a conversation. And I think actually, to my chagrin, it was brought on by Councilman Danko. But it's open, yeah. But it's opened up at least this conversation to talk about how we can become more efficient, what we can do to raise more revenues and be cost recovery. So for that, I'm grateful that we're at least having the discussion as to how we can better operate this golf course. And Dennis and his team have done that. And so I disagree with going out for RFP, because I think it does two things we don't intend to do. I think it sends a bad message to Dennis and staff that even though you've done quite the turnaround, it doesn't matter, and we're still going to try to see who can do better. It also, though, I think sends a message for Parks and Rec in general, because we had this discussion about the pool as well, and that had a negative impact on our staff that worked the pool. They became very concerned about job security. So, and no offense, Mayor, to your suggestion about the Southern Rec Center, but what message does that send to staff down the line and for other amenities? I don't want to send that message. So those are the two main reasons why I don't think it's appropriate to go out to RFP, although I understand your position, and let's see who can invest. Let's see what's out there. Well, this isn't Topgolf. If a private business owner wants to come in and create a Topgolf, then let them go do that. We have land for it. They can get in touch with John Zobler. He's got plenty of land for sale, or Craig McKinney. So I would say to let them go do that. The golf course itself, I agree with you, Mayor. We need to keep it under government and city ownership, because we don't want it to ever be sold and not used for the very purpose that it's intended to be used for. As far as the RFIs that we got responses, you know, the RFA responses, so we have what, 7 or 8 of them? In reading them, and I read every single one, there were some things that seemed very appealing. What wasn't appealing to me was the fact that many of them actually did not provide for capital improvement investments. And others seemed like they were relying on food and beverage revenues when you can't get food and beverage revenue due to our lease with Loopers. So I think that there was some false reliance on that piece. And if you look at how a lot of golf courses make their money, it's on food and beverage. I looked at this when we were talking about this at the very beginning. A lot of revenues come from food and bev. So I don't think that they probably read the RFI very closely, or maybe they, I don't know, underestimated the actual impact of the lack of food and bev revenues that they could generate. But based on what I read, they're relying on revenues they cannot get. So I think that if we went to RFP, we'd send the wrong message. I don't actually think we'd get as many responses back as we did to the RFI. But I also think that the fact that many of them did not include investments for capital improvements is a big issue, because in other words, they want to come in and make some money off the course, but then when we need something big, or to your point, Councilman Gimbar, something breaks, they have no interest in fixing it for us, and then it lands back with the taxpayer anyways. I also think that this allows us to remain in control of the programming. It allows our schools to continue to use the golf course in the way that they should be able to use it. And it also allows us to maintain control over what we're charging our golfers and our residents. So I am not in favor of going out to RFP, although I do recognize the interests that you have and the reasons why you may have them.
Thank you, ma'am. You got something, Councilman Sullivan?
Yeah, just, I'm not in favor of selling the golf course. I agree with the mayor on that and the vice mayor. I don't think it's the proper thing to do. There's no way to really clearly identify the value of that land because of a whole bunch of reasons on that. I have, when in looking at the proposals that have come in, I still have a problem understanding exactly how the food and beverage would work given the lease that we have in effect right now, and I hate to keep bringing it up, but I still think the one thing that still may be the way to go is the leasing of the golf carts and not buying them. For a whole bunch of reasons that golfers understand. It has to do with the quality of the golf carts, maintenance of them, and the fact that they get replenished automatically if you have a lease. You don't have to worry about fixing them yourself, and again, I say the problem there is the transition from owning them to leasing them, and who gets the money to sell the carts that we own now. And I think lease companies must be able to have ways of doing that so that it ends up ultimately being a cost saving for us. So not in favor of selling the golf course. I'm always open on the RFP if it's up to the council. Do we want to go forward and at least look at some of those ideas or not? But I agree with all the comments of Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And if you could flush that out a little bit more as far as transitioning, I'm sure you have. I haven't had a sit down with you guys to talk about it, but maybe we could flush that out. You know, I don't know what the standard practice is in the golf industry for courses. I don't. You have anything, Councilman Miller?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of, let me be the fifth and final council member to say I'm not in favor of selling the golf course, so we can put that to bed completely. I do have some concerns with, managing it, and I know we just started changing the way we're managing it. I have concerns with, we're just eking by, which is much better than losing money, which we were. And so we need to either have a plan to transition and grow this or look at other opportunities. In terms of some of your concerns, Vice Mayor, in terms of the RFP, we haven't defined the RFP, so we can do things like say that you must retain 85% of staff, you must do this, right? And they would have to comply with this as part of the RFP process. So there's certain things that we can say that you must have a plan for capital improvement, you must have this. And if nobody applies, then we know that nobody was capable of doing this, right? So we can dictate the terms of this lease, so to speak. We would need kind of to find out in terms of some of this, we discussed the food and beverage component of that, what that looks like in terms of legal. I know we've asked about it before, and it's pretty ironclad that it's a long-term lease. So I don't know how that affects the RFPs as well. Like maybe they don't even want to apply anymore because they can't get that the food and beverage income. But so I think some of these concerns can be fixed with dictating exactly what we all want this to look like, if possible, in an RFP. And if they don't meet those standards, then the city will continue to do that. So that's my biggest concern, is I just don't want it to be, we're just hanging on by a thread. We're barely, we're making $10 a year on it, so therefore it's good. I want to be able to reinvest in this and make the golf course better and better over time, make it a good experience for everybody. I don't want it to be, what people say about municipal golf courses. And so that's my 2 cents on it. And I think that's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So from what I'm hearing, I say we have consensus to move forward with a RFP, but we need to see, we're going to do that. But we do need to see about what the parameters are going to be for that.
I would say that we should strictly define it so that, we have it exactly what we want, so that it keeps the concerns of the public in light.
Yeah, but I have no intent of ever relinquishing ownership of that golf course, So we have consensus to put out the RFP?
But I'm sorry, I want to make sure, clarifying, leading here. I heard from Mr. Miller, it seemed like he was in consensus. Mr. Gambaro, who was the third that wanted to move
That
forward
would
with
be me.
That was you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what.
Well, I'm saying between the 5, because I didn't voice my opinion.
I didn't voice my opinion on that. Basically, I mean, with the codicil, we're not selling the golf course,
Yes.
number one.
Yes.
And then some additional language restricting what the RFP.
So in terms
I
of
don't know if
this,
we have an RFP ready to go that includes all that.
obviously we all want certain things out of the RFP, right? That are strictly defined. So I don't know what the best process is to get to that point to where staff knows exactly what to include in the RFP.
So what I would recommend is, we still got public comment, and then you guys can give your final direction. One thing I would recommend is really think, you guys preach from this dais, efficiency, not wasting money, taxpayers' money. So if you want staff to create this RFP, I think it needs to be a legit reason that you guys want to go out and RFP, because that takes a lot of time and effort that I have to work with procurement staff to do that. That's not an easy thing to do, but we're more than happy to do it. I would recommend that if you're just kind of see, hey, let's put it out for RFP and see how the golf course comes back, I wouldn't recommend that, because again, that's a lot of time that you're putting out. As someone who drafts RFPs for my private practice, to respond to that takes a lot of time. So we want to make sure we're being transparent about this is a legit thing that we're looking at, not just something that's up in the air.
Well, I think the investment piece for me, right, not just, holding status quo and budgeting for, unforeseen repairs. I think part of the RFP should be, you have to be willing to invest and make this golf course a better place. And so from my perspective, I think it's worth going out and doing it.
So I'm not in favor of moving forward with an RFP, but if we were to do that, then Councilman Gambaro, it would need to be a term that within the first 5 years, whomever is submitting a response needs to commit to investing $500,000 or whatever that figure looks like in capital improvements. So if that is your impetus of moving forward in this direction, then that needs to be included in the RFP, I think.
I think it needs to be in the millions of dollars.
Whatever it is, I don't know. I don't run golf courses, but
No, I agree, but concerns about retention and staff and things like that, we need to include specific language for what percentage of retention. If somebody wants to remain with this new company, they have the opportunity to.
So what I would say after public comment, think about like, hey, these are kind of like the 5 wants that we want to put in the scope of the RFP. James, myself, and procurement staff can work together to draft that thing if that's the direction of the council. And then maybe possibly before we even send that out, we can have another meeting for you guys to review to make sure.
Yeah, I think that would be, because we don't know necessarily best practices and things
of course.
like that, so for the industry. So some research will need to be done, but that's what I mean. Like, we should be very specific about this if we are going to go forward, so that we're not getting proposals that don't match the character of what we and the residents want.
So So we'll put it up for public comment. We'll come back, but right now the direction would be to craft what the RFP would look like, bring it back to the council to make that determination, and look at a long-term lease. Because it would be great if you had somebody, if someone agreed to a long-term lease and came in and put in a brand-new clubhouse. You know, it'd be awesome, because that facility is not that. When is our contract with Loopers in? Okay, so we still have to contend with that, as the vice mayor pointed out. So, but we'll come back. I think we
I thought it was longer than that, wasn't it?
There's options, but I
There's
want
a
to be
few
very clear,
renewals as
Jamie.
well.
Options, but it's
Jamie,
loopers.
you're doing a great job.
Yes.
Everybody loves loopers. I don't want there to be any inclination that, we're hammering on you.
No.
It's just when I'm reading the RFIs, they're all relying on all this food and bev revenue, and I'm thinking, you can't get that, right? I mean, it blows my mind. I just want to point out, okay, in fiscal year 23-24, the revenue for the golf course was we'll round up, I'll be kind, 1.7 compared to expenditures of 1.8. I know we all saw this, but I want to just highlight it. In fiscal year 24-25, revenues went up 1.8, and expenditures were 1.9. Year to date, we're 1.1 in revenues, but projections are 2.25. So that's about a $430,000 swing from fiscal year 24-25 to what we're projected for this year. And this is the first year that we have changed up things, allowed Dennis to kind of take control. A $430,000 swing. I don't know what corporation would say, I know you've turned things around to the tune of $430,000, but we're still going to look elsewhere. I just think that sends a really bad message. I know we have consensus so far. I'm just putting that out there.
Well, I guess I'm the swing vote. I can pull that back and just say no, because Dennis, I do believe you guys are turning around. You're doing what you're supposed to do. Yeah. Did you make a decision?
I'm going to wait till I hear the
Public input? Okay, we'll hold that until after public input. So right now, we're going to cover this issue. If you have comments, some of the residents have tremendous ideas for the golf course. It's just making them become fruitful for both the residents and the security of the golf course. Yes.
maybe have the people who are here representing the people who made input go first with a public comment and then have the rest of the.
You're talking about the RFIs? Okay, sir.
If they're here.
We're going to move on to public comment. The one gentleman that submitted an RFI, you can be first at the podium if you like. Okay, he said he'll wait. Okay, so if you have public comment concerning this issue, please come to the podium.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Jim Palmer. I own 2 properties here in Palm Coast, which is totally irrelevant. 6 months ago, you gave Dennis and the city manager at the time 6 months to show improvement in this golf course, and I think they have done a tremendous job. 6 months is a short period of time to turn around multiple years of failure. RFPs have been tried in the past, and they have failed. Those people are only interested in making money. Yes, they will pay the city council a fee, and they'll run the golf course, and they'll run it into the ground like they did before. I think you ought to give Dennis at least a year to continue to show improvement before you even consider an RFP. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir.
James Janoff, I live in the W section. I agree very much with this man. I think you all are being very short-sighted, and I don't mean to look at you, Mr. Gambino, but I believe you are being extremely short-sighted. To say that you don't have, we're inching by when you've improved revenues by $400,000 in 6 months, give the man a chance. RFPs are not good for the public well-being of this golf course. Like Vice Mayor said, it creates an aura that's negative. This is not the appropriate time to do that. You are on the ascent. You need to allow this man to continue doing what he's doing, continue to grow the revenues. I met with them. I came and spoke. I don't know if you remember me, but there was some basic economics that were horrible that led to this, that should have been spotted by somebody far smarter than myself, which were not. Maybe not by you all and not by the previous people. But the changes that are being made and can continue to be made, which will increase the revenues. There are things that are being done that you're only looking at a small sample size that continue to allow this course to increase their revenues without people being upset. I'm one of the walkers. Last year, I paid $200. I got to walk for the entire year. I now pay $200 for 20 rounds. Myself and my friends have already doubled your investment because we had to reinvest in our walking pass, and I'm now into your course for $400. I'm not alone. These ideas need time, but you cannot do it with a negative connotation hanging over you. I don't believe you have come full circle. I don't think you understand the true definition of full circle. Full circle would be to stop this nonsense for right now and allow this golf course to continue to be ours 100% within our control for our community, for the local tournaments, for the kids, for us, and let it be handled in a way where we are profitable. You asked for profitability. I was in every one of these meetings. You've gotten everything that you asked for and then some. And now you want to pull the plug? It's ridiculous. And again, I have said this before, shame on you. Shame on you for not applauding an employee of your city for doing a great job and slapping him in the face with this kind of talk. It should be stopped right now. No farther, no more meetings, no farther. End it and be smart for finally with this golf course and acknowledge that where it's going is for the betterment of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Eric Weber. Former military guy, 30 some odd years. I'm going to say a couple of simple things. Crawl, walk, run. Not to sit here and get on the bandwagon that they're doing a great job. I think that's obvious. Spot on about the RFP. We got to be very, very careful in how we word this and hand this off, hopefully for management. I know I'm jumping around here, but the biggest thing here is that this is ours. This is our course. So we got to be very careful what kind of system we bring in to manage it. Now, what they have done, well, let's just try to replicate that, meaning what the Park and Recreations has done. The golf course has a revenue base. Are you clear that every cent of that golf course goes in the golf course's pot? Do we have that clarity? Is it transparent? Now we have the revenue. Do we have the expenditures? Are we sure we're identifying all the expenditures are golf course related expenditures? Let's just go size of the golf course, 140 some odd acres. What's the conservatory? 160? Comparable. Let's just say that. Somebody's got to look at what we pay that superintendent or what that superintendent's paid and what we pay this one. You'll be amazed. First of all, it's not that much difference. I kind of know it. But when you look at the total dollars that superintendent gets at the conservatory to what we pay ours here at Palm Coast or Palm Harbor Golf Course, plus the additional stuff that they get added to it, chemicals and everything else, I think you're going to be surprised for what that course looks like. Of course, it's got a bigger HOA probably with a lot of 7 and 8 digit people, but that's their. But here, ours, walkers, golfers, we're just playing the game of golf, and we're making this hard. It's not. 18 holes in a nice little area, and I think we have the right people, and I think you guys are doing a great job I love the diversity. At the end of the day, crawl, walk, run. So give us time. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Martha Patberg, and I live in Palm Coast. I'm a golfer. Don't claim to be a good golfer, but I play golf. I've been with the Palm Harbor Ladies Golf League for 5 years now, and many of the women that play there have made lifelong friends there. It's the only source of outdoor activity that they get, and we look forward to playing once a week. I'm hearing a lot of talk about money. For many of us, this is about being outside, getting exercise, enjoying each other's company. Are some of the other locations that are recreational activities making money? Is the Southern Rec Center making money? Are the hiking and biking trails making money? Is Holland Park's splash pad making money? We deserve to have these outdoor activities. I moved up here from Fort Lauderdale, where I watched so many city courses close. It's always the city course that closes first. Be different. Be different from these other courses. Let us have our golf. You had 55,000 tee times last year with just over 100,000 residents. That's very telling to me. You pull in the parking lot at any given day or hour, and you can't find a spot. It's full. We're passionate. We're not angry golfers. We're passionate about this golf course. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Patrick Miller, F section. Councilmember Monteri, you and I have butted heads sometimes. We're not always online, but I'm going to tell all you gentlemen, you better look right there. Today, she tells you the truth. You have an opportunity to allow this course to move forward. You're getting the cart ahead of the horse talking about an RFP. Give it a shot. Wait. Plus, some of you aren't even going to be here. You're going to be gone. So who are we going to talk to? I don't care what that attorney says he's going to put in an RFP. Those people are going to pull as much money out as possible, and you're not going to force them to invest in the course because they'll just say, I can't do it. I don't have it. What do? File a lawsuit against them? Here we go again. We don't have a good record when it comes to current contracts and RFPs. Not at all. This gentleman over here has turned this course around. Why? Because he listens. Because he's got an attitude of positivity. And you know what? He's got an attitude of accountability, something all you need to think about. Really think about the accountability. Let the RFP go for a while. Just set it aside. Be part of a new positive attitude here in Palm Coast, one that sits right there at that table. He gets out. He talks to everybody. He talks to all these people out here and others to find out who has a good suggestion. You can do a public-private partnership and get a new clubhouse to invest it out there. You don't have to give up the whole management of it. You can go out for grants. There's all other opportunities, but you're sitting here, let's throw the baby out with bathwater. Don't do it. I'm telling you right now. Mayor and I may not see eye to eye all the time, even though he sometimes listens to me. But please, please, just table the RFI for a while, then come back. In fact, why don't you table it and leave it to the next group who's going to come in here, because you're not going to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Yes, sir.
Morning, Mark Gregoire. One thing that I agree with what a lot of these folks have said, but one thing nobody has reminded you of is 16 years ago, the city entered into a deal with Kemper Sports to run the golf course, and they ran it for 8 years. And for 8 years, the city lost money. And for 8 years, Kemper Sports made a profit. So for us to go off and reinvent the wheel and start another contract that's going to go for who knows how many years and end up with most likely the same result, they're going to make a profit. Or whether the city does or not. I know if we leave it to Dennis, he's shown that he's going to turn a profit. He's shown that he's generated enough profit to pay for the new pumping station that we need. He's investing in the course. And I think Mr. Miller mentioned that maybe we should have an enterprise fund for the golf course. Maybe we should, to make sure that the profits being generated are being reinvested in the golf course instead of being used to fund something else that the city might determine is more important on a given date. To me, it's amazing what Dennis has done in such a short period of time. He should be commended and probably should be rewarded for what he's done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Some of you know me already. I'm David Ferguson. I have a little history here since 2003. So my perspective should be honored. I had a question about the average rate that we generate per round for the first 6 months based on what was presented. It was 37.61 or something. I play each Wednesday. I'm a golfer, and unlike you folks up there, you're not golfers, so it's hard for you to understand what you have here. Anyway, I pay $61 on Wednesdays, and I'm a resident. I'm the low tier. So how we only have 37.61 is puzzling to me, and that would be the question I would ask if I were sitting up there. Secondly, our customers, if I'm playing every Wednesday along with the other 75 or 100 people that play, these are your customers. So from a marketing standpoint, you should take care of these people. It's not about getting voted in next time and what your position is. It's about marketing and getting the best rate. You should get more than 37.61 average round when I'm paying 61. So that's a perplexing idea. And I had a couple other thoughts, but that was the one that bothered me the most. Yeah, you got too many other problems to deal with than to make this an issue. Let's face it. This is a big city to manage, and you're just learning how big it is. The wastewater treatment, the water treatment, the color, all the stuff that is the big picture. The golf course, you're lucky that this guy did what he did. Otherwise, you'd have another headache. So this isn't a headache anymore. So let's focus on the big picture. Make Palm Coast what everybody wants it to be, not just for the red-shirted golfers here, but for everybody else. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. McDonald.
Got an opportunity to listen to all the golfers. I'm not a golfer, but I have been a longtime resident of this city. And what I want to talk to you about is the municipal fabric, okay, which is what we've been building here for the last over 20 years. Okay, this golf course is part of it. Okay, it's the start of Palm Coast. There would be no Palm Coast without this golf course. I have no idea why you haven't enlisted your historical society and getting you some kind of standing in that. Okay, everybody came here to play golf. They didn't come here for the canals or anything else or to visit Flagler Beach. It was the golf course, okay? And you've completely ignored that. And the interesting thing to me is that in sitting here listening to what's going on today, you guys missed the point, okay? What have you proved here? Okay, what have you've come to a conclusion here, all of you, okay? You've come to a conclusion, the fact is that this golf course can turn a profit with the proper management, okay? somehow or other, you just happen to get this gentleman here, which is great for us and for him, okay? And he showed you he can turn a profit. So rather than running him down and running his employees off, that I know plenty about as far as the management aspect of things is concerned, okay? That's exactly what you're doing to this guy. You're taking the legs out from underneath him by doing this, by putting out an RFP, okay? He showed you he can make a profit. Why don't you figure out how you can get more Dennises in other places like the pickleball courts, the splash pad, and some other entities that we own, okay? The golf course is the start of the city. You can't do anything other than have it run in a successful manner, okay? You've now got a person who wants to do it, okay? He has the ability, obviously he's demonstrated that he knows how to manage things. So, and you're not playing on any of it all. You're not playing to your strong points. And then you're gonna take his legs out by putting out an RFP? You guys need to set policy and get yourself a really good manager, which hopefully we have done with the city manager. Because one gentleman, the second gentleman who got up with a red shirt, who said, he laid it straight at the feet of the former city manager, okay? It was absolutely ineffective what was going on here, okay? And it shouldn't have been allowed to continue, and she allowed it to continue. But yet, she was a lifetime member, or has only worked for the recreation department all the way up through until she became the acting city manager. This was just a mess. You've got it figured out now. You've got a great guy running the golf course. Don't ruin his employees.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Again, Joe Brunak. I live on the golf course. That's the reason I am in Palm Coast. I saw the house 10 years ago, said this looks amazing. Everything has been nice. I don't know why there is an insistence by some of the council members to bring in outsiders. I'm going to say that it brings up ideas of everyone maybe having a different agenda. The course is wonderful. I'm a golfer 50 years and love what it is. The idea that we let outsiders in when we are on the verge of victory of what everybody wanted, a golf course that's self-sufficient, a golf course maybe for the weather, that weather is very related to whether a course makes a lot of money, a little money, no money. And the idea that it seems the last vote was 4-1, and I see the same 4-1 situation here regarding bringing in outsiders, letting them take control, and it just brings up ideas as to, again, ulterior motives, I'll say it, okay? Leave the golf course, give Dennis a year or more. The better golf courses have been around a very long time. And I did want to say something else. I think that our team, our staff, I'm there every day watching them. They don't sit around on the tractors. They're out there working hard for improvement of the golf course. And that Roger is a treasure, and he should absolutely be involved as much as he can. No one knows that golf course better than him. Greenskeepers keep a book every day of every year what they do. So that information is invaluable, and it determines the condition of the course. These are the thoughts that I've had. Do not bring in any outsiders. We can do this all ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir.
Howard Rifkin, Palm Coast resident. I also want to add my commendation to Dennis and the entire staff for turning around this golf course. In hearing an argument for an RFP, a lot of focus is made on capital improvements. what can be done to continue to improve the golf course. If an RFP were to be sent out and somebody were to run this course, where's that money going to come from? They're not going to improve the golf course out of the goodness of their heart. They're going to have to come up with the revenue somehow. Right now, we have a fee structure in place. For one, I play maybe 3 or 4 rounds of golf a week at Palm Harbor. When the green fees went up, personally, I wasn't too happy about it, but I've come to accept it. I feel that it's a very competitive fee structure based on other golf courses in the county. There is no guarantee that if an outside entity were to come in and to manage the golf course for the city, what would prevent them for increasing green fees up to $75, $80 or beyond? It's all about affordability for the residents, for the players who play at the golf course. We want to keep the rate structure as reasonable as we possibly can, and I think Dennis is doing a great job in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? State your name again, sir.
William Velick. Just a quick question.
You have to address it to us. We'll follow up.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering, is our golf course, have we ever applied to be on the Florida Historic Golf Trail? Have we?
We'll follow up.
I
sir.
can ask our historical society on that one too.
Yeah,
they may.
because they have, it's run by the Florida Department of State. They have over 50 public golf courses in a list, and it's like free advertising. And being over 50 years old, or golf course, it's kind of the criteria to get involved in something like this. And a lot of people come to Florida, and to play golf. And if we're on that list, I think it's free advertising. It sure wouldn't hurt anything. And actually, I think you work it. You get the historic designation from the state, and there could be grants or funding available for this. And even if someday, maybe years from now, you can get the national historic designation, and there's funds, there's grants available for this kind of stuff. I'm not a golfer. I live on a golf course, but not on it, next to it. But yeah, I think that's something that'd be good to explore. Yeah, okay.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, that's it.
Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
RSP. The only thing I can come up with that is it means real stupid, and I won't say it. But why mess with success? This guy is doing a super job. In fact, he should get a $10,000 bonus. When the air controllers stayed on their job for a month and didn't get paid, they got a $10,000 bonus. That's not even 2% of what he made in 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Yes, sir.
My name is Greg Evans, and my wife and I have lived in Palm Coast for 7 years. Absolutely love everything about it. Love the people. Love the city employees. You guys do a great job, and that says a lot about management. The people back here, they've made some really great comments, and I've absorbed a lot of them. What I'd like to talk about is our goals, and then one of the goals would be obviously stop the bleeding, the financial bleeding. We'd also believe we could generate revenue for the city out of this historic golf course. Our intent is to increase the asset value to the city of Palm Harbor, and then also to guarantee that Palm Harbor will always stay a public course controlled and owned by the city, and then to also enhance the Palm Harbor experience, not just for the golfers, but for the community in general, the people that do play golf and the people that don't play golf. I was going to end with this, but I definitely want to start with this. And our team, we've all played the golf course. We love the golf course. And we echo what everybody else has said, that Dennis and Mike and James as well have done an exceptional job. And our goal would be to take their professionalism, their knowledge, our capital, and turn this into something that's really exceptional. And we want to do this without any reliance on city funds or taxpayer dollars. We're going to fund this ourselves. Once awarded the opportunity, I'd like to kind of go through real quickly what our plan is. I thought I was going to get 5 minutes, so I'm going to try to make this really quick. But to start with, we would engage Ron Garl, who we've used at Aliqua Country Club, where we took a Gary Player course that had been neglected and turned it into one of the top 5 golf courses in the metro Orlando area. That would be step one. He would evaluate the course from the turf to the greens, to the playability, to the irrigation systems, and we would fund that out of our capital. Partnering with Jamie and Loopers would be a partner. Jamie's one of our partners in this. We would put in an outdoor covered food and beverage area, which would include additional seating. Is there possible to get a couple more
You
minutes?
can keep going, sir. I'll allow you time.
Thank you. To allow for additional outdoor seating, a central food and beverage bar area. In addition to that, we would put in a new outdoor kitchen, and then we'd also have family gathering seating in this outdoor facility. In addition to that, we would construct a 30-bay driving range, where we've done this at Claremont National in Claremont, Florida. And it's with the latest technology. Basically, you'd be in your bay as a golfer. You have your own golf pro right there. The technology analyzes every swing. You can, in addition to that, you can play virtually any major golf course, almost any major, the Masters won't let you play, golf course in the world, or you can just be out, hang out with friends and family and hit balls. The next thing that we would want to do is, and let me just get back, because somebody made a comment, which I thought was a great comment, about you walk in and you make your money and then you leave and you don't make any capital investments. I'll give you an example of what we did at Claremont National. So we had this technology, and it was good technology at the time. It was called Top Tracer, and it was the top technology that they used for driving ranges. Well, there was a better one that came out called InRange. So what we did was, we, at our cost, we got rid of Top Tracer. We installed InRange. The residents of Claremont absolutely love it. But by doing this, and this attention to detail and the continued investment that we make, we were awarded the best driving range in the country by for the year by the Golf Range Association of America. So I think that says something about our continued investment. I'm sorry?
Please, sir. No, nothing from the gallery.
I'll get to that. It's competitive, but thank you for the question. When you drive around, somebody mentioned the parking, and it's horrendous. There's so many people there that people are parking on the grass and on the street. Another capital investment that we're going to make is enhance the parking at Palm Harbor. After we get the outdoor food and beverage structure in, then our goal is to level that beautiful facility and build our own facility. In that facility, we're going to enhance the food and beverage for Loopers. We're going to put in a new and enhanced kitchen, and then also put in a top quality pro shop for the golfers. And I think it's important to bring up that we're going to do all this without disrupting any of those services. We're going to be able to do that without disrupting the golf, the driving range, the food and beverage, or the pro shop. In order to do this, we don't think it should be done in stages. We think it should be done all at once. And what that does is several things. One is, as city council and as the people that that would be utilizing the golf course, that this is a true investment and it's not a hook and, it's not a hook in order to get us in, number one. It also prevents construction traffic over an extended period of time. And I think that's significant. We just get in and we get it done. And again, I just want to stress that this is with zero city funds or taxpayer dollars. This is a capital that we're going to invest on our own. We're not sending a team in, and I read through all the RFPs. Nobody's coming in from the Northeast or the Midwest or even South Florida. I know I did. That was a lot. Or RFIs. But nobody's coming in from outside. One thing that I think is really significant is on our team of 7 people, there are 4 of us that either live here or have raised our kids here. So, we are local. We're not coming in from the outside. 2 others of our 7 live within an hour of Palm Coast. Included in that team are several entrepreneurs. Another gentleman who is the chief operating officer of a Fortune 200 company, and then obviously the food and beverage with Jamie and his team at Loopers, and then also we have our secret sauce, and I call John our secret sauce. I think most of you have probably been to Universal Studios with your family. Universal, and John was the vice president of attractions for Universal Studios. He was the one that did all the cool stuff, and he's part of our team. So I think that's significant.
Okay, sir, I'm gonna have to cut you off there. That's all I can lot for now.
Can I ask one thing too? Make one more comment?
Real quick.
Claremont National is real close, and what we're offering and what we want to do is, I think, completely different than what most people were thinking that we were going to try to offer. And if this would be of interest to the city council, if this would be of interest to city management, to the residents of Palm Coast and the press, I mean, we'd send a bus to Loopers, and we could take you out to Claremont, and the experience is on us, and you can see what we have done for Claremont that we also want to do for Palm Coast.
All right, thank you, sir. Any further public comment? He's already spoken?
No, he hasn't.
No, he's had. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Charles McLaughlin, live in Palm Coast. I first came down here probably before 1990. ITT ran a deal. The golf courses were all built. They were gorgeous. And you stayed in that Sheraton Hotel down on the marina, and you played all the golf you wanted. And it was wonderful, and that's my introduction to Palm Coast. There was one restaurant in town at that point, and there were houses around Pine Lakes, but the other golf courses were in the woods. And sadly, the best of them, Matanzas Woods, is gone. So there's a slippery slope you can go down. I wasn't even going to talk, but I heard a gentleman talking about Claremont. I played golf down that way. I belong to a private club. In addition, I play at Palm Harbor. I'm in their league. But what you got there is a muni. It's very short. It's perfect for all the senior citizens. My brother comes down from Virginia to play because it's great for the muni players. We don't need golf bays, and people playing that golf course are not looking to spend that kind of money, not improve their game with a lot of electronics. You go down there and watch the people on that golf course. You don't see many people under 50 going out there. And it's a lower cost alternative for the people who live in the municipality. These guys have done a tremendous job. There's still work to be done there. That golf course could be even a better amenity for this community. I would personally oppose the RFP at this point. I think you should run with what you got, and you certainly don't need to try to turn this into some big-time golf club. You want to belong to a big-time golf club, there's a half a dozen different options for you right here in the community. This particular golf course that we're talking about is for the local residents to retired seniors on fixed incomes who paying $30, $40, $50 for a round of golf. You bring in an operator, it's just going to go way up. And, they're going to make money and maybe the city won't. And, they'll fleece the residents. So I would recommend that you run with what you have right now and stay away from an RFP and keep this as a uni. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups from council? Me personally, I say let Dennis take care of it for another year, and we'll reevaluate in a year. It's been a tremendous turnaround. I see no reason in putting that stress on the employees and Dennis putting out an RFP, but we're on the right track. We're on the plus, and we could discuss creating, I don't know, Mr. Attorney Man over there, about creating an enterprise fund strictly for the golf course. So all the profits that do come in, they can reinvest to keep the golf course up to standard. I don't know what the process for that would be, Mr. Duffy.
Just simple direction. I don't know about the enterprise, but just, if you give direction to city staff saying any profits that you get, go straight back to the golf course, that should be simple enough.
That's simple enough guidance? Does anyone have?
I think people have had questions about that in the past, and it's like whether that guidance is actually worked out properly. So I would appreciate a more strict version of that if we can, if everybody else agrees. Mr. Mayor, to your point with Dennis, I think they're doing a great job. So I know there was some commentary out there that, we're not appreciating that enough. I certainly do. And I think also some of the commentary that, we have the wrong idea about things. I think the only reason that this came to pass and this new management has happened is because we've asked those questions in the past year or so, 2 years, to try to make sure that the golf course is being run appropriately. So I thank you for everything you and your team is doing and really appreciate it. In terms of the RFP, looking forward to hearing what everybody else has to say.
You got anything, Vice Mayor?
Just really quickly, obviously my stance is very clear, but I do commend the I guess innovation that you're willing to invest in the course, sir. And I still welcome a public-private partnership that doesn't entail a management or a lease. I think that there are still investments to be made in the city that can facilitate profits to all parties involved. It doesn't mean that we need somebody to come in and manage the course. So I don't want to foreclose the opportunity for something like that. But I don't know if it is appropriate here. I don't know. I think it's worth maybe exploring if that's something that wants to be explored. But I certainly don't want to go out to RFP at this time. And I also, just one more thing, I don't think that we need to say, let's bring it back in a year and see how he's doing. What are we going to keep him on a continuous rope? Look, every year we evaluate the budgets, right? Yeah. So every year we evaluate the budgets. I'm pretty sure the writing is on the wall. We need to not be in the red. Everybody's wearing red shirts. So it's a little comical irony there. But I don't think it's necessary to say, hey, every year we're gonna put the screws to Dennis and his team and make sure that they're operating in the black. So let's take it off the table and then know that, hey, this is always a possibility. It's always a possibility, right? And it's incumbent upon future councils to look at the budgets very carefully and make sure that we're operating the way we should in all areas.
It's part of the budget cycle. Every year we look at the golf course and the revenue. Anything for you, Councilman Sullivan?
Nothing more. I agree not to sell the golf course, and I'll just wait and see I'm ready to vote.
Yes. Well, we're not voting on anything. We just have to come to a consensus.
Come to consensus or not.
You got anything else, Councilman Gambaro? So the guidance from the council would be to iron out how the revenues stay within the golf course and are reinvested into the golf course, right, Mr. Duffy?
No, right now I hear two direction on either go out RFI.
RFI, yes or no?
RFP?
No. We got 3 no's for the RFI, so that's done.
RFP.
RFP.
So any direction to James or Mr. McLaughlin, his staff on with the golf course anything that you want changed on based on what they've done so far, other than telling me about, hey, making sure the funds are reinvested and making sure that's locked in.
Whatever we have to do to ensure all revenues stay within the golf course and the staff. Are we going?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I don't know the full part of this legally, but like an enterprise fund is established legally, right?
Yeah, but it applies to certain areas, so you just can't do it for anything. So I would need to research a little bit more.
Okay.
And give you a
Can we-
better answer.
Yeah, maybe we can get
I
that
think that's the
information.
best direction, yeah, is
If
figure
we
out that
can lock it in as an enterprise fund, does everybody give consent to do that?
I have no problem with that.
I have a problem because I think no matter what we do, if we're not going to go forward with an RFP, there's going to be times when we have to use funds from other.
That's allowed from an enterprise
Well,
fund. You
as
can
long
do
as that's all
transfers,
included.
and it has to be approved.
And if that becomes like a large part,
The utility it has the same
then I
opportunity.
would worry about that. So I'm a little leery about that.
I understand what you're talking about. During lean times, if something were to happen and we're now back in the red, then that's an issue. But the enterprise fund allows for those types of transfers in those situations.
It just has to be noted, so it's very.
So someone would have to approve it. Whatever council at that time would approve that transfer.
Well, I'll research it, work with staff.
I just want to see what it looks like. I
Yeah.
don't know that I'm leaning one way or the other right now, but to
Just
see what it
look at
looks
the
like.
options.
Okay.
The other thing, I know Ms. Sullivan brought up about the golf carts. You want more direction on that?
No, that can be done internally by the staff. I just really want that looked at hard.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Yeah, I think the answer to what makes us different than what seems to be the best practice for every other golf course.
Most of the golf.
Yeah. I think that's a good question to ask.
So do we have enough guidance, Mr. Duff?
Gentlemen, do you guys have what you need?
I think so, yeah, we should be good.
Dennis, there's tremendous job turning it around, and I want you to keep doing the same thing. I have every confidence that you're going to do the right thing for that golf course because you listen to the people that are out there every day that know what's going on. So other ways to generate more revenue that keep you in the black, go forth and do great things.
Thank you, Mayor.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, golfers, for coming. Oh, that's not good at all. Okay, we're moving on to item 4, proposed charter amendments. Mr. Patrick, we're in session. Miss Linhart is here. You can come up front, Miss Linhart, if you like.
Yeah, I was just
You're
like,
welcome
she
to
put
sit
it on
here.
there. There's
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, we are moving on to item E4, presentation proposed charter amendments. Mr. Duffy and our supervisor, our illustrious supervisor of election, Ms. Katie Linhart, is here to aid in this endeavor.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Marcus Duffy, City Attorney. At a previous council, I believe there was a workshop, a special workshop. This council directed myself and staff to take your recommendations from the Charter Amendment Committee and draft up 3 charter amendments, is what I have done in your screen. So what I'm going to do today is go through these 3 charter amendments. I'll go one by one, and then ask for feedback or comments from you guys. And then after we've done all 3, we'll go out to public comment. What I have with me today is I have Ms. Katie Lenhart, the Supervisor of Elections, as directed. You requested her be here for any questions, anything she can help through this process. And also I have Mr. Chris Rowe, who is our bond counsel as well. He's here to answer any questions, okay? So that being said, we're going to go ahead and start with the first one that we have drafted up here, and that is on your screen. That is the ballot question. I'm going to go down to the text to actually, because that's what the actual changes is. And for anyone that's out in the public that's reviewing, you'll see that a double underline is something that is being added to the text. So this one is going to be added to our charter. Right now, Article 47D is their recall. So if this current edition, our recall language will be put down to subsection E. This one is going over what you directed as that pretty much the city council, if they write a letter asking the governor to remove anyone from council, either the mayor's seat or a city council member seat, it's requiring at least 3 censors before that letter goes to the governor, and it has to be done by a supermajority. And you also see in subsections 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, those are kind of like grounds for cause for asking the governor to remove the member from the city council. I'll take a pause there for any questions, directions, or anything like that that the city council has at this time.
Anyone have any issues with the first?
Yes, sir.
Just a point of clarification. So on number 5, it says absence from 3 consecutive council meetings, business meetings, or 6 business meetings within a 12-month period. But if somebody calls in, they're able to vote, right? And
Correct, yeah. If someone calls
that's not
in,
considered a miss.
they're considered attending, they're not absent.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we've ironed that out, that we weren't allowing votes by teleconference, right? You have to be present to vote. Didn't we talk about that?
No, I think we talked about it, and
Went
we
the opposite way.
we all said that in like modern times, this is something that we'll have to deal
And
with.
being able to recruit candidates, right, Mr. Mayor?
I'm sorry, I didn't. I was reading.
No, I'm just saying, so like, younger, folks that work, full-time, travel, things of that
Yeah.
nature, in an effort to help better recruit
I
candidates.
think it was during the policy and procedures discussion.
Yeah,
it was
you
policy.
guys added to your policy and procedure specific like reasons and cause for why you should be teleworking or appearing via telework, not just for any other reason.
Councilman Sullivan, you had something?
Just clarification on the 3 censures. Obviously, if it's a crime or something like that, when would the 3 censures be appropriate and when not? It would be.
It'd be up to the city council for 3 censors. It'd be 3 censure. Thank you. It would be whatever the fact specific censures are for. Obviously, if someone is convicted of a crime or is being charged with a crime, that's a different.
I worry about the word obvious when we're dealing with legal technicalities.
When someone is convicted of a crime, this city council can have the governor remove them. You don't have to wait for 3
Yeah,
censures.
Mr. Duffy and I had this conversation yesterday about something could be so egregious that it, say domestic violence.
Yeah.
The governor could say, no, we're not going to have him in that seat. And the governor's even proposed removing people that oppose immigration enforcement. He would say, I'll remove you from office for opposing our state policy if you're not helping out, if you have a police force and you're not, doing those holds, those immigration holds and turn them over to ICE. Say he'll remove you from office for that. So
yeah, this discussion does not limit the governor. The governor does not have to wait for any of you 5 to write him or her to remove. If the governor sees something that he thinks under the statute, he can remove you for a cause.
Okay, I see a difference between censures and removal.
Okay.
A censure is not a
just an
legal, not a legal thing, whereas removal from office is.
Correct.
So I'm not sure, this is the points, but what's actually said on the ballot, can we go back to that?
or is your question as why even have this as an amendment? Have it as an amendment to the charter?
I have a problem with the 3 censures and the removal.
So the question is focused on what this city council has to do to send a letter to the governor. That's what the focus of this, and that was your guys' as a city council directed me to draft. If there's changes and you guys don't want to go that route any longer, I'm happy to, based on direction, look at that.
Well, I'm having a problem that does this in any way hinder us if there's an egregious,
I don't think it does, because the governor can automatically remove someone if he feels it necessary.
We're talking about changes, right? So the charter already provides, yeah.
my point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it already provides for, we're not taking away those other.
No, yeah, this is an addition to the
Yeah.
charter. We're not taking anything away. So this is just an added process.
So what we're going to say is if there's 3 censures, that's significant enough a violation to go for removal.
And you could.
And
censor
it still would be
someone-
supermajority and opinion based on the council, right? So like some people may say yes, but if you don't have a supermajority, then it's a no.
Yeah.
I guess the more I think about this, the more I think it's not necessary.
I guess my question too, kind of similar along those lines, but we mentioned like felony, right? Felony charges. But that would still require 3 censors, right?
No.
No, but
You just take the vote.
Well, that would be, in
the way
in
it reads, I feel like it's.
So this is an addition. There's another part of the charter that talks about if you're convicted of a felony or charged with a felony, you can be removed by the governor.
And that would also, you'd also.
But we wouldn't be able to request.
Maybe this will clear it up. Can we say shall, because I think I hear what you all are saying. Shall Article 4 of the city charter be amended to include authorization of city council by in other words, we're not taking the other items off and saying we're replacing it with the supermajority after 3 censures. We're including this. Does that somewhat address the issue?
I can add that.
So let's say somebody commits a felony.
This is still requiring us to censure it 3 times based on determining that he or she is convicted of a felony or pleads guilty of nolo.
So this is covering when, I would argue that this is covering in the charter when there's something specific. This does not give the authorization of the council to go to the governor and ask. So someone is randomly inappropriate, make an inappropriate comment at the dais, or makes inappropriate comments with city staff, and you guys think, hey, this is no longer a good look. This gives you guys, after censoring that individual 3 different times, an authorization by supermajority to send up. The rest of the charter says, hey, convicted of a crime, automatic removal.
Yeah, so my part is like the second section of this specific edition references the felony.
So
and
in
things like
addition, so
that.
reference the other sections so it's not as confusing.
Yeah, I feel like we're adding the 3 censures part, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're then including the felony that is in a separate part as well. So then it makes it kind of confusing whether we still need 3 censures for the felony or not.
I can clear it
I guess
up.
that's my concern there
there you go.
specifically.
Clean
is
that up.
And make it separate.
There's a felony that occurs on 3 consecutive meetings. We have to do a censor just to meet the thresholds of sending the letter when we should be able to just send the letter immediately.
And you also have to worry about due process. If someone's felony, just say felony DUI, and you say, okay, well, you have to allow due process. So the governor will probably say, well, Councilman Ty, you drink too much, and we're going to suspend you from office until you're convicted. You know, that seems like the proper thing to do, but I don't.
Yeah, this says specifically convicted, I think, right? Or
Yeah.
you pled guilty or nolo to a crime of that level.
Yeah, I'll review the charter and look it up. And this is why we have a workshop, so we have a little time to iron this out.
So potentially, to your point, due process could allow for 8 months, in between the guilty and when the crime was actually committed, so.
Yeah. So we're good with that guidance?
Sorry, Mayor, I just have a couple more when you're done.
Okay. Oh, no, I was going to ask Ms. Lenhart, are we going to have room on the ballot, or do you have any idea right now? Because we don't know what's going to happen in the legislature.
So we should have plenty of room on the ballot. You only have 3, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there's plenty of room.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure that. What else do you have?
So on number 4, it says, is found to have violated any adopted city standard of conduct or the Florida Code of Ethics. Is found by whom? So I think that's very subjective. So in other words, if the people that are up here say, well, we think you violated X, Y, Z, or should it be is found to have violated, is found by, the Florida, I don't know, is the court, the Division of Ethics in
Commission of
Tallahassee, So I don't know, I think we should make it specific, because right now it could be very subjective, and it's subject to abuse, the way it's written.
So I agree, except for we have two parts to this, right?
Right.
The standard of conduct, which if we were to send that to the ethics board, they would say that's not our
Not within their
purview.
jurisdiction, yeah.
Right, so we would have to have two kind of mechanisms to evaluate this for the for our city code, city standard of conduct. We would have to have one mechanism to evaluate it, and then for the code of ethics, it makes sense to have the ethics committee.
I mean, maybe we could split this up and say is found by a supermajority vote of city council to have violated any adopted city standards of conduct, or is found by the Florida Division of Corporate, whatever it is, ethics, to have violated the Florida Code of Ethics.
Yeah, I can clear that up, to include that it's from the
Yeah.
Commission of
They
Ethics.
should have a clear
Yeah.
definition of who is
That's
evaluated.
that was the discussion Marcus and I had yesterday, is there an established code of ethics for the city council?
Right.
Which is no, we don't have anything like that.
No, because I believe the code of conduct is established for everybody except for city manager, Marcus, and us, right? Which is crazy, but because they answer to us basically, and then we answer to the voters. And so every other employee answers to this code of ethics along with the city manager and the city attorney, so.
Well, it says any adopted, so in the future, if a city council does adopt one.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at, is
Yeah.
that's something in the future that's going to have to happen, or should happen, if you want
Maybe we can add it, I mean, it could be
wanna
added to the policies and procedures, right, as part of it.
Can we add it
Yeah.
now, even though we don't have it, to cover it for the future? When we do have it.
Yeah, I think you can. Yeah, we just,
I think that's okay.
yeah, I think so too. And then my other question for council is, I'm not really a fan of making this 3 consecutive business meetings. I think there's so much important work that's done at a workshop. We do allow electronic appearance. To me, there's no reason why somebody should be missing 3 consecutive meetings, regardless of whether or not it's a business meeting or a workshop. At the very least, if we want to keep absent from 3 consecutive business meetings or 6 meetings, period, within a 12-month period without being excused. Because again, this is without being excused. So let's say somebody is very, very sick. I mean, things do happen, but city council can still say, well, we're going to excuse you because you've been under extraordinary circumstances or whatever it may be. So I think we need to take out the qualifier that it's business meetings.
I have no problem with that. Does anyone else have any problem with that?
So, Ms. Ponte, are you just saying meetings?
Correct.
So,
Six meetings.
so maybe I'll clarify that meetings includes business and workshop.
Workshop.
Because I don't want anyone to think that like there's some type of other meeting that's outside of that. Just limit to the workshops and business meetings.
And we did clarify in policies and procedures specifics on what is considered excused.
Well, not excuse would be just by the city council. We didn't
So, hey,
clarify.
I'm
what
going
that
on,
was.
like when I went on vacation last year.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear so that nobody is like, was I excused? Was I not excused? How many have I missed? Et cetera, et cetera.
And we typically let each other know, I'm not going to be here next week. I have business or whatever. I don't think we've had that problem.
No.
So, but for future councils, it could be an issue.
You're being paid by the taxpayer to be here, so you need to
Yeah.
be here. Then there's just a typo, Marcus, in number 1. It should say lacks at any time. That's all I
Sorry,
have.
Vice Mayor, say that again?
Number 1, lacks at any time.
Okay, there's a typo there. Okay.
Mhm.
I will.
That's all I got, Mayor.
Are we good with that one? Okay. Marcus has his direction.
1 second. Make sure I'm taking good notes. Okay. Thank you for that. Moving on. All right, so the next one is amending City Charter Article 7E, procedures for filing city council's vacancies and special elections. So this is the question and summary and the title, and then this is the actual change. This one's a little longer, so I'm going to go through it a little slower. So you'll see pretty much the changes if for any reason other than a recall or assuming the office of mayor, a vacancy occurs in the office of any council seat, the following procedures shall be applied based on the timing of the vacancy. So we'll go through the options. based on your guys' direction, it was vacancies more than 6 months before a general election. So that is 6 months and 1 day. A special election for the vacant council seat shall be held within 90 days of the occurrence of the vacancy. The city council shall, by resolution, fix the time for holding such election for the remainder of the unexpired term. Subsection Bravo, vacancies 6 months or less, so this is 6 months, anything 6 months or less, before a general election. If a vacancy occurs 6 months or less before the next regularly scheduled general election, the vacant seat shall be filled by an appointment by a majority vote of the remaining council members within 90 days of the vacancy. Subsection D, post-election mandate, or C, I'm sorry, Charlie. Any person appointed under subsection B shall serve only, this is the previous section, until a successor is elected. A special election for the remainder of the original unexpired term shall be held within 90 days after the newly elected city council takes office following the general election. This ensures continued staggering district seats as originally established. So before I move on to section D, talking with Ms. Lenhart yesterday, one thing that I will make sure I focus on, and so I did not put in for subsection A, what happens if, say, the seat is on the ballot that year, more than 6 months. So that's something that I'll have to work through, and maybe we can discuss today, because you don't, if, correct. So in my view of that is this would, A would only apply if the seat is not up for election. So if it's not an election year for that one.
So it would just remain vacant until the election.
Till the election, or
An appointment.
You have an
and
appointment
then
until that.
Until the.
I'll give you, that's a good point. Let's say, we've had some resignations in Congress here recently, right?
Yeah.
And do you run a special election just to have them through November, or do you keep the seat vacant until, November? And so it's a similar situation, right? And so, I think it's worth capturing, because Ms. Lenhart has to run 2 elections concurrently or not, or how would that work?
So let me go to my subsection D that I added and discussing it with Ms. Lenhart. So election blackout period. So this section talks about that pretty much no special election shall be scheduled or held between the months of April 1st and November 30th. And she suggested maybe changing that to April 15th. Based on your guys' direction, I might change that to April 15th if the council wants that. If some type of special election has to fall between this period, that election would happen after the general election. So that's kind of where I'm at on those 3 things. I mean, I look like I just confused Ms. Pontieri a little bit.
I thought it was
more.
the opposite when we discussed this yesterday, that we had to have them after April.
Yeah. I'm sorry. So if a 90-day window happens between, so say someone resigns in February, and you cannot get it on the ballot, you can't have a special election between April 1st and November 30th, you would have to wait and have that special election until after the general election, which would be sometime in November. Saying that correctly?
I think it makes more sense if it just depends on the timing. And I don't think any of this is going to rectify the situation that we had last election, because there was no time for, it would have been a very, very short qualifying period. If you have time to set qualifying for a special election, you can put it on the November ballot. But this, some of this, in this language, you're forcing a special election in a situation where it could be placed on an existing ballot that's upcoming in an election year.
Well, that's where we'd want to avoid that.
So somebody, let's say we had a resignation on April 30th. Okay, so does this council have the ability to appoint? And then that person is in the seat through whenever the election could be held in February. So they would be in the seat for past the 90 days, right?
So under your scenario, in your scenario, is that seat also supposed to be on the ballot for that general election?
No.
No. Okay. Would you guys be able to put that on the ballot? That would be enough time, wouldn't it?
So I don't know how that works into your scenarios here on the screen. But if there were, let's say you're asking, so April 30th is the resignation date, so
Yeah.
that's more than 6 months. So according to this, more than 6 months, you would be paying for a special election.
And then the general, or no, just the special, right? Because it's not on, in the ballot's not November. but-
Within 90 days,
but-
within 90 days.
but what if-
That's impossible. That falls into the
But-
impossibility.
But what about
Yeah.
a primary? A primary election, right?
So we would have to figure that out. We'd have to go through what would be qualifying. You may not have a primary in a scenario. You might have just whoever qualifies and they're on the general election
Well,
ballot.
it's a first to the post election.
Well, it makes it easy if it's before qualifying, then you could set the qualifying period to be the actual qualifying.
Yeah.
Like in June as the regularly scheduled election, as you always would, right? So if it was in April, then just have the qualifying in June.
So that was kind of my concern with, we were using 6 months as a standard rather than the terminology of the election cycle, which is
Right.
qualifying,
Well, it makes more
primary, that
sense to
thing, you
use
know.
that terminology because you guys are on that schedule of
Right.
that's why that.
So regardless of whether it's 6 months or not, doesn't, that may
Right.
or may not align with what
Yes.
you're doing.
And I'm trying to pick
Instead,
this
say
apart from that
qualifying.
perspective, and it's like,
So
all
if-
these dates and times in 6 months, I'm just.
Depends, right?
So
It's
if
wild.
vacancies occur before qualifying, then they could be on that general.
Yeah, if they make the qualifying,
Yeah, easy.
if it's before, but ours was a special
Correct, and then-
situation. The question I would have, Ms. Linhart, would be if the resignation happened, like when Ms. Hyder, the day before the primary election, why couldn't we follow up and have that election placed on the other municipalities' election that came in February or March?
That was not, I don't think that was your regularly scheduled election. That was the city of Palm Coast, I'm sorry, city of Bunnell, city of Flagler Beach.
Well, see, that's the terminology, is like, for us, it's, a regularly scheduled election. Our defined regularly scheduled election is the first Tuesday after the first Monday of even number years,
November,
November.
correct.
And it's just some of the wording, I don't know how to clean that up.
I thought that's what they did in the charter review.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, but for the situation that happened last time in 2024, that resignation date was August 23rd. So it was actually after the primary had already taken place. So in order to put that on the November ballot, qualifying would have had to been set, and actually a reduced amount of qualifying with no petitions. So those are the things, if you want to preserve the candidate's ability to collect petitions and avoid paying the qualifying fee, the timing there is difficult. I will tell you, though, you mentioned congressional vacancies, and we had one in 2025, remember? We had those special elections, right? So qualifying for our Congressional District 6 was 1.5 days with no petitions. So you had December 6th at 8 o'clock in the morning until December 7th at noon to qualify. That means do all of your paperwork. And also, you could not get petitions. You had to pay the $12,000 whatever dollars.
Right.
Right? So, I mean, that is within the city's authority to set qualifying. That's provided by statute. So if you wanted to set in a situation, if it ever arises again, where you wanted to set a very condensed type of qualifying period with no petitions, I mean, the city could put that in the charter specifically, or really by state statute. And, I mean, if necessity requires it, you would have that authority to set your qualifying, to make it to the November ballot. That would really save you from having to, obviously pay for a special election, but put it onto a November ballot that's already existing. Because that's happened before. You guys did that in 2020.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe you want to go through the, Ms. Lenhart emailed me a prior example. So it looked like in 2020, there was a resignation date of July 9th. And so then the council had a meeting on July 14th. Petition deadline was for August 24th. Qualifying week was August 31st to September 4th. And it was for the remaining 2 years of the term. And they appointed in between that time.
I remember sitting in this crowd, though, when the vice mayor brought up, hey, we don't want anybody buying the seat, right?
Yes.
And so,
I remember that.
it's, do we want to allow for that qualifying period?
Just get rid of the qualifying, the petitions and the price. Can you can you do that by statute, Ms. Lenhart?
I mean, for a special election, you kind of,
Just a-
depending on the time, you would have to, make those decisions. But overall, in your charter, you're asking to remove the petition requirement or the fee? What are you asking?
Remove both in that kind of situation.
For a special election.
And then it's a first to the post, you don't have to worry about the seat being bought.
So you're saying nobody has to pay a qualifying fee or a petition?
I don't see any precedent in that in statute or any other city that I'm aware of.
Well, and that was my other question. Where else in the state of Florida do they have this kind of precedent, at the municipal level? Because, Ashley Moody serves out her term, Jay Collins is serving out his term. You can go down from both federal, state, and even constitutional officers, right? Sheriff Inaciolo got appointed right away. They're going to serve out the term. But are there any examples anywhere in the state that requires an election right away, or within 90 days, or however soon you can get it done?
I'll answer before Ms. Lenhart does. I researched this topic a lot, and what we currently have is kind of standard throughout. Change maybe the timelines, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, but our charter is drafted off of other city charters, and what we currently have is kind of like the standard language. There's going to be a nuance for each city, but that was at least when I was looking and doing research on this topic.
And what's the cost for each election if we had to do a series of, the normal process and then going right into another one? Meaning we have a general election cycle, right? Everybody's elected in November, but now we have to, depending on the situation, conduct another election in January, February. What's the normal cost to run an election cycle?
For your city, I sent you all that cost estimate based on the 2021 special mayoral election.
Yeah.
And in today's cost, it would be at least $150,000. Probably. You have an additional early voting site now, the Southern Rec Center. You have more voters, of course, and paper, people, places. Those are the expensive things, and elections are not cheap. I'm sorry.
Well,
But,
and
that's the situation.
So for me, I'm looking at this and wondering, okay, what juice is worth the squeeze? Because let's take the bookends here, right? So under A, let's say a vacancy occurs 6 months and 1 day, requiring a special election, and let's say that seat is up, that general election. That means we spend 150 grand for somebody to be in a seat for essentially 3 months, because then the general election is coming up and they would have to rerun again. Am I reading this right?
Yes. In its current form, correct, ma'am.
Crazy. That seems crazy to me. So I know there's not going to be a perfect solution here, but I think we have to try to find the most. Now, again, that's a bookend. Let's say somebody gets in for 6 months and they decide to resign. Now there's somebody that's going to be in the seat for 1.5 years, or I'm sorry, not 1.5 years, 2.5 years prior to the next election. So, then the 150 grand, probably worth it. But, those are kind of the bookends that we're dealing with here.
Well, I wonder if we don't maybe just refocus on what the original intent was to close that gap, because we kind of added extra parameters here that I think are muddying the waters a little bit with timelines and 6 months, and whether it's that. The original issue is, what do we do if somebody resigns just prior to a general, but not enough time to actually perform that election within the general? So maybe we're adding too much to this that's confusing the entire issue.
Yeah, I mean,
I know, and we want it to be that someone's not sitting for 3 years and 11 months after someone was just elected in a seat, or whatever the case may be.
the worst case probably is close to my case.
It was fairly quick, right?
Right. In other words, somebody gets elected and they got sick.
20 months or so.
Well, 2 months after they're elected, and there's no general election for another 1.5 years, essentially my case. So I come in April, and I'm here for 18 months, basically, is the way it's going to work out, based on what the rules were. So what would change? Well, first of all, it took a while to really know that Ray is really leaving.
Mm-hmm.
So it ended up coming to April, and so we would have paid $150,000 if I wanted to, instead of just being appointed for 90 days, I decide to run, which is another question I have about if you get appointed, can you still run for the office? Traditionally, here in Palm Coast, we've had the person a lot of times say, I don't intend to run for office again because that might give you an unfair advantage in the election, that kind of thing. So in my case, I'm here for like, I don't know, 20 months.
And if you had a
And that's the one I think that we're trying to work out a system so you would have, in my case, you would have had a special election at some, it would take a while to get it going, probably April, May, June, probably this past summer, in the summertime you had an election and then that person be in the office. It would kind of eliminate Ray from running again in this case, which he's doing, in this cycle. So is it worth the effort? I mean, 13 people applied for this to be appointed to this position, and we have one person running for the office now when there's a regular election. So how much did we gain? And it was a pretty significant process to go through the appointment. So what are we gaining here?
That's kind of my point, is that I think we have two issues that we're trying to fix, maybe. And the first one is significant, right? It led to lawsuits and things like that. Second one, I don't think there's no lawsuits to get you out of your seat. Maybe we would prefer to be a shorter time, but is the juice worth the squeeze on the second issue versus the first? I think the first is evident that we need to fix that.
I don't see the juice being worth the squeeze. I mean, $150,000 per cycle. I don't know.
That's on the one bookend, right? I mean, that's if it's 6 months and a day. But if it's in this situation, maybe it is worth. And there's also the whole people who feel like their voices were taken away, even though people did have public comment. I think that there was a good opportunity for people to come and voice their opinion as to who should be in the seats. I also think that yes, an election is very important, and can you put a dollar figure on that? So I can see all sides of this. I don't think that we are fixing any problems with this amendment just yet. I think that we are potentially creating ambiguity in a different way, and that there still could be this negative unicorn, so to speak, of a situation that arises, like what happened with Ms. Hyder. So I agree with you, Councilman Miller. I think it may be worth it to kind of go back to the original charter, look at get back to what it says and see if there are minimal changes that can be made to fix that issue rather than this kind of revamping that I think just creates other issues.
Yeah, I think we haven't intellectually tested this process enough to consider all scenarios and how it affects the supervisor.
Yeah.
What happens if 19 different scenarios happen? Does it fail in two other ways that we don't predict? We don't want to create that situation. So it's simple is better to correct that one initial problem that sparked this debate in the first place.
So just focus on paragraph 1, basically.
Well, I think
E1 is where the main problem was.
Yeah, that fixed that paragraph.
so. My concern is, so Ms. Hyder was sworn in November 22, correct? That was the year. That was your year, right, Teresa? Yes. 22. Okay. She resigned. How far after she was in?
August,
Almost 24 months.
She was still in her first original 2-year.
In the first original 2 years.
Correct.
So if that seat became vacant, I remember I heard about it the day before the primary, and then her date was that Friday, right, Ms. Lana? Was her last day. So if we could roll over that election to the other county municipalities had an election in February or March. It's just if we could somehow word it in there for the next general election. What is that election called, Ms. Linhart, in March?
It's their municipal elections. They have the same type of language in their charter. That's their.
They call theirs
their
regularly scheduled,
general elections.
but it's not
the
ours.
same.
Yeah.
So, to the point that I think you're trying to make, anything that occurs after qualifying, then we're seeking to appoint until we can hold at the next available election.
Next available.
Something.
You can, but in the past, it's worked out where, like, okay, so in 2020, the resignation date was July 9th. There was plenty of time for you to set a qualifying period, which you did, or the council did. I'm saying you, it was the council. And there was four candidates who qualified, and we were able to put that seat on the November ballot. That makes sense.
And
But
so-
when there's not time to qualify, that's where you really have the issue.
Problem is like these dates are fluid, right? You know, like we can't set, if it's 45, like how much time do we need for you in order to get names on the ballot and things like that, so that we can hold an election if possible?
Yes.
You know, where you're printing everything and everything's prepared in advance. You know, Ms. Hyder's, that date was like right on the edge of whether it was possible or not possible, like physically. Whereas potentially 2 more weeks would have been fine
Right.
if we had that time. So I guess what we would need from you is like, how do we define that here to say, if the vacancy occurs after X date, and whatever language we need to use, since it's fluid and not just a specific number of days before.
And then back into that date.
Yeah.
That's how we work
Then we
elections.
can hold an election at the general. If not, then we would seek to do something else, like a special election, or try to piggyback on somebody
Right.
else's regularly scheduled election.
It's typically like the first Friday of September, so around the 6th or 7th is typically the date. It just depends on the year, what date that falls. We have to have time enough to send out our overseas ballots, which is
And that would
the-
give you enough, like that date is the date that you need to have everything finalized by?
That's final ballot
Or that's
language.
when you're like printing?
That's our date for names on the ballot.
Okay.
They have to send it out because you're sending
Which
out
we would
the-
also need notice period, right? To
So you
tell
back,
everybody.
yeah, into that date, you would back up your qualifying. So what happened in 2020 was, so that date for us was September 4th. So you guys did qualifying August 31st through September 4th.
So they had 5 days to get ballots.
Yep. And
fill
that's
out their
typical.
paperwork.
The 5 days qualifying is a typical qualifying period. But I said before, you can reduce that if needed. If you can back into that September 4th days with 2 days, would you do it? Would it be worth it? Or do you want to hold your election in March or some
And
other
pay
time?
150 grand.
You know what I mean? If you give your candidates time to qualify to put that race on the ballot, that seems to make sense and save some
No,
money.
I think
but
that's
it's-
everybody's intent is if we can do it, we want to.
Right.
On the general, because it saves everybody money. It's already occurring. People are showing up for other races as well. So
You
you
have a
get more.
way better turnout.
More turnout, all
Yes.
those things. So you'll get a better version of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
That represents the people better.
Let me ask a question. So so say in a scenario, they decided to appoint someone and then want to piggyback off Flagler Beach, how much would that cost the city?
It would really be the same cost. You're not saving money just because
Because
another
they're-
municipality is having an
They
election.
don't
They pay for
overlap.
their own as it
Yeah.
is. Like Flagler Beach and Bunnell, they pay for their own elections.
So it'd still be 150.
For your size city, correct?
Because you're sending your the mailers and all that
sense.
stuff is going to a completely
Yeah.
different set of electors. There's no overlap there.
And that makes sense.
0.
Yeah. If it's a county or higher base, then there's, obviously, we're all within the county. So anything that would go to any county resident would go to us as well.
That's a good question. What is the county? What is their policy on this? Have we looked?
Okay, so it depends on the office. School board members are appointed always, pretty much.
Yes.
Are county appointed?
Commissioners would be appointed until the
Yeah,
next.
they're appointed.
It
That's
depends
fine.
on the
Yes,
timing,
yes.
though, because we're
Rick
talking about the
Hansen.
timing, too. So the 22 months is the time period in state statute. If it's before 22 months, there's a process. If it's after 22 months, there's a different process based on the timing. It's either an election, a special election, or an appointment, and it's also based on the office.
It sounds like you want me to go back, look how I can try to reword what we currently have, but very minimum, just to try to see if we can avoid the scenario that we have.
I think more of a scalpel approach.
Simplify problem 1, and then if problem 2 is causing further problems, then I'd be in favor of just scrapping that, just so we're not further complicating
Yeah.
the first fix. But then looking at the dates that work with the supervisor of elections office, so that we can basically come up with kind of a date that says, if it occurs before this, then we do this. If not, then we do this. So
Okay.
we'll hold it on the general. Afterwards, then there'll be another means, like a special election.
I
So
can work
what is
with her.
problem, can you just clarify, and just for the record, since we're talking about it, it's unclear to me, so I don't know what the public thinks, but what is problem number one?
So
is-
we were talking about, we were trying to fix two problems with this. One
Okay.
was the scenario that occurred with
Yes.
Ms. Hyder. Two was, well, should we appoint someone that then basically remains in office for almost 2 years and they're not
Okay.
necessarily representing the people as a voted in, an elected official? So should we shorten that? So that's where the mandate for a special election came in, that you can be appointed, but only for so long before we hold a special election and then get an elected official in. But it seems like the second part is adding further complications to the intent, which was mainly the first part.
The post-election mandate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we can still have that as part of the fix for the first part, that if we do appoint, then they stay until we have that next special election. But this would, I think both of these causes, potentially we're having special elections every couple of years, adding quite a bit of cost and things like that for maybe a 10-month savings in having an elected official versus an appointed official.
It sounds like it's like if someone resigns in their first year, you want to look at like what's the best option.
Yeah, I
People
think
that
that's
have a
what
special
the intent was. We don't want someone sitting there maybe for 2 full years
Yes.
necessarily. But I don't think that problem is nearly as big of a problem as the first problem.
Is there any issue, though? I know we want to stay on staggered elections, but let's say somebody does, well,
If Ms. Bondier,
We don't wanna
if
throw it
that
out.
happens-
yeah,
I mean,
yeah. Sorry, I'm saying it out loud. I'm like, man, that wouldn't work either.
Yeah.
It has to, we have to, that's why the more complicated. Sorry, the more complicated we get, the more robustly we're gonna have to test intellectually the different scenarios to make sure we didn't create another gap somewhere else.
The goal would be if we make any of these changes, it does not offset the staggering of the election.
That's-
Keep those
Yeah,
the same.
that should always
That's-
remain the same.
Yes.
Because that's part of the product, that
Right.
requires that there is an election held, within 2 years for. an
Because
appointed
technically this
official.
year, Mr. Sullivan's seat shouldn't be up for election. but
Right,
it
not
is
on a
because
regularly
Mr.
scheduled
Stevens
one, but
had
now he
to,
is because.
step
yeah.
away.
We had to roll it in
Yeah.
because of the existing
Correct.
charter.
Which makes sense, because you
Yes.
would want it on this ballot, right? But you're
Yes.
saying because it's such a long-term appointment, maybe there's a better solution so that the vote of the people can occur for that time period
Right.
instead of having a long appointment. Okay,
Correct. Okay.
just trying to understand it. Because when I was reading this, I had no idea
Are we
how to
good?
fix that.
Everybody's.
Don't confuse Miss Linhart.
What to
Yeah,
do with this.
let's just see what they come back with. I'm still trying
Yeah, I
to figure
think
out
they
whether,
could probably-
whether the juice is worth the squeeze. And I like your term, the scalpel, versus, the
Sledgehammer.
the hammer,
Well,
right.
and that's why
Think
we
so.
did this early. We're workshopping this, so I will get the
Yeah.
schedule. It's still August is your drop dead date.
That's correct.
So we still have till August
Okay.
to finalize this, so
Mm-hmm.
I'll try to make sure we get this done quickly so we can get you for another workshop.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Lenhart. We appreciate it.
Anytime.
Yes, thanks for taking the time.
User-friendly. She's so user-friendly.
All right, that's
Next one, Marcus.
all right. Last one, City Charter Amendment 3.
I don't think you need me here for this one.
No, you're
Okay.
good. You're
But
good,
really
Miss
quickly.
Linhart.
Thank you.
It does say filling or filing.
Yeah, no, I'm
So
gonna,
it should be-
it's another type.
Okay. Thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you
Thank
so
you.
much, Miss Linhart.
All right, so this one is changing the unfunded contract ability of the city council. Currently is 15 million in 36 months. This is changing it to 30 million and 30 years. Some reasons why I went this way. First, in my research, is most of municipalities, either they have something that is similar to ours or they don't have any limit, okay? Second is the 30 million is the equivalent to when our charter was originally drafted. This would be the common day amount from the 15 million based on the CPI increase. Lastly, the other change is that there's a CPI increase each year based on the nearest 1,000 rounding. The
So
30
we wouldn't have to come back and do this again.
Correct.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. And then the other thing is 30 years is, at least my research and discussing it with our financial staff and our bond counsel, Mr. Rowe, is that for the best possible position for the city is that you're going to want to have the loan length longer. If it's shorter term, you're putting the city more at a less advantage and harder to take out.
It's like a like a
We won't get good rates. bottom line.
a home mortgage as opposed to a credit card.
A short-term loan.
Yeah.
With worse terms.
100%.
And then there's one other thing. So I'm going to have our bond counsel, Mr. Chris Rowe, just explain for you, yourself and the public, going through like what it would take out, the length of the time, how hard it is to do such a thing to take out a loan of this magnitude.
Thank you, sir, and good morning, good afternoon to the council. I'm Chris Rowe with Bryant Miller Olive, which serves as bond counsel to the city. So what the city attorney and I had discussed recently as he put together the language was that under state law, not counting the local requirements of charter, it's relatively difficult to actually take on debt. There are provisions, procedures mandated by statute that a city must follow in order to do it. For example, if you were issuing bonds that are secured by ad valorem property taxes, you have to seek referendum approval under state law, regardless of whether your charter requires it. Similarly, you have to go through a public process where you receive public input before you vote to authorize the debt. If your debt is tax exempt, as debt typically is, you have to follow federal regulations. In other words, there's basically already limitations inherent under law. Some communities adopt a local charter restriction that further limits their ability to do that. And of the 470 or so cities in the state, I'm aware of a total of 4 that have adopted a charter limitation. This city, of course, also Key West, Longboat Key, and Northport. And most of the others, the 3 others that I mentioned, their limitation is couched in terms of bond issuance. Yours is the one I'm aware of that doesn't really refer to bonds. It talks in terms of unfunded multi-year contracts. But we, as the bond counsel working with the city, have always read that conservatively to assume it was meant to include bonds as well. The bonds in question, I think we discussed during the debt management policy deliberation, you identify the source of revenue used to repay the debt with, and you pledge that to the security of the debt. When you are using a revenue source that is set in place indefinitely until the council essentially discontinues it, and you pledge that to the repayment of the debt, that's not considered unfunded within the meaning of the charter. Some examples of that would be your utility system. You have a utility system that generates annual revenues. You have no present intent to sell your utility system or discontinue receipt of those revenues. So if you're pledging those revenues, that's considered a funded contract liability when you issue bonds secured by those revenues. Same with a special assessment. Typically, you would set a special assessment in place and collect it over a 30-year term, and you don't have to take annual steps every year other than general administration in order to be able to pledge that and have a funded contract.
Can I ask a question along this lines? But this has to be specific, right? This pledge, right? You can't say, we're going to use general fund monies, but I haven't identified a specific fee or something like that. It has to be a specific monetary amount that's coming every time. I can't just say, well, next year it'll be 0.5% of my general fund, and the year after that it'll be 0.6, depending on rates and collections and things like that. We can't do that, right?
Yes, sir, that's right. Another way to think about it is if the money you're using to repay the debt is subject to annual appropriation, if you have to basically appropriate year in and year out the money to pay the bonded indebtedness or the contract liability, that would be an unfunded liability that's subject to the charter limitation. So as I mentioned, sometimes these are written in terms of any types of debt, whether it's general obligation or revenue. Non-general obligation requires referendum approval. Some have a provision that says in the event of emergency, the city council can determine in its sole discretion to issue the bonds without the referendum requirement. Some, as the city attorney mentioned, I'm thinking of Longboat Key here, have a dollar amount specified in the text and then the indexer, which allows it to increase over time without having to come back. Really, the possibilities are endless for the types of wording you want to have for the limitation, but the point that I wanted to emphasize is that even under state law, in the absence of any charter limitation, it's not like you can just willy-nilly issue debt. There's a whole series of steps that must be followed, and it's not easy. There's a fairly concerted effort that has to be made to borrow money.
To that point, so for instance, I know we all have concerns with, I don't think anybody wants to advocate for that, but concerns with, just an unlimited amount of debt, right? But to the point, right, there's people that are underwriting this that are taking a look at the city finances and making sure that we have the ability to pay that back. They wouldn't give us this debt, which I think is maybe a little bit different than the federal government because they can just print their own money. But they wouldn't give us this debt because unless they were sure that we could pay that back, correct?
Yes, sir, that's absolutely right. Similar to if I went and applied for a mortgage or a car loan, the lender is going to want to see documentation of the fact that I can afford to pay off the loan. Same exact scenario with the city. If it's not a requirement under state law that you be able to show sufficiency of revenue, then the marketplace will demand it.
Right,
They're going to need to see that before, for instance, in the utility deal, the typical covenant that's built in is you have to be able to show that you have at least 120% of the revenue necessary to operate your system and pay the debt service before the market will even touch the debt. Some sort of coverage revenue ratio is almost always built in.
Anything else? Is everyone comfortable with the doubling the amount to 30 million in 30 years? Anybody have any issues with that? Anything in the language, Ms. Attorney?
I was wondering why no was bolded and yes wasn't.
Just an oversight on my part.
Says subliminal messaging.
Yeah, no, I was like, oh, that's kind of weird.
And again, this is why we workshop these things.
Okay, anything else, Marcus? Are we good?
We'll go out to public comment, but right now it looks like the direction on this one is no edits on this one, keep as is.
That seems appropriate to me. Anybody have any objections to that? Oh, yes. So you've got your direction. With Ms. Lenhart's help, you're going to figure that out. We will open this for public comment. Does anyone have any public comment concerning? Yes, sir, Mr. Amaral.
Good afternoon. My concern is just a couple of clarifications, and maybe this might have to be clarified. For instance, on the Amendment 1, as far as censures. Now, is that 3 different events being censured? Is it the same event being censured 3 different times? Is it per meeting? Is it in a month? Is it in a year? Is it in for that person's term? And then what happens if they get 2 censures, they get reelected, and they get another one the first term after they get back? I don't know if that needs to be clarified or if it's one of those things that will just sort itself out. I definitely agree on we have to look at the appointment schedule and all that stuff because it just seems even more confusing now than it did to begin with as far as ambiguities go. And then for the number 3, as far as the actual amount can be unfunded versus contracted. Yes, I understand that inflation, so the number has to go up, and yes, I understand that we have to, there are certain things, because $15 million then is not the same as it is today, but if it's not the same, time didn't have inflation, so I think that 30 years is a little excessive, and it will prevent kind of a wish list type deal as opposed to an emergency type deal where this is actually supposed to be used for. So I just would like to, maybe look at the time frame. I understand it's a lot, but it should only be used in an extreme situation, and that's why. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Marcus, really on that one.
The first one is that, so I would interpret it that it's 3 over their term because you guys are elected 2 4-year terms. So once you're reelected, you restart that term. So it'd be 3 censors over that 4-year term, unless you want me to clarify more specific in the language.
It's very easy to put 3 censures per term.
Yeah, I would just clarify it as long as everybody had that same intent with it. Yeah, that way we just don't have this argument for no reason later.
Yeah, because it could be just be a clash of personalities. Supermajority. So what's about the other one, about the debt?
It's just the time, but
So that he asked for I believe Mr. Emerald talked about the years. One of the reasons that we did advise for 30 years is because a bank doesn't like to give out bonds unless it's around the 30-year mark.
So basically it's a short-term loan that has some sort of crazy interest rate involved with it rather than the most fiscally best way to do it, best practice, which
Well,
would be bonds.
The example that Mr. Duffy and I discussed yesterday, and we were talking about this, was, say, if we wanted to, for the mock.
Right, advance
Let's go
the
ahead and
mock.
front that money and take care of it to get it done, but then you're gonna have to deal with paying it back in a different structured manner. Correct?
Correct.
So, this-
Right, the one thing is maybe have you can pay it off early or you can refinance
Yeah.
in the 30 years. So you do have that option always if you want to pay it off early.
I really don't even get that, why they put that in there. It should have been like for emergencies, I guess.
Well, I mean, in its current standing, I mean, are you aware, Mr. The City Attorney, do we have any of this unfunded debt right now?
No, we're not allowed
No,
to.
we don't have any.
So it hasn't ever been used
No.
because of the limitations that exist on it.
It's pretty stringent. Well, the amount and the 36 months is very
The
stringent.
time, it also affects our contracts, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And our ability to write contracts. So everything has to be short-term with a series of like 1 year
Everything has to be
renewals.
funded, like it.
Or funded, yeah.
Yeah, so if it's funded, then this does not apply. If it's if it's unfunded, then that's where we're limited.
But what we've done here is we've accounted for inflation from the time the city was established until now, so that doubled the amount, plus we're including the CPI into it, so it increases over the years. So 20 years from now, that
We won't have
amount.
to do this all again.
Yeah, you won't have to,
Correct.
well, it could, it all depends on what's going on in the world, but.
Correct.
So everyone's comfortable with that? So we're good?
So direction is work on those changes, bring it back probably to our next workshop in May. Okay.
Yes, sir. And with that, is lunch here? So we want to break for 30 minutes for lunch? All right, we're going to stand adjourned for 30 minutes. We'll re-adjourn at 12:45, approximately 12:45. Would have been late if I'd have waited a couple more minutes.
Just the right amount?
Okay, we're moving on to E5 presentation, SR 100 Corridor Community Redevelopment Area CRA Overview.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. John Zola, Community Development Director, and I've got Craig McKinney here with me as our Manager of Economic Development. City Council, you recall at our earlier March meeting, we presented a request for a contract for appraisal and evaluation of the State Road 100 CRA. Council directed us to have a stakeholder meeting, which we did on April 2nd with the community. We held 2 meetings, one at 1 p.m. and one at 6 p.m. And so today, for the purpose of this meeting, we'd like to, Council also asked for a workshop concerning the State Road 100 CRA. And you've seen this material before. I'm not going to spend a great deal of time taking you through it in detail again. But for the purpose of the meeting today, this is the agenda that we would like to cover. It's focusing on typical CRA funding uses and periodic review and financial performance and recommended next steps. And so again, by definition, for the public's benefit, to create a CRA, it's under the Florida Community Redevelopment Act. It must be a defined geographical area, it must contain slum and blight, requires designated boundaries, and the setup of a tax increment financing fund. The boundaries of the State Road 100 CRA are as shown here in red, and of course it's to the south it's State Road 100, to the east it's Old Kings Road, to the north it's Royal Palms, and of course to the west it's Belterre. So the process to create a CRA involves 10 steps. Those are the steps that are necessary. The critical steps are adopting a finding of necessity, defining the CRA boundary, preparation of a CRA plan, establishment of the fund, and then establishment of the CRA and the CRA trust fund. And then, of course, after that, we would be implementing the redevelopment plans that are approved by the CRA board, which is, of course, City Council. Tax increment funds, this is the process that we use to create the tax increment. Basically, it's the annual tax incremental fund is the value of all taxable properties at the time of creation over a 30-year period. And the difference is calculated by the base year minus the current value times the applicable combined city and county millage rate, and that amount goes into a CRA trust funds. Those funds can only be reinvested exclusively within the CRA. Under the 2004 CRA plan, capital improvement plan, these were the projects that were identified in 2004 and 2005. The State Road 100 enhancements would include landscaping and beautification on State Road 100, the Bulldog Drive improvements, which included the mast arm signalization, as well as the improvements to Bulldog Drive, making that 4 and 5 lane at the intersection. The removal of slum and blight in both Midway Park and Whispering Pines, and then because the roadway had to shift at Bulldog, the high school buffer that was installed along the high school. Below are the improvements that were still in the plan that have yet to be improved, and I'm not sure if they're still warranted at this point. Again, just to encapsulate the ones that were approved, these are specifically the CRA improvements that have been accomplished so far. Most recently, we applied money from the CRA to do the design work for the expansion of Town Center Boulevard near the Imagine School. This is an example of the removal of slum and blight that we had talked to you about before at Bulldog. This is to the left is what it looked like in 2005. We had odd-shaped lots, people on septic. The buildings were in disrepair or at the latter stages of end of life. We identified this as a catalytic site for redevelopment. The city used CRA funds to acquire and demolish the structures and clear it. And of course, this is what it looks like now in 2025. And as you're aware, this 7.793 acres is up for redevelopment, and those bids are due the second week of May.
Whispering Pines, this is by AK Tire on State Road 100. Similar situation where we had irregular lots, people on septic and well, and structures largely at the end of life. And this is what it looked like in 2005. And of course now, this 8.5 acre site is up for redevelopment. Likewise, the bids are due for redevelopment of this site in the second week of May. So typically, comprehensive reviews of CRA's financial performance are typically done every 5 years. We've had a comprehensive review in 2008 and 2018. The State Road 100 CRA was expected to have a cumulative value, the total value of the properties at approximately $1.1 billion. At this point, the cumulative value of all properties within the CRA are valued at $286 million. And then again, we were expecting to, at this point in the lifespan of the CRA, according to the 2018 report, be generating approximately $7.6 million annually. At the present time, we're generating $2.9 million annually in CRA revenues. We've got 9 more collection years ahead of us, and so that approximates about $27 million, give or take, coming in before the expiration of the CRA in 2034. From inception, again, it was forecast in 2018 that at this point we would have gained $161 million in CRA revenues. To date, as of the most recent collection, we've collected about $33 million in CRA revenues. Our past expenditures, the money we've spent, we've had 2 loans. The first loan has been paid in full. The second loan still has a payment left on it, and we expect that to be satisfied in 2028. Both of these loans were involved with the removal of slum and blight in the 2 project areas that I spoke to you about earlier. And then again, we have some internal CRA obligations associated with the construction of Lehigh Trailhead, the Southern Rec Center, cultural arts, a planned commitment to YMCA that has not been advanced, but it is planned. And then our Kickstart program, which was a program to support the development of apartment complexes in the CRA, and then the incentive to attract Mednex into the town center. The State Road Corridor 100 Corridor CRA is a little bit unique in that it has a significant overlay by the Town Center CDD. That's a good thing in that the CDD put in all of the infrastructure, the roads, the curbing, the stormwater, lighting, electrical. And then again, the CRA's role is to capitalize on that infrastructure and utilize it as a tool for investment and encourage investment in the area. So it's a good thing in that respect. All the infrastructure was installed and put in place, much of it anyways. And the majority of developable lands in town center, this is what you've seen. The town center CDD typically deals with very large scale projects, and these are good examples of what you see has been accomplished within the town center. However, there are, at this point, almost 4.5 million square feet of entitlements that remain unused in the town center. And having those pre-approved entitlements in place is a good thing if we're able to attract investors to the area. It speeds things up. However, they do have significant costs for acquisition. The CRA management history as it relates to the city of Palm Coast. Remember, this is a 30-year economic tool. During that time, we've had a number of different city councils, a number of different city administrations. Internally, we've had some decentralized management in terms of setting priorities for CRA expenditures. Infrequent reviews of the plan can get us off course and lose focus of what the CRA board's desires are for the targeted expenditures, and just reviewing the plan in general. So what tools can be developed now to help even the playing field and accelerate growth?
These are just some examples of grants that are typically used in CRAs, facade grants and signage grants, and even entertainment, excuse me, even entertainment grants, where we look to create activity within the CRA to attract visitors and businesses to the area. The vertical incentive, development incentive grant, to encourage people to come in and provide some tax offset that makes it, that fills that funding gap so that those things can be possible. The Urban Core Tenant Improvement Grant, that's the grant that was developed to support projects like the Promenade. We did not use CRA funds for that because we did not have available cash. We used economic development funds that City Council graciously provided to our team, but typically that would have been CRA grant funds for that program. And then again, individual redevelopment grants. Again, City Council, you're well aware that the CRA sunsets in 2034. And so our recommended next steps is that we would like you to consider centralizing CRA management within the organization, working with the city manager, and then to refine the consultant tasks needed and receive direction from you. We'd like to have a clear understanding of a verification of our CRA revenues that we've collected to date, as well as realistically, what can we expect to receive in CRA revenues through 2034? Again, recognizing that we have several large projects coming online, the Promenade, the Saul Landing Station, and others, several large apartment complexes will be coming online also. So that picture is going to change for us. And then we'd like to review the adequacy of our infrastructure in here in terms of how the traffic and pedestrians flow through the town center area. We'd like you to consider looking at our boundary area, whether it should be expanded or contracted. And also the sunset date, as I had mentioned, we're finally hitting our stride in terms of revenue generation, and there's a real opportunity, if warranted, to realize some pretty significant revenues through some type of extension of the CRA. And so ultimately, if we're able to hire a consultant with a refined scope of services, we'd like to bring back to City Council a new strategic plan and update that and seek your support and direction on what you would like to see accomplished in the CRA in the coming years. And that's our presentation for today.
Okay, thank
Any
you.
questions?
Everybody's having to clear their throat.
Yeah.
Thank you, John. Go back to that map of the entire CRA. And is this the one that we discussed extending the boundaries? That's not the map with the extended boundaries, right?
The extended boundaries would be down Old King Road South at State Road 100. Is the map that would be there, or?
Do you have that map?
I don't think it's, there's one with the extended boundaries slide.
Mr. Mayor, hey, I'm sorry, it's right there.
Was that it?
Yeah.
Was that?
We can use this one here, below that red line. To the far right, that final bulb out, that is the CRA property there. Immediately to the left is the Winn-Dixie Plaza, just north of that red line. And that green area down below is a target area for us, and it's a draft of an Old Kings Road South MPD that has not been completed.
Can you put your cursor over it? I don't know if the rest of the council saw that, where you were talking about.
It's right here, this area here.
Okay.
South of Old Kings Elementary.
Yes.
Yeah. Here's a quick question. I'm sure the rest of the council will have some. Can we extend the boundaries without doing any changes to the CRA?
We would have to.
The current expiration date.
Yeah, we would have to do a finding of necessity. It has to warrant. We have to find conditions of slum and blight or reasons why it's not developing economically developing. There has to be substantiating reasons why it justifies to be included in the CRA.
Okay. Do you think it's possible to do that with very little effort?
Well, that would be one of the consultant's tasks, to perform a finding of necessity. Doesn't that get pretty close to Bulow? Bulow is on the other side of that tract. The blue line there? Yes.
on the other side of that track, I'm sorry. Bulow is on that side here, and yes, you know that the Kimley Horn coincidentally is doing a park study on that to create a
Right.
county park there.
Yeah.
So the good thing about that is that in the past, was very much environmentally sensitive lands, and it really held up development. The county and the consultant have really worked up a plan to protect this area, and it really has, at this point, in my opinion, nothing to do with the residential, commercial, and industrial development of this area over here, because now it's been managed.
I'm not seeing the cursor.
Yeah, when it's in presentation mode, you can't see the cursor. I
Take it out
think.
of presentation mode.
Yeah, I'm looking at that.
I'm
but-
sorry.
And this is Bulow right
This is the
here.
desired,
oh, yeah, that one.
development
Yeah.
area.
Well, that
And then
one,
this is
I
the
agree with
Bulow
that.
area.
But
You were talking about the one.
yes, sir,
East.
that was the one that John was talked about, his recommendation to include that. It's just, the overarching thing that I see here is the CDD encompasses, for the most part, the CRA encompasses most of that CDD.
Yes, that's true.
And I think that really, I would say that the failure is, well, we know that maintaining and administering, it's just gone to the wayside. That's basically the crux of the matter, right?
Well, it's
CRA.
another
What is
level.
CRA?
Yeah, it's another level of approval
Yeah, there's-
beyond the city council. The developer and the CDD first has to agree to the improvements before council even gets a look at it.
It's like as if we, if we had a land use matter and then all Flagler Beach Commission, County Commission, and us all have to agree on something, it's very unlikely that 3 different boards will all agree on the same thing. So it just adds layers of approval that then make it hard to get anything done because you've got to basically ask for permission from the CDD to do it as well.
Yeah, and it's so lopsided where we were supposed to be and where we're at. It's like 75%, you know.
Can I ask, in terms of that potential MPD that you're talking about down Old Kings, what is the proposed entitlements in terms? Is it commercial retail, industrial? Like, what would be the proposed look of that?
Yeah, I can only go by the draft that's now approximately 2 years old. Directly behind Winn-Dixie, it called for a pretty high-intensity multifamily development. Right below that is a supporting commercial sector, and then below that is an industrial component.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand like what we're adding to the CRA that may be a benefit or.
Yeah, so I would say lands and buildings.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that, because if we go to the slide, and you don't have to, because this, off the top of my head, there's really no industrial within the current CRA, right?
No.
Yeah, so if we're looking, and we've talked about trying to find sites for industrial and things like that, if we're looking to add industrial, we don't have it within the CRA, and we can't, we can zone something that, but we can't add incentives based on the CRA in consideration of that. So that would be a potential net positive for this as well. But if we are seeing, to me, if we are starting to finally see the momentum, so to speak, and we lost basically 15 years there, adding this and having more opportunities to add to the CRA, to add funds to the CRA, which then gives us more income to then use, again, to further commercial industrial development, then that's, we need to take advantage of that or we're going to lose it. We only have so much more time with it.
I think it's a fantastic tool. I mentioned this during my comments, last week. What's the old adage? What gets measured gets done. I think this is an opportunity for us to course correct on where it's been going. It's an opportunity for us to set goals and priorities as a board and expand the footprint so we can have the land and an opportunity for buildings if those landowners want to play ball. I reached out to the landowner for that particular property behind Winn-Dixie. They're not interested in playing ball, and so. But we've got to expand to where we have where we can, or we can incentivize them, or make the pitch for industrial and things of that nature. I mean, I don't know. These are all things we could discuss, but this is whatever we decide to do with it, it's certainly a tool for us to be able to leverage for our residents.
Well, to the point, I think it's been a case of not necessarily active management in the past. And regardless of that, if we begin active management with a plan from the consultant, readjust, look at everything that we have going forward, if we're actively managing it, it's certainly better than it just kind of being what it was in the last 10 to 15 years, with no precise goal or movement in a certain direction. We can help dictate that as a council.
John, if narrowing the scope, what have you put? What was the price range before when you brought it for the consultant, and where do you think you can get it to if you narrow the scope? Because I think that's the big issue with us was throwing more money at their bad, so to speak. And we don't want to do that. We want to give you the tools to help you be successful and bring in what we need for the city, but we also don't want to keep throwing good money at their bad.
So the original contract that we placed in front of you was for $139,988. I've narrowed the scope to eliminate the initial stakeholder meetings, and we believe we've accomplished that. In that vein, there's 158 property owners in the CRA. We plan to increase our communications with the CRA stakeholders. For example, if City Council on the 21st approves the Vertical Development Incentive Improvement Program, we would mail that program to every one of the property owners. Even if they're not developers, they may know somebody who wants to develop in the area. That's the type of communication that I want to increase with our stakeholders in the area. But to answer your question specifically, we eliminated those initial stakeholder meetings because I think we've accomplished some of that. So I still would ask for a comprehensive CRA performance audit, a CRA redevelopment and market evaluation. I would ask for a TIF analysis, a plan update and a prioritization, and then a presentation to the CRA board. And that reduced the scope of services and the fees by approximately 31%, and now the number is $96,770. That represents, again, when you consider that we've got $27 million in pending revenue coming in through the end of the existing sunset, that's less than 1% of the revenues that are going to be coming in.
And we could see once the promenade comes online, we could see a drastic change in those revenues coming in just from that one building.
Mayor, that's going to come in around $900,000 a year, and Install Landing is about half of that project, so you can expect that amount coming from that project. And again, you've got Grand Point coming on, or Point Grand. We've got some other large complexes that have finally CO'd. Some of those are going to come on. So yeah, the revenue picture could change significantly.
Yeah.
I think to that point, we're talking about CRA funds so they're limited, right? But we're getting more money out of it because the county also contributes to those CRA funds. As long as it's an as long as it's an ROI, right, that we think as a team, and I know it's hard to just project, we do this study, this is X amount that we're going to generate. But as long as, in your opinion, because based on everything I've seen so far since you've been here, and Craig, working on this economic development issue, I think you guys are good stewards and managers of this. And so as long as, in your professional opinion, to me, I would support this because I think we're going to get that money back in spades as long as, we get that plan and we execute it after we have that plan. So I would advocate for it, especially now that it's been pared down a little bit, because that was the concern. And I don't know what everybody else thinks on the board, but to me, it's something that it's going to pay us back. And it's not coming from the rest of the, it's not general fund money. So the rest of the residents aren't paying for this. It's coming directly from the CRA. And it can only be used, those CRA funds can only be used within the CRA for something, right? So it's not like we're taking it from somewhere else and using it for this specific purpose. It's generated because of this purpose.
But we have had funds that we've transferred over to the CRA from that we took out those loans and stuff. And I'm not happy with that. I think all that anything that happens in the CRA should come from CRA funding. We shouldn't be adding funding to it, especially when we haven't seen that ROI.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, let me clarify that. I misspoke when I met with you separately. the monies that we owe for example, the Kickstart program, those are money that are owed to the utility. That program provided an offset for utility connection fees. And as those apartments CO, every one COs, we owe the utility $5,000 for paying those fees on the developer's behalf. So, so the cumulative amount that you see there, the $2 million, that's money that we owe the utility. But it wasn't a loan, it's just money that we owe them for deferring the fees.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I misspoke.
Well, it's,
So that's future potential $5,000 fees cumulatively.
That's gonna come out of the CRA that we're gonna pay to the utility.
Right.
Because we owe it to them.
Okay.
I have a few questions.
ma'am.
So the revenues that have come in, how did we come up with the projected figures?
We hired, initially in 2008, we hired a consultant who did the projections at that time. And from the best I can tell, the 2018 report was prepared by staff, and they simply did an update of that existing report. So I don't know, I see no evidence that a consultant was involved at that point.
So whose job is it to make sure that properties in the CRA are contributing appropriately to the CRA?
Well, we rely on the property appraiser and the tax collector to accurately assess and CO on time so that we get our revenues on time. And then those are the two external bodies that control both the city TIF, the city increment, as well as the county increment.
Have we worked directly with those offices to make sure the revenues are being generated properly?
Craig and I have made some inquiries over there. We've had some generalized discussion and got some framework back. I believe they're correct. I don't have absolute certainty. It's just like having an external audit done of another agency. And that's kind of what I'm looking for, is an external separate set of eyes to look at that, as well as future projections, because again, we've gotten all of the buildings that have CO'd in the last year are going to CO next year. I need them to do that math based upon the value so they can accurately assess where we're likely to head.
Okay.
I guess, can I jump in?
Yeah.
I guess the question is, I mean, they'll administer the CRA in the same way they administer city, say like city municipal tax income, right? So I guess the question is are we questioning, and I understand where this is coming from. You want to make sure that money is going into there versus not going into there and maybe going into the general fund or somewhere else. But I would think it wouldn't be any different than any other taxes that are levied in terms of, you know, their location, whether they're in the city of Palm Coast or in the county, and whether we should get it or the county should get it, things like that.
I wouldn't think so either, but we have a gross underperformance here.
I understand. I think that's more to do with the projections, and maybe they were a little sunny. They also did not take into account the housing market crash.
Maybe,
Early.
we just don't know. So, you know, I think, you know, well, we have two offices that tax dollars already contribute towards. Let's make sure that their data is correct. And I just don't know. I don't know what that looks like. I don't do their job. So, to the extent the consultant is going to, you know, kind of double check that, all of that stuff, great. I appreciate you guys paring down the consultant, the scope of work. I just had one other question about the internal CRA debt. The YMCA, I wasn't aware that CRA funds were going to be paid towards that.
It's my understanding, Vice Mayor, that's the component for if park impact fees were to be used, that's the match that's provided for the park impact fees, the required match for that.
Okay, so can you chime in on this, Marcus? Because I do not recall that being the direction of City Council.
It's, nothing is finalized, it's ongoing discussion. Myself, the city manager, and the Mr. Berryhill are working through that process right now. I don't want to say which way. We're still trying to figure that out right now. So
Okay, things should not make a presentation if City Council has not given that direction. Number one, for anything.
I agree.
But this is $1.4 million, and we, as council, specifically directed staff on this issue. To me, right now, with the YMCA, there's a lot of things that are happening that were not discussed or agreed upon up here. And I was very concerned when I saw this because I feel like the CRA is an already stressed fund. So to see this here, we should not be conveying this to the public if we have not agreed to this. So I don't know who that needs to trickle down to, but I don't specifically ever recall even discussing the CRA with regards to the YMCA, right?
No, it
Not
wasn't
appropriate.
part of the YMC presentation.
Yeah, so this needs to be handled. The last thing, I'm getting some emails about the presentation currently. Just because we extend the CRA boundary, that in no way, shape, or form means we're doing any rezonings, right?
I'm sorry, Mayor, Vice Mayor, what was that?
So I'm getting some concerns from some emails. Just because we extend or expand the CRA boundaries, that doesn't come with any rezonings or anything like that, correct?
No, it does not.
Okay.
And just to also follow up on that, to extend, it has to be voluntary from the landowner, correct?
No, I don't think that the landowner has to be involved with it. This is just creation of an economic development tool. There's nothing but positive for the landowner.
They're paying the same taxes, it's
Yeah,
just
the
whether
county-
it goes
county
into the
would-
CRA or
The
not.
county would have to agree to it. That's
Right.
correct.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
They're giving up their portion of those taxes essentially to the CRA.
Right.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
you.
That's all I have, Mayor. Sorry.
Anyone else? You got anything, Councilman Gabriel?
So are we all in agreement with the consultant at the rate?
Well,
I think that's what we're.
my takeaway was I have no problem extending the boundaries. As far as the expiration date, I am not comfortable right now with extending that beyond. We still have 9 years left. If we don't, we have a lot of time to see if anything pans out. The consultant, I want to give you the tools you need. I do. I really do. So I'm in favor of extending the boundaries if we can, if it's not that big of a lift, and having the consultant give us a true analysis of what's going on to give you the tools you need to work with. Do I have consensus?
Yeah, were you guys even asking to extend at this point?
No, that would be the consultant to make that recommendation, whether or not it's even feasible. Again, there has to be a finding of necessity, and it's no guarantee that we're going to.
That they would even ask for
finding
that, yeah.
necessity, no.
Okay.
That scope and and having the consultant look at that
Right.
scope is consensus, right?
Would that be the same for the extension of the authority?
The CRA board would have to request that, and we would forward that to the state, asking to extend the timeline.
You think we don't have enough time, right?
Well, as we develop economic development tools, for example, the VDIP that you're about to see, that tool provides for reimbursement of the city and the county taxes at some level based upon your investment through 2034. The fact is, if somebody started right now and wanted to, they're probably not going to see out till 28, 29. So the only rebate window for them is 29 through 34. That's a 5-year window. That may or may not be enough to incentivize somebody to make a significant investment in here. It might be, it might not be. If you extend it 5 or 10 years, now we can lengthen that instrument out, so it becomes much more feasible for somebody to develop. That's the driver on it.
That's the positive of it, is because they're getting the benefit of those funds only get to be used for the CRA, so they get that benefit. But if it's only going to last 3 more years, why join?
It may not be enough to motivate them if it's not enough return.
So we have consensus to do the consultant, and we'll have to vote on that at a business meeting to execute that, right, Marcus? Correct. We'll have to execute that, but I think we have consensus to go ahead with the consultant at that price, that scope, that narrowed scope, and then we can make our determinations going from there, because it looks ugly. On paper, it looks ugly. Well, it is ugly because of all the revenue
There's a huge deviation from what was expected out of this versus what reality is. So,
What's
And Mr.
currently
Mayor?
in the fund?
sorry?
Sorry, City Manager. What's currently in the CRA fund?
I don't know the current balance.
I don't have it on me, no.
I don't know the current balance.
It's fine, if we can just be sent to us.
I don't
so
know,
we
but it's I want to say it's 126,000, something like that.
Yeah, I know it was low, because when we were looking at the cost of the consultant, it was gonna be like And so I'm sorry to go back to this, but how we get $1.4 million for a YMCA out of the CRA when we've got 126,000, that's news to me. I don't know how you make that math, but, okay.
I did get some follow-up from staff on that particular deal. As far as YMCA funding from CRA was part of the approved budget process.
How? If we have a $126,000, sorry, maybe I'm missing something.
Thank you, Mr. Cote.
As part of the budget process last year, we put the YMCA in the Park Impact Fee Fund, and in that we showed a transfer of the existing citizen share coming from the CRA because the project was within the CRA, and that's what was adopted and approved. So there's a transfer currently shown in the CRA budget that's approved to the Park Impact Fee Fund.
So are we expecting revenues to eclipse that?
That's included in the current funding. That's in the current approved budget. So that money's already in there. If we don't use CRA dollars to fund the Y, then those dollars
will go
we
back.
had,
Go back in.
We had 900,000 this year and like 400,000 next year because I think we were staggering the payment to the Y between this year and next year. So those dollars could be utilized for something else if they weren't going to be used for the Y.
Okay, so they're earmarked right now, and the $126,000 balance includes the 1.4 that's been removed. Is that accurate?
Well, the
900 from this.
The CRA budget is a zero balance budget, so you have to spend what you bring in every year unless it's tied to a project. So right now in the current year budget, we have 900,000 being transferred out, which leaves a balance of that 126 or so in the budget. So it would leave like $1 million balance if that money wasn't transferred out in the current year budget.
But then we would have to find a use for it within this current year budget?
Or identified on a project
Future project.
or a program or whatnot that could be identified.
Yeah, so forgive me, I look at the needs of the CRA, thank you, Carl, for that. I look at the needs of the CRA, the infrastructure issues we have. I just don't recall having the discussion in depth about using CRA monies. Yeah, so it's a concern based on everything that we have going on, using a YMCA, which I've been an advocate of a YMCA to come to the community, particularly when we're looking at our economic development woes that we've had. So I don't know, maybe something to just think about as we go into this budget cycle.
Yeah, I mean, I understand your concerns, but there's also a need for that, and if it doesn't come from that, it comes from somewhere.
Yeah, I get it. Or you know, God forbid, the capital contribution actually pays for, or the capital campaign actually pays for the money rather than it falling on the taxpayers.
I know, but we already committed to it, right?
So, do we have consensus and direction for the staff?
Yes, yeah.
Anything from you, John?
No, that's it. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate
All right, and
support. Thank you.
What are you looking at as a timeline?
Well, I've got the contract back, the revised contract from Kimley Horn. We're not going to make the 21st agenda, so ideally we'd have the contract back to you on the following agenda.
Okay. All right, everyone good? Are you good? Oh, I'm sorry. We'll open this up for public comment. This specific topic. Ms. Shelley.
Darlene Shelley, Palm Coast. I was watching from home, and I just can't believe my ears looking at these numbers and how much money that this has not brought the city of Palm Coast. The CRA, in my opinion, should be repealed. How it ever happened, I don't know. The numbers were glanced over, the glaring negatives, how much millions, I believe they said billions, that have not been brought to the city of Palm Coast. It seemed to me, watching from home, that they're incentivizing apartment complexes, incentivizing paying for what should be a free amenity to the citizens of Palm Coast. From the research that I've done, it seems Elite had given the city of Palm Coast property in town center for the benefit of the residents. Recreation, music venue, things that would enhance our quality of life and make Palm Coast a more pleasant place to live. Am I right in assuming that the CRA has, in essence, funded these unnecessary apartment complexes when the town center was supposed to be a meeting place, places to shop, high-end amenities? Where's our public pool? You're talking about taking away public golf courses. This CRA should be eliminated, investigated. The citizens of Palm Coast have been funding the unnecessary development, incompatible development. And the map for the CRA, it ends at Old Kings Road, not all the way out into environmentally sensitive lands. And then industrial use in that same sentence is insanity. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir, Mr. Amaro.
Tony Amaral, Palm Coast. So the CRA has a long history, obviously. Starts in 2004, and then it just starts gaining ground, and 2008 happens. And history will remind us that 2008 came, so we had this launch, the concept, and then the whole United States basically came crashing down during a depression. During this process, now that we have, yes, we are behind. Potential is there. We have new growth that's popping up, the promenade and the other projects that were mentioned. I would like to emphasize that start looking into extending the CRA. It's not a simple process. It's not just you saying it. It's the county, it's the state, having to agree to it. We have to make some concessions where we don't keep all the money. It kind of will start transferring slowly over until that sunsets it. But asking for 7 years is like asking for the redo from 2018 to 15, because that really started the growth of this area. The park that we sit on is part of that information that was given to the citizens. This building, that the land that it sits on, was given during that CRA. There are amenities here. There's potential that could really help the area. A lot of land was purchased in 2005, 6, and 7 that the city now owns, and actually has sent out RFPs for use and projects. They have been working on them. I'm just curious to see, I know 2 of them already came due, and I believe there's 1 or 2 more that are coming for RFP, so I'd like to get an idea of where are we at those to kind of see, are we showing interest? Is this place really becoming what it's meant to be for the last 20 years? Just we had that 7-year period where nothing happened. These are all large capital projects, I should say. The promenade is not cheap. That project was a concept long ago, kind of the same, just a little bit different, not as huge because they took on more property. But the fact that we lost 7 years, I think should be a fundamental part where we look into maybe extending it and just get an update on what's happened in the last 10 years. Let's go back to 16 when we should have been coming out of the depression, really, and then we kind of have to restart that whole process again. So it's just something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. McDonald.
Well, let me give you the other side of that, being a guy who was around when it all started. And I remember the Whispering Pines argument, and for those of you who weren't here at the time, or maybe even if you were, you never even knew what Whispering Pines was. I believe it was a dilapidated trailer and a couple nasty-looking pine trees, okay? And they made a case for making this CRA. So I know you're all concerned about taxes, every one of you, for the constituents here. And so this has been a free ride as far as the CRA is concerned, okay, on the taxpayers of Palm Coast. They don't pay for a lot of the things inside the CRA that we pay for when you're outside of it. So we're carrying that. And to ask that you extend this free ride for another 7 years, 10 years, 2 years, whatever the case might be, is total insanity. You're not paying any attention. You're acting essentially contrary to everything you say when you say you want to hold down taxes, okay? If this thing is going to fly, let it fly on its own, okay? Let's get it finished with. It's already started. The road's falling apart. Have you driven on the road coming through the center of this CRA? It's actually, you know, there's whole sections of it that are delaminated and coming up. So, you know, the bottom line here is the taxpayers are footing the bill for a lot of the services that are going to go on here. And when you load it up with all this multifamily, okay, you've created quite a load on there. So the last thing you want to do as an elected is sign any of us up for more taxes. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? See, no one come forward. We'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups from council?
I have a question to that last comment, because I'm unaware of what a regular resident or business would pay that residents or businesses or developers don't pay within the CRA. Could you explain that?
It's just that 95% of the taxes collected are collected and put into a CRA trust fund. So I think what the gentleman was saying, that the 5% remaining of those available taxes apply to the general fund to pay for other services in the city. So that's, you know, those 95% of those funds are used exclusively for redevelopment of this area and not to pay for other types of services.
Okay, so the dollar amount is not different. It's just where those money, the bucket that those monies go to.
That's correct.
Okay. I do agree with the comment on the road. Matter of fact, ironically, when I was driving in, because I take Old Kings onto Town Center Boulevard into City Hall, it is awful. The potholes, that road is in terrible condition between Old Kings Road and I would say all the way past Imagine, almost to the roundabout. Have we looked at cost for repairing that road? I see Carl getting up.
I agree. I checked it out the other day. Just the road is really bad.
Yeah, it's bad.
When they four-lane it, they might fix it there.
I want to say we looked at resurfacing that roadway, and it was, I want to say it's a magnitude of a little over $1.5 million. You know, again, in our 5-year CIP, you know, depending on where the CRA board wants those dollars prioritized, we have a maintenance line item in that 4th or 5th year where we had money earmarked to potentially do resurfacing unless they go to another economic program or something else. But it would be out in the latter of those 5 years. Now, we are starting the 4-laning design of that project. You know, again, if we want to construct that, whether we impact fee dollars with turn lanes, we could do some resurfacing as part of that particular project when that happens as well. But there are numerous roads in Town Center, you know, across the entire city. You know, as you know, our pavement management program is underfunded, and, you know, we're seeing it everywhere, not just in Town Center.
No, I know we have a struggle with the pavement management plan. I don't know if maybe we can see if there's some temporary fixes that we can do in the meantime, because I mean, it's bad. The potholes there's a lot of them.
Yeah, I know Public Works does patch them, but
There's a lot of patches.
Almost on a weekly basis now where they just aren't holding up. We're at a time where, you know, it needs to be resurfaced. You know, patching it, bending it is we're past that point. But that's not the only road that, you know, is in that.
There's an argument to be made that by repairing those roads, it's an economic development tool. What business wants to come be on a road that has, has issues? Yeah. And just to play devil's advocate with the you know, the whole CRA versus in and out, who's paying for what? If the CRA is gone, then anything that's done within that CRA to develop the area is now socialized to all Palm Coast residents, where currently it's only being paid for by those within the boundary. So there's two different ways to look at that.
Yeah, I agree, but I hear the concerns, because what do we see popping up in Town Center other than the promenade? Apartments.
Well, and you look at those entitlements that are left, yeah, there's pretty much no entitlements for residential
That's
left.
because the landowners for a very long time have held them hostage.
Well, and they
And I don't want
push
to get on
them
that
forward.
tangent again, but.
I understand.
I mean, it's frustrating. So I get the comments that, well, why are we committing to a CRA when we have a landowner that doesn't want to help us with an economic development initiative? I get the argument. So.
No, I get you. I guess the point is there's no there's no residential left that can be built because it was all
Yeah,
built first.
there's very little.
So-
It's like 400.
So the only thing we can develop now is what we want to develop, which is the industrial, or not the industrial, because there's no industrial within it, but commercial, retail, those things.
And as far as roadway goes too, next month in May, we'll have a presentation on the updated PCI. So everybody will get a good idea
where all the roads stand.
Where we stand.
Town Center Boulevard, 35.
Okay, so we got the direction of staff. Are we straight, City Attorney?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Craig. Thank you, John. Okay, we're moving on to E6, presentation, development options for duplex zone lots.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. For the record, Fong Wing, Planning Manager. At the last workshop, City Council directed the staff to bring back options relating to the original ITT platted lots that are zoned duplex. And with that, you also asked that the options must not increase density. So with that, Ms. Estelle Lenz will present the options this afternoon for you and for your consideration. At the end of the presentation, we would like for you to provide direction on what you would like to do. There's two options. One is that you want to move forward, that we can introduce an ordinance that will provide it to be implemented approximately by June. If not, then you can ask us to provide it as part of the LDC update. We anticipate the LDC update will be adopted approximately in August or September. So those are the two options that we are seeking. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Estelle Lenz with Community Development. Excuse me, as Mr. Nguyen mentioned, we brought the land development regulations, what's currently allowed for duplex lots, and we also presented drop lots in the land use administrator role, and were requested to come back with some options for duplex lot development. And so we'll provide some things for council's consideration. This slide was available last time. It just states what the purpose is for the duplex zoning in Palm Coast. This slide has what's currently allowed. We went over this last time, but just to reiterate, the two current options for duplex zoning is one, you can construct one duplex structure on the lot with single ownership. You can currently split the lot, construct a duplex lot that would be split in half, and it would be 2 fee simple lots then. You have to just do a non-statutory lot division. And to have a duplex lot that's split in half, the firewall must meet the building code of a 2-hour firewall, have separate electric meters, and have separate water and sewer lines. So that's currently allowed. What we're proposing today is a change to the land development code, and it would allow all originally platted ITT lots that are zoned duplex to be split and have a single-family residential development detached constructed on each one. The development standards would include a 40-foot minimum width, a 4,000 square foot minimum lot area, a 1,000 square foot minimum living area of the residence with a 1-car garage. And just to confirm that currently our code requires the minimum square footage on single-family residences to be 1,200 square feet and have a 2-car garage. And we're also proposing to reduce the setback between the newly created, on the newly created lot line between the two single-family residences to be 5 feet on the interior versus the 7.5 feet that's normally required. This slide shows, has some drawings of what's currently allowed and what we're proposing. So on the far left is one duplex lot with a duplex structure on it. The second from the left is one duplex lot that has one duplex structure on it that has been split in half. And then third from the left shows the duplex lot where it's been split in half and has the two single-family dwellings on it. And in between the two houses would be a 5-foot setback versus the 7.5-foot setback on the exterior of the newly constructed residences. And then the drawing on the far right is the same option, however, that would be for a corner lot. So corner lots, they have 2 front yard setbacks. So it would be 20 feet on the street side, so you can get a little bit wider house if it was a corner lot. And then option 4, so 3 was the new option. Option 4 would be the same criteria as 3, being able to split the lot in half, construct a single-family residence on each one with the same criteria as I just discussed for option 3, but to restrict this option to only if the houses were to be used for affordable housing. And if that's council's direction, we would propose that at the time that the owner requests the lot to be split in half for this purpose, that the owner would enter into an agreement with the city that would address affordable housing requirements, such as the area median income. For an example of that would be 80%, the AMI. Determine the affordability period for the houses to remain affordable, such as 10 years or 15 years. And as Mr. Nguyen mentioned, that neither of these options would increase the density that's already allowed on the duplex lots. This slide just shows an example of how the code can be changed. We could add a footnote to the duplex zoning dimensional standards in Table 3.3 of the Land Development Code. And the footnote would just contain, the criteria that we discussed, the 4,000 square foot minimum area, 40 foot minimum width, et cetera, or contain the criteria for affordable housing, the terms that we would require. And so basically the options are to remain the same, move forward with option 3. Option 4 would not be necessary then, because option 3 would allow all duplex lots to be split in half and have 2 single-family residences on it. And option 4 would restrict that to affordable housing. And we are open to suggestions for alternatives. And this is now open for questions, discussion, direction from council.
Yeah,
Thank you, ma'am.
at the same time is that at the last workshop, I also mentioned about bringing these options back at the same time with the housing study. However, we just received the housing study basically over the weekend, actually yesterday morning. So we haven't got a chance to review it in order to provide you a presentation on that. But we anticipate to bring it back next month for a workshop.
Thank you, sir. Council?
Mr. Mayor, my preference is to move out on the ordinance versus waiting for the land development code. I mean, I think, what prompted this discussion was, the issue of affordability, and just looking at options, seeing what action that we can be taking, and I think the sooner we can do that, the better. But just open to your thoughts on option 3 or 4.
Thank you. I think our main concern is the impact fees, right?
Impact fees are.
Yeah, I saw some of that before, so I would have questions about what currently exists. Other questions that I might have would be, what are our counts right now for duplex zone infill lots? So how many basically would be available for 3? And then a subset of those would be available for 4. I also have some questions about PEPs in some instances, or the hookups for utilities in terms of how it currently works. With a duplex lot, is that separate PEP systems? Is that one PEP system? When are those installed? If development of a duplex lot's happening, but I would assume both are installed at the same time if they're separate. Whereas if we split them, how is that working? So I have a number of questions kind of about the way all of this works in terms of current versus how that would change in terms of the proposals.
What was the first question? I missed your first
I
question.
don't even know at this point.
I know.
Counts.
Yeah,
How many infill duplexes?
How many lots do we have
There's
right now?
about 1,000 duplex lots that are zoned duplex. I think I have the number.
Currently,
here.
from the original ITT.
1,181. This map is from December.
Okay. And then, based on proposal 3, that would basically mean that there'd be 2,000 separate lots if all the landowners exercise the maximum potential, essentially. And then in terms of utility hookups, when duplex is happening, they're on separate PEP tanks, both sides, is that correct?
They're treated as, they're then, when you split a duplex, even an existing duplex, a duplex that has a
Right.
shared wall, they're then considered townhouses. And just like any townhouse development, I don't think Palm Coast allows PEP tanks anymore. I mean, I don't want to speak for utilities, but I think it's all sewer.
For new homes?
Yeah.
I believe they're geographically defined. Some areas have to be on PEPs and some do not, depending on where we are in the city.
The
Let's-
current development is that a duplex lot typically receive only one water and sewer line for the two basically units.
So they'll merge to the PEP
Ye-
tank?
Yeah, they will merge into one. And if they have dual ownership, then basically it's up to the two owners in order to work out how they're gonna basically repair such things or rehab such things like that.
So I think we're getting some clarification in the back to make sure that we're accurate here.
And I may have been thinking of subdivisions rather than the
Yes,
individual
yeah, definitely
duplex
all
lots.
MPDs. We
yeah.
no longer, we're not doing that stuff.
Pep tanks, the gift that keeps giving, right?
Well, I just want to make sure.
But no, you're right on the infill lots. If the system's that way, the infill lots have to be PEP tanks, unless we do the next presentation next decade. Maybe we'll look at something like that. But they'll need that, and then just Carl noted in his head, we would not want to have two customers into one PEP tank being a future design, and off the top of our head, we're not aware of it being that way. So we'll leave each resident to have a separate water line, separate sewer line, going to separate PEP tanks.
Okay.
And we'll follow up to make sure we're not off on that, on the spot today, but that's the way we leave it is.
Part of my concern with that, though, is that essentially, in terms of our maintenance program of PEP tanks, then, we're doubling the amount of PEP tanks in those lots that would have previously existed.
Good point.
I know we received conversations externally that kind of prompted this as well. These are proposals from outside, and I don't know how far this deviates from what those initial intents were. I know when we talked about it, we were like, as long as it doesn't cause extra density, and from our perspective, certainly 2 maybe single-family homes looks better in terms of the neighborhood, right, than duplexes currently do. So that's a positive. Potential pride in home ownership and things like that. When it's yours, it's your 4 walls versus sharing a wall. Potentially that helps with long-term maintenance of those properties as well. But I also want to just make sure that we're exploring potential future costs here with duplicative PEP tanks and things like that that didn't exist in the way it was zoned or created prior.
Anything else?
Yeah, and I think we also discussed, early on, even a pilot program. Let's try it out,
Well, that's, I got the email from Mr. Amaral last night. I'm sorry, Tony, I didn't reach back out to you, but I read through your email. Like I said, our biggest concern is, well, there's 2 now. I didn't even think about the PEP systems. Space for them, for each house to have their own independent, unless it's going to take up part of their front yard, I guess. That's an issue. And the impact fees, because we can't waive impact fees anymore. We are not in a position to do anything like that. We need every dollar we can get coming in as far as impact fees. We've had that battle, and I think the city is, throughout time has not done the right thing on that. So
To the point, Mr. Mayor, what do we currently do for affordable housing? And because that's something that's allowable under state law, right? The waiving of impact fees for
specifically for affordable housing.
Yes.
Yeah, the
And
county
so
does
I
it.
guess the question is are we currently doing that with duplex lots?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because if we're currently doing it in some way, then this wouldn't necessarily be a change from the current policy. But if the ask is to change that policy, then that's a different question, I think.
My position on the impact fee is that it should be builder paid when the property sells. There shouldn't be any waiver, any further deferment, none of this, so we'll wait 15 years and collect it from you then. No, when they sell the lot, builder pays it, get them
Sells or
collected.
permitting?
No, sells it. That's the whole concept of this being an affordable, if we go this route. And I'm not in favor of this, just generally speaking. I'm willing to engage in a pilot program to see how it works out if we limit it, but I have a number of concerns. But if council decides to go this route, I would say impact fees should be paid by the builder when it sells. I also want to make sure that we somehow, and I don't know how we do this, I want to make sure we're restricting the ability for other infill lot owners to rezone to a duplex and then be able to do this. Because we're saying right now, well, you can do it with these possibly, right? We're limiting it to the 1,000 infill lots that have duplexes on them now. But what's to keep the other 6,000 or whatever that number, between 6,000 and 7,000 infill lots that exist, people from increasing that number by changing what's a single-family residential zone lot to this duplex zone lot. So I would have a concern with that. I don't know if I'm wading into the waters of property owner rights, and I want to make sure we're not, infringing. So I don't know if this is an ordinance that we put in the ordinance that it's only applicable to duplex lots as of the date of the ordinance, something that, limits it that way. So those two conditions, if I were to be on board at all, and I'm not, giving my position because I just don't know, to be honest with you, those would be two definite conditions for me that would have to happen.
Yes, sir.
I also agree on the impact fees. Based on what's happening with us, with the council, we can't waive the impact fees. But I do think a pilot project would be worthwhile, just to see if it can be done. And that way the public can get an idea of what this would mean, as opposed to agreeing to an ordinance that would open it up. So I'm kind of at the point where I'd like to see the pilot program done, but I'm not willing to expand it beyond that at this point.
I agree, because we had talked about this before when we did the presentation for affordable housing, and I think multiple of us kind of espoused the idea that, like, I'm for trying to make the process easier and some of the codes, but I don't want to subsidize, and waiving the impact fees is essentially a subsidy on that. So I agree in terms of the impact fees.
May I add something regarding a pilot program, please?
Yes, ma'am.
We considered perhaps offering a pilot program, but this would be creating residences on if we didn't change the code to allow it, we would then be allowing homes to be constructed that are non-conforming, the size and garage requirements to our current code, on lots that are non-conforming to be allowed, that would allow single-family homes on it. We would be allowing homes to be constructed that are non-conforming. So if the pilot program, whatever time period we put on there, everything would be non-conforming. So it's not like putting a chicken coop in the backyard.
And it would be setting a bad precedent, right?
Well, can't we take action to allow for a pilot program? I mean, can't we draft the ordinance in a way that is specific to a pilot program?
And then
not do a wholesale change, but allow for an ordinance specifically for a pilot program?
Not for nothing, there's also many non-conforming properties within the city.
Yeah, but so what Ms. Lenz is saying is that, in theory, to answer your question, yes, you can do a pilot program, but you're running the risk if you do the pilot program, this council or the next council doesn't like the outcome, then you have on the books, I don't know how many houses that are non-conforming, not in compliance with your land development code. So you do run that risk. Something just to consider, that's all.
Got you. If you go into the C section or the F section, there's houses that are non-conforming right now. So.
And then if something happens to them, they can't be reconstructed. You can't increase a nonconformity. You can't rebuild a
Right,
nonconformity.
yeah, if you have to pull another permit, then it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jackie, does the county allows for the waiving of impact fees, don't they? I remember from one of our meetings, do they have a policy set? Okay. Okay, they don't. I thought they did. All right.
Yeah, I think that basically if you want to do a pilot program or you're going to adopt whichever option that you would like, 3 or 4, the end game is probably about the same time because we still have to bring back an ordinance for the option for a pilot program, or we could bring it back as an option to adopt, let's say option 3, for example. Then it will be basically adopted approximately in June. Either route, it will have the same effect, yeah, in terms of timing.
When we redid our impact fees, we based them on square footage, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So in theory, a small single-family home is already paying far less than what we based the average on. I just don't want to, the theory of this, I don't disagree with. It's just I don't want to subsidize and I don't want to create more costs for the city in terms of maintenance long-term. I don't want to be looking at this 25 years down the road and saying, oh, we just passed the buck down the road and now we all have more costs associated with this.
Just another thought, just for your consideration. If you're looking at to adopt option 4, we would have to come back to you in order to provide constraints relating to how we're going to basically maintain that property that will be affordable. So would we look at AMI at 80, 100, 120? Those are things that you have to consider as well too. And what's the period of time that we have to require them to maintain that as affordability? 10 years, 15 years, 30 years. So all of that we have to come back to you in order for your consideration.
Yeah, I really don't want the city that involved in houses. I really don't. Miss Jackie, what's your opinion on these proposals?
Well, unfortunately, if you do define this as an affordable housing project, we will be getting that involved in that.
Yeah.
That's under state guidelines. In order for you to determine its affordability, you have to have an affordability period.
Yeah.
Somebody has to monitor that. You're going to have to monitor what the income levels of the people that are being qualified as affordable. If it's under our guidelines using federal money, 80% is the maximum. We can't do 120. So there's other rules and regulations when you term something affordable that we have to consider under federal and state guidelines that we have to regulate. So we will be getting that involved. And I don't know if staff could handle that type of involvement right now.
Yeah, that's a heavy lift. I went out to that one apartment complex on Whiteview just to, get an idea of, because they are offering all these incentives for people to move in. But a 1-bedroom studio apartment is going for $14.50 a month. And they said people that they won't even rent to someone unless they have 3 times, which is reasonable, 3 times that income to cover that rent. And I don't know if anyone's noticed if the prices are coming down on apartments. Most people, when you start out, that's what you start out in. You start out in something small, or like I lived in a trailer. When my first house was a trailer, living in a trailer outside of a military installation, paying $700-800 a month rent for a 3-bedroom trailer, which probably equates to about $1,500 a month today. And that was back in mid-90s or so. This is a very hard dilemma. We want to open it up for public comment and get some feedback, because I know Mr. Amaral has something.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. Mayor. On concept, it's a good idea. It's just we've got to figure out how to do it the right way. I think that doesn't cause more costs to the city, and I don't know.
Okay, we'll open up the public comment. Mr. Amaral, Mrs. Amaral?
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members.
My husband and I build residential homes right here in Palm Coast. I'm here today with a very practical solution to one of Palm Coast's biggest challenges: affordable workforce housing. Under Florida statutes 420.0004, housing is considered affordable when a family spends no more than 30% of their income on housing costs. For a typical two-person household in Flagler County in 2026, that means a family earning between about $58,000 and $87,000 a year. Our teachers, nurses, first responders, seniors, and young families can realistically afford homes in roughly the $240,000 to $310,000 range. The problem is that homes in that price range are hard to come by. I want to start by saying something very clearly. I cannot change the actual cost to build a home. My supplier will not change the cost of my concrete or my lumber because I am building workforce housing. But what can change the price of a home are the local policies and incentives this council chooses to adopt. Let me give you a real practical example. If I take a duplex lot that costs $80,000 and I'm allowed to split it in half, I can build a small starter home on each side. That alone lowers the cost of each home by $40,000 and does not increase density. If I go from a required 2-car garage to a 1-car garage, I lower the price another $10,000 to $15,000. If I reduce the minimum home size from 1,200 square feet to 1,100 square feet, that lowers the price another $18,000. And if the $30,000 in impact fees are placed on a 0% deferred loan that is forgivable after 10 years, like SHIP funds, like CDBG funds, that lowers the upfront cost again. When you stack those incentives together, you reduce the cost of a home by over $100,000. That is the difference between a home that is out of reach and a home that is attainable. These homes are not for investors, they are not rental homes. They are for our teachers, firefighters, police officers, medical professionals, and seniors on fixed incomes who are trying to downsize, the same people you like to do proclamations for. I've heard some people refer to this as subsidized housing, but the families who qualify for these homes would still be paying at least 30% of their income to own them. These are working households doing exactly what we tell people to do: work hard, serve their community, and play by the rules. This isn't theoretical. These are high-quality, smaller homes that can be built right now on existing duplex lots throughout Palm Coast. And a lot of the things that were set up here are not accurate. And I wish I had more than 3 minutes to discuss that.
Well, you can continue on. I'll give you 2 more minutes.
The PEP tanks, the duplexes right now that are split, that are built to be split, have their own systems. So there is no extra anything to the city. As far as affordability, they would have to qualify to purchase the home, but then that would be it. I mean, this isn't a rental. You don't have to keep verifying their income every year they own the home. If you were to put a lien for the impact fees, which is what I'm talking about, there's a $30,000 lien on the property. They're not going to be able to sell it right away and pay off that lien. And if they were to qualify for SHIP funding or CDBG funding, that is also a lien on the property. That, by the way, is forgivable after a certain amount of time. So there are things in place that would make this affordable without putting an affordability period on it. And I thought I heard that we are giving $5,000 for water for the apartment complex. That's what I heard here at the presentation, that the CRA is giving $5,000 to pay off their water. So deferring the impact fees for people to have affordable housing, and this is something that can be done now, today, with the pilot program. I don't need to change a land development code or an ordinance. There are plenty of houses, like Mr. Miller said, that are already non-conforming. So thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment?
Mr. Mayor, I do have a clarification. So per utility department, each duplex has its own individual PEP tank, which are designated as Tank A and Tank B. While the 2 units share a common discharge line, the inflow to each tank is separate and independent. Additionally, each unit is equipped with its own dedicated electrical control panel, ensuring independent operation of both systems. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
They each have one.
So any more public comment? You got something, Mr. McDonald?
Yes, I do. Having been a multifamily builder most of my life, since the early 70s, I feel pretty qualified to talk on this, but the first thing I want to say is I want every one of you council members to think about this. You look out the front window of your house. You're in a single-family neighborhood. You're looking at a treed lot, which happens to be a duplex lot. Now what you're going to have, from what the planning people are showing up here, is you're going to essentially have what amounts to be a double wide, two of them, sitting across the street from you. This is not what ITT envisioned when they did Palm Coast. And I never hear anything about this from this planning department. Nothing about the original plan for this place. It wasn't, the reason the two families are done in the nature they're done here, especially back when they were done with ITT, is they were supposed to look like a single-family house across the street from you. It's just that they had some extra garage and some extra concrete on them. Okay, you're completely wiping that out. Okay, for everybody who lives in Palm Coast. All right. Now, one of the things that I asked for yesterday was an FOIA request. Okay, and I haven't gotten it. I didn't expect to get it, but I got one of my answers here today. Okay, there's 1,180 of these duplex lots in this city right now existing, on the old ITT lots. But what I want to have is I want a list of the owners. I want to see who's going to benefit from this, because what I see is manipulation of the real estate market here that's going on all the time in Palm Coast, and more than I would ever like to see. And this is a specific instance of it, where I see people who are developers sitting behind me, and also people that are on the council pushing for this. This is manipulation, folks. So you have to think about your neighbors and the voters that live in this town, and do they want to look at two double wides sitting across the street from them? I mean, that's what it's going to be. You got a slab underneath it, but essentially that's what you have. These are little 1,000-square-foot, probably single-story houses. This is not what was envisioned here at all. So we're way off track on what's, what Palm Coast is supposed to be doing. And I have to tell you, I've lived here before the city was a city. And all I've seen here since I've gotten here is this planning department, not specifically Jackie or the other folks here, okay, all I've ever seen it do is lessen Palm Coast all the time. It's gone down, down, down. If you think about the stuff that is being produced now, the 19,000 unbuilt units, unpermitted units, but have approval to be built in this town that we learned about a year ago, okay? It's just unfathomable what you're doing to this city. You're ruining what ITT set out to have here. And, I really wish that you would think about this long and hard, but I think before you do anything, please table this until we can find out who's going to benefit from all this, right? And that's pretty easy to do, but there just wasn't enough time when I saw it come up on the agenda. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. Any further public comment? Yes, Ms. Shelley.
Darlene Shelley, Palm Coast. Compatibility matters. It's mentioned in the comprehensive plan. We have a flume, we have a comprehensive plan for a reason. Current residents have worked hard to afford our coastal homes in Palm Coast. Many are on oversized lots, on golf courses, on canals. Duplex lots can be developed with one home, so this proposal can indeed increase intensity and density. In addition, Compatibility with existing homes is a real and important factor. 4,000 square foot lots are not compatible with 10,000 square foot lots. Comp sales are a real factor for our home values. And this proposal poses yet another threat to our property values. Infrastructure, water, and utility limitations are a real concern. If the cost of the end product is the primary concern, then simply make simple changes to allow a smaller square foot home or a one-car garage. But local residents do not want our property values to be negatively affected or impacted by 2 homes on 1 lot. Again, Palm Coast already has many options available for affordable housing. It's all around us. Brand new construction in the low 200s. Lowering the value of the homes of current residents should never be the decision of our elected officials, or even the unelected ones. You've set a precedence with the East Section debacle, and this is the start of that Pandora's box opening. Again, we already have affordable housing in Palm Coast. This is not about affordable housing. It's about developer greed, more profits, and what I have termed as growth at any cost. The residents of Palm Coast are watching, and I do not believe that they want or will vote for excessive development. Builders are those that will threaten the quality of life, safety, health, and welfare of the current residents of Palm Coast. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir, Mr. Amaral.
Tony Amaral, Palm Coast. First of all, I want to say thank you for at least taking this out of, I should say, a concept and actually putting some conversation to this. For years, we've been hearing about affordability. We've been working on processes. We've been having we appoint people to the AHAC committee, the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and it's all a paper tiger to say we're doing something. I understand that the Land Development Code has a section that they're going to be working on soon, June, August, somewhere in that ballpark. So I would like to see, whether now or then, an actual pledge to work on attainable workforce housing. This is no longer a concept. This is a problem that affects all of us as we live here. Teachers who are coming from Port Orange will find jobs in Port Orange and not come here. Firemen who need to have places to live will live closer to a place they can find. I know after talking to the fire union, they had one of their biggest concerns was turnover for a while because people were coming, getting their hours, their competency, if you will, and then leaving to go to a different location. This is a problem that is prevalent throughout Florida, throughout the county, throughout the states, all of them. So I do want to see an actual plan that can be done and filled as opposed to a pipe dream and a promise that actually never makes itself happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups? Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think I'm stating the obvious when we know that affordability is a national issue, state issue, touches it, every single community. I participated in the housing fair this weekend. Jackie and the team did a great job pulling that together. But there are people terrified that they can't find a place to live. There are folks that are coming in from having to come in from out of town to work here. There are seniors that are looking to right size and get on a home that it's not as big, it's less of a burden for them to take care of. But we have an opportunity to take action, not just talk. And you know, whatever the option is, or whatever the way ahead is, let's do something. Let's not sit here and just talk about it, or staff it to death, right? Bring it back, bring it back, bring it back. Let's move forward with a plan and resolution, whatever that may be. If the impact fees, you know, is a non-starter, then let's figure out a way to move past that. But we have a real opportunity here as a council to tackle affordability. You know, and I say that not just as a member of this council, but as a member of the Affordable Housing Committee. Our residents, you know, also need help in this regard. It's not just the retiree population that want to see something nice across the street. They want to be able to live and work and raise their family and then move on to a bigger house and build that equity. And so just my 2 cents as we bring this back, but I just encourage this council to do something. Maybe the pilot program, I don't know.
If you don't mind, Fong, can you go back to the map that shows all the duplex? Okay.
The layout.
I just wanted to have that.
Oh, the drawings?
No, that you had it. That had the location of all the current duplexes. This is the available lots in the city. Those are the available lots in the city. I do think that the compatibility is an issue. And Mr. McDonald, I think he's perfectly right in saying that when you look out your front door, you don't want to see like two shotgun houses right in front of you, which is basically a trailer, unless it's two-story, and then still a shotgun house, just two-story. I think we should table this for now. I don't think it. Personally, to me, we have 19,000 houses in the queue, if not more now. So I'm hoping that prices continue to come down, and not, you know, I took an example, one kid that works for the city. Someone that I know, and I just looked at a random name, works in the fire department, makes $55,000 a year. Him alone, just one person alone, he can afford an apartment and live comfortably. Now, when you get into families, you got to look at the income level. Affordable housing is what you can afford. And then we get into subsidizing housing for affordable housing. So I think we need to let it play out and see what's going to happen with all these houses that are coming online. These builders, some of them went back projects that's been on the books for decades, and they hadn't turned one bit of dirt, but they keep putting more houses in the queue for us. So I personally think we should table this and not do anything relating to this right now. I don't know the consensus of the rest of the council.
I'd like to hear what Councilman Sullivan has to say. He's been relatively silent during the conversation, so I just want to.
You know,
what I thought was that I didn't agree that we should change the coding right now to allow a lot of this, but I do think pilot programs make sense, because if you don't do something, actually do something, you're never going to know the answer. And although the houses would be smaller, we do allow 1,200 square foot houses already on a full lot. So I don't, the thing about the way they're going to look, I don't think is a very mundane part of the answer here, that the 1,200 square foot houses don't look much better either if you want to go that route. So I think they can make them look decent in a pilot program, but so I don't think that's the key here. I think the key is there something we can do that might work? And I'm not saying that's the answer, but unless you actually do something, we're not going to know.
This is something, a follow-up for the council. Can we get information, like Mr. McDonald was talking about, who owns these properties? If we could take one of these clusters that's owned by one person that owns those, if I don't even know if it exists, but if they own that cluster, maybe use that as a pilot, and it'd be just that neighborhood as a pilot program to see if it's doable. Is that something you guys are
I
comfortable
actually
with?
was thinking about that too, looking at this map. It seems like these are clustered. You know, maybe we'll find that perfect cluster, you know, but there's also the argument to be made, and I know we've discussed this, of interspersing affordable housing in with regular
That's what I was going to
residential
say, is that
housing, yeah, so.
potentially, you know, this works if it's like one or two random lots in each little cluster, but then you're making all of them in that same neighborhood as a cluster, then it's a lot, right, at the same time, so.
Yeah, I see pluses and minuses to it. I mean, this is a tough one. I'm a big believer that the market always corrects itself. Real estate is cyclical. I agree with you, Mayor. We're seeing more and more houses being built. We're seeing more and more houses being listed. The economy is scary for a lot of reasons right now, and I don't feel like it's getting better. We've been kind of waiting on that. So I'm not ready to change our code to allow for this at this time. However, you know, I won't be on this council very long, so I would just caution the council that will be, if this is determined to be an initiative you all want to engage in the future, it needs to be made for affordable housing, because affordability is subjective. If we don't put strictures on who we are actually building these for, then it is subject to abuse, in my opinion. So I think that if council, and maybe maybe council will decide to move forward with it right now. I'm not in favor of moving forward with it right now, but in the future, it needs to be subject to the affordable housing rules and regulations. It needs to have impact fees paid by the builder up front. We don't need to be subsidizing those, and that's what it is. I don't care if it's delayed, it's a delayed subsidy or whatever it is, because as we know, we're always building infrastructure from behind. The last thing we need to do is wait 30 years for a lien to be paid for infrastructure needs. So I would say make the builder pay it when they sell the home. And then, you know, I would like to see a 10-year limitation on there to make sure that it's not rented out, that it is in fact being occupied by the owner because they still qualify for this affordable housing designation, and that if they do deed the property, that it is deeded to somebody that also qualifies. Yeah, for the affordable housing. So I get the affordability argument, but that is being felt by a lot of people who would not qualify for one of these. Affordability, we're paying over $4 for a gallon of gas right now, and that affects everything in the economy. So I'm hoping that with the current market the way it is, we will start to see prices drop and affordability to come into play. But at this time, you don't have my consensus to move forward.
Thank you, ma'am. Fong, Jackie?
Yes, sir.
Could you guys, and Estelle, could you see if we have any that cluster, like in one smaller neighborhood?
By the same owner? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, preferably the same owner.
Yeah, certainly we can run that. No,
Yeah,
no
see
problem.
if there's a cul-de-sac, you know, or, you know, a small side street, something that we can look at and say, hey, this could possibly work here.
Or a pilot program?
For a pilot program.
Maybe it does, but like when I peruse the property appraisers' websites, and I'm like, every lot's owned by a different person or a different group or a different LLC, it's probably unlikely that we're going to get like 10 in a row right next to each other that are all owned by the same
PC
person.
Lots owns a ton. Maybe we'll get lucky.
I know there was some drop lots and stuff that people went up and bought, but, you know, and so it's possible, but I guess we look for it and see if it's there.
Mr. Amaraldo, you know if there's any like that, where there's a cluster that one owner owns all the properties? We'd have to do the research. So if we could, that would be a do out for us.
So
Yeah. Oh, well, no, I'm saying, okay.
So we have consensus, right, to explore a pilot program. We don't know if it's viable, one, via code, and two, how we want to define that.
Yeah, like what by a pilot program, they need, like, what do you guys want?
I think the best, if I may, I think the best next step, because I think what I'm hearing from council is that we're okay with maybe staff getting a list of all the owners, right, of all the duplex lots. And then, I don't know if it needs to be a presentation, Mayor, but getting that to us, and then sending maybe to us the owners of these different clusters. I don't know how you do that in an efficient way. And I don't know if it needs to come back as another presentation, but that's, I think, what I'm hearing we need, right?
We can provide you a report on a map and show you, point it to each cluster, who owns what. We can do that and provide that to each one of you. And then from that, you can basically consider whether you want to do a pilot program, like the mayor said, in one cluster, or like the vice mayor and Councilman Miller said, well, scatter them throughout. Let's say if you want only a 10 a lot to be as a pilot program, or 20 lots, let's scatter them throughout the city.
I would
and see
also,
how would it pan out. You know, that would be your consideration, yeah.
I would also ask, and then if so, what are the mechanisms to, execute that pilot program? Is it a resolution?
Yeah, I think we'd have to work that out through the business meetings, exactly what we want out of this.
Be an ordinance?
But really, to split the lots right now, we can just do it administratively. We can do that, right? That's administrative. We don't have
With
to.
a duplex structure on it, not with two houses on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
They still have
not
the-
allowed in the
the
code,
shared
so I don't
wall.
know how a pilot program is possible. We would be creating non-conform, without changing the code.
We'd have, yeah.
You have to change the code.
We would like have a sunset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The owner able to do with that lot? Probably not a lot. So just think about that scenario. That's all.
Okay. So have we provided the direction needed? Are you good with that, Marcus? Fong?
Well, I just want to give you a timeline. So we'll provide you that report relating to property owners, and then we'll bring it back to you possibly at the next meeting for the workshop, together with the basically housing study, the report on that. And then we'll provide that for you. And at that time, we would need to, from you to give us direction on how you want to move forward. Then we'll bring back basically in June, the first read of the ordinance, and possibly in July before can be effective. So, and that would involve basically a change of the code in order to split the lot, if that's what you want to do.
Okay. Are we good with that as a council? Okay, everybody's good with that. Okay, thank you, Fawn, thank you, Ms.
Sure.
Jackie, and thank
Thank
you,
you.
Ms. Estelle. We're moving on to the 10-year capital improvement plan. The CIP. Used to be a frightening acronym for me back in the day. CIP's coming up, guys, get ready.
Good afternoon. We'll start off, Carl and I, we'll have about 8 or 10 slides on utilities, and then Carl will pick it up to the entire city. And thanks, Carl. And this is follow-up, in January, we did a 10-year CIP related to the bond issuance and the financial forecast. A little different flavor to it, but it's a continuation of that, and also continuation from the work in the budget in August and last year. What did I do wrong, Carl?
Hit the wheel.
Oh, hit the wheel? Okay. All right. This first slide we'll look at is really focused on the list of the 5-year projects in the sense of the use of funds. We'll talk source of funds and use of funds. So right now is the use of funds. And on the top 2 rows are the R&R. This is rehab, rehabilitation, renewal and replacement, whichever words we want to call it. And it shows across the next 5 years, including this year, we're anywhere from $35 to $50 million a year. Now, that's an important number because it does kind of provide us a baseline when we go into the out years. And then below that, it's kind of written as projects that are qualify for capacity funding or the CAIC. Now, I use the word growth-driven on this, and it is growth-driven, but there's also some catch-up capacity and expansion. We'll kind of use those words a little bit interrelated today. And we have a combination of all of that in our treatment capacity and our transmission line capacity. We certainly, I didn't highlight it, but the second and bottom row, you'll see in 27 to 29, there's a 69 million, 100 million, and 50 million. So that's about $220 million, which represents the peak period of the construction of the large wastewater plant number 1 expansion from 6.83 to 10.83 MGD. In that project, that project's going to be anywhere from 180 to 200 million dollars, depending on the final GMP. How we incorporate, we were here 2 weeks ago on GMP 1, we called it, which is electrical upgrades, about $6 million, mostly on the existing plant, and then expansion of the new 4 MGD, but in addition to engineering costs, project management, construction management type costs. And if we look over to the right, we haven't fully built out our 10-year program, so much focus on the next 5, but we are in our plan, and there's a slide, I think slide 6 or 7 we'll get to, that, developing our master plans for the next decades. And those will incorporate environmental upgrades. The one particular project we've thought about in the past is the AWT on wastewater plant 1, but there's additional environmental upgrades throughout the system. System optimization will be very important. How do we make this a system and make it run more efficiently? Folks have done a lot in the past, but there's a lot more opportunities as we're growing to shift flow from different plants, whether it's a water plant or a sewer plant, and various different type of technology, SCADA systems, and what you need to be able to monitor the system. Treatment capacity, like I did mention a few minutes ago, is there's some catch up to that, but it's also for the future growth and expansion. Transmission lines, as the system gets bigger, I don't know the exact number of miles, but we're about, seems like it's 15 miles north-south. So we have a system that's not fully gridded in the sense that we're more vertical than we are wide at the moment. As a water system, you'd love to have like streets and avenues you would in a big city that was built, hundreds of years ago. So we have to further grid our system at the transmission level, whether that's for water supply, water grid, or for opportunities when you can on the force mains to be able to grid that a little bit. You don't really build a grid on force mains, but you want ability to divert flow from different directions in a few key spots in town. Again, the baseline of that $40 million R&R, if you look at, these numbers are 35 to 50 million. We do have a little bit of money in R&R, kind of peaked up some existing projects and help funding the MOC and what have you during these next several years. But that's, when we're built out to 5 years, our asset value will be about $750 million in the utility system. And whether you want to call that 25 years or 30 years depreciation, you're between $25 and $30 million a year, but that's original costs. That's not replacement costs. So, I think we should be planning for a minimum baseline of $40 million R&R, and that's a minimum baseline. The I&I and PEP tanks, there's a little bit of money in the current 5-year plan related to PEP tanks. I say a little, it's still $15, $17 million, but as the next decade, years 6 to 10 of the CIP, I think we'll see some more funding or more systematic initiatives related to PEP tanks and I&I. And then we got the facilities in the MOC, which will be some of that in these current years with transfers over to that fund, and some of that will be building out probably in the more year 6 on. Really 4 different categories. Next 5 slides, we'll have 2 on water. We'll split to water R&R focus. And at that is, first we'll start from where the water comes. It comes from the wells. So we have about $10 million of well rehabs. We also, the next slide, will go into expansion wells. This is rehabbing our wells to make sure if that was originally designed to be 300 or 400 gallons a minute, that it's getting 300 or 400 gallons a minute, and long-term sustainability related to that. Our water plant number 1's worth itemized, and there's 2 different projects related to that. First is for R&R, $37 million is in the plan. That number is not precise, but it's in that range, and we got about another 10 or 12 in expansion. So we're about $50 million. By rehabbing it, changing some processes to be determined, we hope to get more capacity at it. It's a tight spot where it's at, but it needs to be rehabbed. It's a 70s vintage plant. Water plant 2, the one on the south, there's the major element of that is a ultrafiltration skid that has to be rebuilt. That's going to be the major cost, but there's other R&R related to that. Water meter projects, meters, if we got over 50,000 meters and they're $300 to $500 a pop minimum, depending on if you're doing complete replacement, whether you're doing boxes, the valves in it, we own residential backflow, so that's closer to $500. If you're just kind of replacing the meter and transmitter, you're closer to $300. And if you got 50,000, that's $25 million asset that has to be replaced about every 15 years. We have a lot of that in this program, and those are just small meters, not counting the large meters. We have some other projects. We mentioned the mock transfer. We talked about that in the past. And then the two bullets below that, the backflow preventers and water distribution improvements, there is not that much money in this first 5 years for water distribution improvements. So I see the need when we get into key focus areas, years 6 to 10, you will see a lot more related to the water distribution pipe and replacement as the pipes get older. On the expansion focus, mentioned water supply projects new, so we're looking at 15 new wells. I think, we had some questions in the past, and I had a call yesterday with one of our wells vendors or contractors isn't there a way to get some more flow out of these wells? Can we go deeper and look at, 800 gallons a minute or 1,200 gallons a minute or 1,500 gallons a minute? Because we have a lot of wells that are 200, 300, 400 gallons a minute, even less. And that's kind of the water supply we have here is lower, higher quantity number of wells. So we need new wells and new raw water mains. We're modeling the system. Did get a draft last week of the baseline of our well system main modeling to see where we have bottlenecks to be able to transfer water from different plants. So we're working on that, and we know we're going to spur some projects of some transmission mains on the water supply. On the treatment projects, the expansion of Water Plant 1, we mentioned a sludge thickener. That hopefully we're looking to get more flow out of it, not just rehabilitation of that facility. Water Plant 2 on the south, we just completed a storage tank. We did put 26 into this, so that most of that's work done. And then the big expansion is Water Plant 3. We're at 3 mg right now. 4.5 is fairly easy. We're basically replacing membranes. Going to 6 is more costly. We're going to need more structural work, electrical work, pipe and pumps, and we need a new ground storage tank as the system grows out there. One of the challenges we continue to have is, low pressure RO is even without brackish water, we have concentrate discharge challenges. And the further you get with more chlorides and more solids, the more concentrate. So that is an opportunity and challenge in the water treatment of our system. And more utilities are seeing that in Florida. And then other projects, like I mentioned, we're going to do some upsize in the water mains at times if a development's coming in at 12-inch pipe, but we see a need long-term to be 16. We have a cost participation policy to upgrade that. We need the flexibility so we don't tear up roads 3 or 4 years later when something's happening. And then our key focus area in the year 6 to 10 is really expand that plant from 6 to 9 MGD. That's a lot of work. Major, we haven't even scoped that at this point in time. It's a line item in the budget, and we'll work on scoping that. And then a potential new water plant, whether that's going out west or what have you. But you think in year 6 to 10, we'll probably have a new water plant, and we'll be working on that through our master plan. Next 3 slides are related to wastewater, and then we'll cap up the source of funding. So looking at it first, as we mentioned, the odor control, mentioned the GMP1 upgrades and odor control. That's more R&R. You're not getting any capacity out of that. The next one on pumping system, we have 181, I think it's 182 now, pump stations. And, we do the math at $500,000 each. That's $90 million. So to keep those up, replacing pipes, pumps, redoing wet wells, what have you, the R&R and that. Generators are great, but you got to maintain them, and that's about $22 million in the first 5 years for that. The next one, we have $28 million kind of related to the collection system. That's touching on some PEP system upgrades have been done for the last few years, but again, is not the major overhaul of the PEP system. We will be looking at some analysis to see if there's some, I wouldn't call it quick hits is not the right word, but it's some analysis that can we take areas to look at the I&I and reduce the inflow where in lieu of building new plants, maybe we can grab 500,000 gallons a day savings of I&I on peak days, and that's a lot cheaper than building a new plant. Florida Park Drive gravity force main, we're putting that out for RFP. That needs to be worked on holistically. We've done various different projects over the years, and then that's one of the 5-6 main vertical arteries for driving in this town. It's not going to be fun when it happens, but we're going to look at that and design how to solve that for the next decades versus trying to solve individual spots or viewers. So we're going to look at that over the next several years and have $5 or $6 million in the budget at this point in time, and could be more, could be a little bit less, but it's a significant project. And then the key areas in the following 5 years is the advanced wastewater treatment that has been talked about a year ago when Carl was up here. It's approximately $60 million is the estimate we got. I think it was 30% drawings we had on that, or partially 30%. And we have applied for a $20 million grant here in the last month or so folks helped out on that. And getting a big chunk of that as a grant, if it does come through, would probably help accelerate that. And long term, we're going to need to do that. And the question is how to get some support and move forward with that one period of time. If we do that before we totally demobilize on the planned expansion over the next 36, 42 months, that would probably save us some money. So it'd be really good if we're able to get that in, more year 28, 29 versus waiting to do that in 32, 33, 34, because then you got some efficiencies with the existing contractors out there. And then PEP tanks, starting in 2030, the next decade, that will be a major initiative we need to work on long-term to figure that one out. And then the expansion, we've already talked about the wastewater 1 plant. We haven't spoke much about this. It was probably touched on in January and maybe in the past, but initial construction of wastewater plant 3. So whether that's on area in the southeast part of town, whether that's out west, but how do we get into more of a modular or a framework where you're building the plant long-term for 4 MGD, but you can build it in sections, whether it's 500,000 or 1 million gallons at a time. That gives you the flexibility. We got to make sure we have a main a pump station that can move and transmission lines to move the sewage as we need to. But we're gonna need extra capacity at a time. And how do we make that the most efficient spot? We got to look at our effluent plan and do it quick. I worked somewhere 10 years ago. We had to move quick. In 107 days, we took a used plant, got about 700,000 gallons a day. I don't think we're moving as quick as we used to 10 years ago, 107 days. But from ground up, you had an existing facility. But how do we build something quicker that allows, if growth does happen, that we can get there quick, accept those revenues, accept that for the community, and leave the framework for a future growth as we go. Wastewater effluent reclaim, about $11 million. All our water, I say all of it, virtually all of the water, whether it's 97, 98%, I'll get that number, tracking as we go forward, that we treat goes back in through reclaim systems, whether that's individual housing. We do a lot bulk to several different golf courses and communities. We have a rapid infiltration basin and some spray fields. But as we go forward, we're going to need more land to be able to treat that water and to put it back into the ground where it came from. And then we'll need some reclaimed transmission lines. So during our master plans, we'll look at the effluent management plan as an element of that. We have a master pump stations. Those are the, whether we want to call 7, 8, or 10, these are the stations right upstream of our plants, or a key pivot one that you see out there. Usually are triplex stations, got backup generation, VFDs, and very modern. And those are costly, several $1 million pump stations. And the key focus area in the year 6 to 10 will be complete the construction of wastewater plant 3, which I call it a name, but it hasn't really been existing yet, but we'll work on that next slide. And we need to address our biosolids right now. We haul it off, all O&M costs. We may look at how do we contribute through some sort of long-term agreement, whether it becomes capital or O&M, depends on what the arrangement will be. But long-term, we're going to have to, like most communities, address our biosolids, the ability to find effective environmental ways to dispose of that. This is a slide that we'll be bringing about a month from now to the council on an agenda item where these are 7 projects on the wastewater system that make up 2/3 of the wastewater budget, almost 240 million of the 375 are these 7 projects. The master plan, the effluent management plan we just spoke about, those are planning studies. And then year 30 on that $2 million, that's and year 29, that represents output projects like a large pump station from it. But the first 3 years are more of a plan itself. And then the construction management of the wastewater plant 1 to make sure we're taking experts to look at that quote. And as we go to validate any changes we have of technical or cost changes along the way during the construction period, to kind of oversee the engineering services during the construction period. Task 5 is the preliminary engineering report for new wastewater plant 3. 6 is I mentioned the I&I. This is all the I&I money that we have on a capital, and a very small portion of that will be some specific analysis where the next decade, that would be a bigger number. And then year 29 and 30, we start in our capital plan, but we'll shift that depending on the needs. If growth is not happening, then you'll see on task 7, 28, the $1 million will move to 29 and what have you. And if it needs to accelerate, then we'll move it forward a little bit to the left. But this is thinking from our financial plans, thinking our capital plans, get that preliminary engineering design done. So get it sited, find the land, and be able to move when we need to for a smaller plant to be built. And then this is the last slide. We kind of shift on over to the source of funds. That was the use of funds, talking government and accountant. When we've been working with the bonds, that's the source of funds, but that's just a partial. So you look at the top row, renewal replacement, that's $117 million over the 5-year period, about what's that, $23 million a year on average. That is coming from the 5% times revenues bond requirement, and then here when the council 15 months ago moved in the gap analysis that you want 12.5% of the revenues going into ongoing R&R, additional capital outlay for that. So that's a significant amount of money. The water facilities and wastewater capital facilities, the early years, you start seeing 14, 21, 18, and 7. Those are funds in the bank that had been paid prior installations where capacity fees were paid by developers, and they've been in the bank, in reserve, waiting for the growth of the plant. So that's money in the bank. You'll see that higher. But year FY30, you start seeing numbers more of $6 or $7 million a year. That's kind of more of an equilibrium figure, that money coming in, money getting used for that. Overall, that's 67, 63, that's $130 million, $26 million a year of this first 5-year period that will be funded through capital facilities charge. Grants, never can be enough, $11 million in the first 2 years, and we have several different grants in. We'll continue to work on more grants and see through the different cycles of different, mostly DEP. And then we have an existing SRF loan, very low interest rates. It is a lot of different report requirements, and but well worth it when you get, and I believe that one might be at 0.75% interest or something close to it, so big savings on that. The bond proceeds at $283 million. And then in year 30, which was year 6 from the gap analysis, shows the potential bonds in the future, and that all depends on how things needs at that point in time. And to kind of highlight the bottom, the $509 million is the 4 years here, which aligns with what was put in the gap analysis. And when Carl and team developed the budget last summer, it was $511 in those 4 years, and then we placeholder and projected out at $80 million in FY30. So that is really the source of funds, and the first 7, 8 slides were the use of funds. Working on our project delivery, it's a challenge. We have a small team, very small team. We have 4 people in our project group, and we kind of took a couple people out of our operations to lead a $590 million 5-year CIP. Any questions before we turn over to Carl? Or
I have a couple.
Go ahead.
So first, I didn't see any appropriations in here in terms of source of funds, but we received several things regarding wastewater.
I think I might have called them grants or other, the first two columns right there, the 7.5 and the 4.275. You know, one of them is the equalization tank. And you know, in my mind, I'm thinking forward, those are the ones we got. We put $5 million in for a first step for some reclaim work, and we put 20 million for AWT. So we've got a couple live in right now. We hope to be able to put them on the sheet if it comes through the next 6-12 months.
Okay, yeah, and I think we still have a little bit alive with the state right now as well. And then the other, if you could go back to, as part of your first couple slides, but the water. Yeah, I think you're right. The next one. So water treatment plant 1.
Yes.
37 million for R&R, right?
Yes.
So can you go into more detail what's going into that?
At this point in time, it's been pilot studies for treatment processes on a smaller scale. That being a 1970 vintage, that plant needs to be overhauled. You know, there's been some piping upgrades in the past. It's a lime softening process. We envision there's still a need for that.
No, I agree. This is why I'm asking the question.
Yeah. So we, you know, when we develop we're working on our water supply plan. Then we have to develop a water master plan. And then we have to develop project definitions, preliminary designs, and get the engineering to work on the massive overhaul of this $50 million. And one of the key issues is when that gets spent, there can't be yellow water when it gets delivered on the outside.
Well, I mean, that's the point. And I'm going to keep bringing it up. You know, that I feel like that's the number one driver of complaints within the city, aside from the cost. And a lot of people say, I don't mind the cost if it's clear, clean drinking water, but if it appears to be a different color and things like that are not aesthetically pleasing, then I'm not going to pay. I don't want to pay that cost. I don't think it's fair. And so I think that's the value proposition and trade-off that we have to deliver. We know the primary, you know, is the most important, right? That it's safe and clean to drink. But then when you add in the aesthetic value, that kind of just throws all that out the window because you're looking at it. So I think that in order to instill more confidence in our water systems, we really need to look at Water Treatment Plant 1 and forward that as much as possible in terms of what we're talking about here. You know, whether those pilot programs didn't work or didn't provide the results that we were hoping for or whatnot, but I know again that you have like primary concerns, which is the safety of the water, and then you have secondary concerns, which are the aesthetic value of the water. But I really feel like this is the most important thing to our residents right now, is that they don't feel that primary is correct if secondary does not look right. You know what I mean?
Fully concur.
Does that make sense?
100%. And that plant, we believe going forward will be utilized in some fashion. It may not be utilized exactly like it is over the next 10, 15 years.
And I understand we have challenges. We have challenges with the source of water. We have challenges with the technology.
Yeah.
So I understand the reasons why. I'm just talking about what's the plan of action
there
to correct that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the last 24 hours probably been more focused on water supply. If you ask me tomorrow, I'm more focused on the wastewater systems. 7 days ago and 7 days from now will be on water treatment. So that is, we got the other ones up and running fairly good. I think the pilots serve a function, but they will not solve the problem. And so we need to take resources and place it to solve that problem. And we will work that. It's a high priority.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know how the rest of the council feels about that, but
if you can, Mr. Miller, excuse me real quick, you could treat water. You can take water, whatever you want. They're taking, you know, you can take river water, you can take desalination water, you can take, like up the East Coast, it's surface water. Tampa has surface water, they have fresh water, and their groundwater has salts in it. Some of it does and some of it doesn't. They take, bay water and you put it through membranes, it takes energy and you can clean it. And so and we have some of those processes, not exactly, but our membranes were ahead of their time, but we need to go, we're not quite ahead of time on plant 1 and 2 and 3 right now. We need to leapfrog that technology and make sure we utilize our membrane systems most effectively to get rid of that yellow water that's.
Well, I'll leave the technical stuff up to you. In terms of
Yeah.
that, we just need to have a plan in place to identify what that plan is and then go for it so that we can correct this number one concern of our residents.
Definitely.
If the U.S. Army can tap into a pond in the middle of nowhere and make it potable, we could do anything we want to. We just have to have the tools to be able to do it. So.
I'm not sure if I would call the buffalo water exactly what our residents are looking for, but
ROPU system.
Yeah, ROPU systems work. Yeah.
All right, anything else from the council for Brian? All right, continue on, Carl. Please, sir.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and give you an update on the remaining funds regarding the 10-year CIP. So, this just goes back to, these, we're going to go through typically some of the restrictions on the funds. We're going to talk about some of the objectives and priorities and goals. And, we always come back to, the core beliefs, the vision, the mission, the values, the various pillars, kind of using the priorities as we, that's how we outline and identify the projects. So we're going to start with the Capital Projects Fund. This is a small county surtax. It's 0.5% of the 7% sales tax collected in the county, committed for construction improvement in public facilities. It was adopted by the Flagler County Ordinance, and it's distributed per state formula. So the city gets roughly half of that tax. It began on January 1st of 2013 and expires December 31st of 2032. So currently, this outlines, the strategy for this fund. And the next slide, I'll go into the more specific on the project type. So we existing on facility R&R. So, as we build facilities, we're going to maintain them, and this is the fund that we use to do that. We focus on critical, urgent needs. So right now, we're trying to minimize some of our repurposing of projects and whatnot. We're just looking at upkeeping the projects and making sure there's no safety concerns. So, our buildings and parks, such as AC replacements, some of the various necessary upkeeps, lighting and adding lights for the sports fields, some safety items. We have aging IT infrastructure. So those types of projects are really what we have in the plan. Obviously the biggest portion of the fund goes to the Maintenance Operations Center. Phase 1 is moving forward. We get the two first components, the infrastructure and then recently approved fuel depot. We'll be coming back in the fall to finish out phase 1 with the fleet building and the wash facility. But this fund is going to expire before we can generate enough general funds to fund phase 2 for that portion of the project, the public works portion primarily. So that is something that's a shortfall that we're going to have to work on addressing as we move forward with this particular project. Out of this fund, we typically fund the non-impact fee share of park and fire impact fee fund projects. So that's roughly half of those projects as well. So we have transfers in here to cover those costs. And then we always maintain some flexibility. So as opportunities arise, for grants and whatnot, we usually have a match on those grants. So we try and allocate funds for those. So this just gives a summary of the types of funds over the next 10 years. You can see the revenue coming in, the small county surtax, just over $5 million a year. We have other revenue, that was really the Holland Park settlement coming in, showing those funds. We have some interest dollars. Then the transfers coming in, those are primarily for the mock coming from stormwater and utility funds primarily. And then we have some grants, and most of those are for FIND, and I think we have some the solar at the community center that just went in. That's what those dollars are covering there. So that shows the revenue stream coming in. The expenditures, park projects, you can see we have very few dollars going towards park projects. But park projects R&R, we have some dollars this year programmed. And then we have in the outer years, we're trying to push things off so we can keep the mock advancing. Obviously, if things come up, we strategize and we'll move things in and fund them as necessary. So we put things off to that, the last couple of years in the plan. Those big dollars in that 6 to 10 year for Park R&R is really some playground repurposing. The playgrounds are going to be outdated. They were built, roughly the same time period. So we have various parks that need playground replacements. We have some sod, redoing field sod, those types of projects. Path and trail projects, same thing. We got a few dollars there this year for the Grand Swamp Trail. We do have some a project that may have to get pushed in here, the boardwalk. We're doing some additional structural analysis. We're doing some repairs out there. Some of the damage is a lot more extensive than was anticipated initially. So that could become a costly project. We're gonna have to rebuild some of that boardwalk or all of it. So that's underway right now. So that may be an upcoming project as we delve into the 5-year plan. And then we have outer dollars for some of our trails, either repaving trails or redoing some of the shell trail areas or whatnot, just to keep them safe and usable for the residents. IT capital project outlay, we have some big dollars this year. That's to finish up the server room here, the data center in City Hall, as well as getting fiber to the various facilities. Then we have future years, just some various dollars identified. As each year comes, we'll be identifying specific type projects, whether it's security or replacing outdated IT infrastructure. So those are some, earmarked dollars. And then we come down to the city facility project, which is, primarily the mock. You can see we have various phases and funding over the various years to move forward. Obviously, with the concerns and issues at utility and operational concerns, we're going to advance a phase 2 portion at some point. I think we're targeting that 29 timeframe to continue on with improvements there. It may have to leave a portion out to have a future expansion, for the public works portion, but we'll work through that as time goes on. And then we have transfers out, and those are the funds to cover the match for either the fire station projects or park projects that are out there. And, when we get to the capital project, the park impact fee fund, you'll see in the outer years, we don't show a transfer because we're trying to, it comes down to, do you want to continue to fund the mock with these dollars, or do you want to go build park projects and find a match? So right now, we're not showing those matches, but I'll go over that in more detail on the park project. So any questions on the capital projects fund before I move on?
Any questions?
Okay. So now we'll get into the recreation impact fee fund. So we completed impact fee study last year. Current rate is $3,164 per dwelling unit. It's restricted to growth-related projects that add new capacity, cannot be used for existing system deficiencies. So the impact fee can only cover 53.39% of the costs associated with growth-related projects. Other funding sources must provide the 46.71% balance. And just, as an aside, when we do have grants, the grant comes off the top, and then you still have to do the prorated split. You can't use the grant as a match. So right now, the priority or the strategy is to utilize the 2023 Countywide Recreation Master Plan as the basis for establishing project priorities, and that's what was used as the basis for doing the impact fee study. Some of the items in that study included, in that master plan, was additional access to water, kayak launches, fishing piers, developing a new athletic complex, adding additional restrooms along trails, athletic fields, playgrounds, developing more rectangular and diamond fields, preserving open space, beaches, conservation lands, wildlife and heritage sites, developing new facilities and amenities, disc golf, bike parks, lighting and shade, and developing additional trail connectivity and expanding our current system. So I'll go into more specifics on what projects we have moving forward in our 10-year plan. So we do have some current grant-funded projects. Our waterfront park water access, we have 2 separate grants there for the additional parking and then the covering over the patio area. So the grant adds up to almost $600,000. And then we have a grant where we're just started or getting ready to kick off the trail design for Grand Swamp, which will take it from the trailhead in Old Kings Road down to Lehigh Trail. So that was a DOT grant. We got just over $600,000, and I think our match is roughly the same amount. That was approved by council, and that's moving forward. We're working with the county on that because the county is the land manager at Grand Swamp, so we're in close coordination with them on trying to find the best route for that connectivity. Then we also focus on critical needs. You know, we have the expanded parking at the community center and the rehab reuse of Fire Station 22. We have expanded parking at Indian Trails and Southern Recreation Center. We have add lighting to baseball, softball fields at Indian Trails, which was completed. But we also, I actually should have refocused this, and I think it was a typo on my side. That was one that was completed. The one that's missing is adding lighting to Indian Trails Middle School to the track in those 2 fields in the back. So there'll be 3 fields there. That is going to be coming to council in May. It is on the agenda for TDC, and then it goes to the county commission, I believe, on May 15th. So that'll be coming forward to council for consideration to move forward with that. We've already lined quotes up with the Musco and Palmetto and FPL and have things lined up to go ahead, so it could be completed this summer while school's not in session. Then we have the YMCA collaboration, aquatic facility that was discussed earlier today. And then we do have to satisfy obligations. When the city purchased the Long Creek Nature Preserve lands, there was a program plan to have certain elements constructed. We started building some of those. We still have to finish off those requirements or go to the state and ask to modify the requirements. So that is an obligation that was tied to the funds given to purchase the land. So here's a summary showing those impact fees. You know, I did not modify these dollars. We do know permitting activities down. As we work through the 5-year, we will probably pushing those down some. And we have impact fee credits. Those are tied to the disc golf and the potential dog park development where they construct those improvements and receive impact fee credits. So we just show the money coming in and then the match going out, and it's funded by or constructed by the development. We have grants there. Those are those fine grants and the DOT grant, and then transfers in. Those are the matches for the existing resident share of the projects. So then expenditures, we got a future impact fee study update sometime in the future. I think the earliest we can do it is 29. Community parks, we don't have anything funded. Resource-based parks, that's our Indian Trail Sports Complex. And then we have, I'd have to go back and double check what those other resource-based ones were. Path projects, Grand Swamp Trail. Our centers is our Southern Rec, and then the community center parking and Fire Station 22 conversion, and special use facilities. Some of that has to do with the Y transfer. And as we move out, that's where we have some of those matches that aren't there for particular projects. And then the transfer out, I think we use some capital funds to do a portion of a project. So this is actually paying back the capital projects fund for fully funding a capacity project.
Just really quickly, Carl, I'm going to step in for just a second, just to update council since we were on the topic. Yeah, tomorrow is TDC. I'll be asking for the grant for the Indian Trail Sports Complex rectangular fields to be lighted. So hopefully there was a positive indication from the last meeting that they will fund the grant. Hopefully tomorrow we get that green light.
Is that the money
Is that-
coming back from
Yeah.
the pier?
Awesome.
I was about to ask, this is the money that came back from Flagler Beach?
Yes, from the pier, yes. Mhm.
And in regards to that specific project, so we have, I think I don't know if it's 2 or 3, it's the size because it's all just fenced in one big rectangular area on the
3 fields on the
school-
north end.
The
yes.
school side of the water there at Indian Trails.
It's where the track is. So it's on the north side of the school site. There's a track and there's a field in the middle, and then behind the track there's 2 fields. So it'd be lighting 3 additional fields.
Okay, so that's the 3 fields that we'll be adding. We have somewhat, I think it's around 3 on the Indian Trail side already lit.
Already lit.
And then we have 2.
3 more to light on the north side.
Okay.
Yeah, this will be a huge deal because we, you know, even the lacrosse tournament that we have there every year brings in incredible economic impact dollars. So as soon as we got word that the Flagler Beach would be graciously giving their money for the pier back, I immediately jumped on that. And like I said, it was a positive reaction from the TDC board last meeting. So hopefully tomorrow we get the official approval and we can go forward with that.
Good. I appreciate that.
And transportation impact fee restrictions. So again, this was a study done last year. There's various fee amounts imposed on all the new developments. Again, it's all restricted to growth and added new capacity to the system. So this one has a lot of grants and appropriations tied to it. We have multiple ongoing projects and some about to start up here. Whiteview Parkway Safety Improvements is moving along. That is partially funded by a DOT grant at almost $1.6 million. Belterre Safety Improvements, which has started, that's a $4.5 million appropriation. Oak Kings Road Widening Phase 2 has an appropriation of almost $18.4 million. That one, we're working through our final steps on getting DOT concurrence to go out to bid on that. So we had to do some updating on some utility work schedule coordination. So that's working with our vendors like ATT and Bright House and others that have utilities in their way, coming to an agreement on timing and scheduling of getting out of the way for these improvements. So we've already moved forward with FPL on that transmission pole. So now this is just finalizing those last work schedules with the various utility providers, and then we'll be going up to bid. Oak Kings Road widening south, phase 2A and 2B. We had a $500,000 appropriation, so that includes the Town Center Boulevard that we talked about earlier, more recently, and then all of Oak Kings Road, you know, basically from Town Center up to almost to Palm Coast Parkway. We're expecting to see 30% design in the fall, and that is moving along. Arterial Corridor intersection safety improvements, so that's being worked through the TPO on analyzing various intersections along a couple of our corridors. So that is final scoping and whatnot is being worked through with planning on that particular project. And then we have Matanzas Woods, you know, the Palm Coast Parkway, the Loop Road, you know, I guess I'm not sure what we're going to call it, but we'll just refer to it as a Loop Road. That's $126 million of appropriation that's out there, and our contractor, I think, is gearing up to begin some clearing work on April 26th, and we're still working through with FEC on finalizing some agreements and whatnot, and FPL is working on, you know, the boxing out of the temporary box out, so things are moving along. I believe we got a groundbreaking tentatively scheduled for mid-May or so, and more information will come on that, but so we continue to pursue grant funding. We got numerous projects that have been in the works for years and years, and then some new requests. Oak Kings Road widening phase 3, that's on the northern segment to get us up to Forest Grove Drive. And then obviously construction of Oak Kings Road South phase 2A and 2B. And then Oak Kings Road extension, that's north of Matanzas to get back to Oak Kings Road. Then Matanzas Woods widening was, you know, a project that was, this is decades, we're talking years, this is, you know, in the works for a very, very long time. There was money funded for design. We moved it for construction of, you know, Oak Kings Road Phase 1, but that's an upcoming project that's going to be phased. Obviously, State Road 100 widening, intersection improvements at Belterre and Seminole Woods, and then Arterial Corridor intersection safety improvements. So that's to make some more improvements, you know, as we do some of those corridor studies at various intersections. So, you know, a lot going on in this fund. You know, you can see in the next one here, we have, you know, those impact fees coming in, and obviously these will get adjusted as we continue to monitor development, and, you know, that will impact the timing of projects. We had some developer impact fee credits, interest. You can see the grants is the largest portion here. Well, it should be grants and appropriations. That's what's funding the majority of this program. As we work our way down, you know, new roads have, you know, that's primarily the Loop Road. Widening, those are the various projects, Oak Kings Road, intersection improvements, and that can cover anything from Whiteview to Belterre and various corridor improvements. And traffic signals, we're doing the one down in Seminole Woods where new fire station 26 will be. So we did run into, you know, some concerns there, some soils and some utilities, and we're working through those. So that's project underway. We do have one out there. As we do this intersection improvements, if they identify a new signal, that's something we may have to move up and time it, with the necessity, once it meets a warrant. And then we had some transfers out. These are transfers to either the Old Kings Road Cecil Assessment District or the Town Center Impact Fees, because those funds go to those specific districts and we track those separately. So, any questions on these projects?
I had, not necessarily questions, but just for public knowledge, when we were in Tallahassee, we had scheduled a meeting with FDOT, which got canceled last minute. So we engaged with them and had staff talk to them and were able to reschedule meetings with them here recently so that we could have conversations about our concerns with both some of the state appropriations as well as the distribution of funds through the TPO and things like that, and kind of also outline our priority projects, which also was canceled. So we're in the process of rescheduling that with them so that we can have a face-to-face and talk through what we can do to make sure that we get what we would consider our fair share. And every chance I get to say it, I want to repeat it, that at least the funds that are programmed through from FDOT through the TPO, Flagler County, not just Palm Coast, but Flagler County receives 6.5% of those monies. And we account for about 20% of the population. And I'm not sure about the road miles, so I'm sure it's a typical formula would be a combination of population and road miles. But in my eyes, we're not receiving our fair share. And so we want to have that conversation face to face with both our regional FDOT, Secretary Tyler, as well as Purdue at the state to try to understand that and then reiterate our need. We've engaged both our state reps and congressional reps to help us get that message across that these projects are supported from the local to the top in terms of trying to get that money back. So hopefully we can continue to get in that grant line item that includes appropriations and money from TPO, that money and more going forward, so that we're not always playing catch up here. Some of the key things that we talked about as a council is the Matanzas signalization at the interstate. Obviously, because right now I think it's number 3 on the SIS list, but it's not funded. So that means, hey, maybe in 12 years, maybe in 14 years, something like that. So we need to get that advanced up. And then the Old Kings projects, there's several of them in phases, but we've got some north projects and some south projects, but that whole corridor needs to get 4-lane so that it can take some of the load off of some of the other roads going north and south. So we're working on that. And so again, hopefully we can plus up some of these numbers and the grant line item here that includes the TPO and appropriations. So that we can make some headway on some of these projects sooner rather than later.
Carl, can you provide the number that we've spent in impact fees on the Loop Road?
I remember having that fresh my memory on the moment. I know 6 million comes to mind, but I could be wrong. I know we're obligated to spend 6.5 per the grant, but then we spent some that wasn't a reimbursable match. Checked it because we got some pre-award costs reimbursed and some not, and so it's not like a true match as we expended them.
Yeah, my recollection was around 5, so I don't think you're very far off. I mean, on the scale of
I think total it's going to be about 10. Once we do our 6.5 million match per the grant, and then we had about 3 prior to the appropriation.
Okay, when do we have to do the 6.5 million match by?
It's by payment. So as a contractor submits payment, we get reimbursed, 87% or whatever the match is, because they give us some money up front on that pre-award expense. So it's a different calculation.
Got it. And then I see at the end here, we've got available funds, end of the year. Are we not expending those because we don't have a match? I guess I'm wondering, why are we going to have a carryover? Because heaven knows we got plenty of road projects around here that impact fees I'm sure could be spent on, but I'm wondering why it is, because obviously we have to have a certain match, but why is it that we're going to have, quote, available funds at the end of the year?
Yeah, I can go back and double check that, but I think part of it, one is the reimbursement, because the 125 million, you're a few payments behind, before you get your reimbursement. So you have to carry that project, and you get, luckily it's not like FEMA. You get the money, probably within a couple months. But you need to have dollars to cover that cost. And then we do have some larger cost projects. So, say we do build that Old Kings Road Phase 3 and we don't get the appropriation, or, we want to do something on 100. These are, major projects. You want to have that cash saved up, so then when that $40 million project comes, you have the $40 million ready to go do the work, or you do it in phases. So, yeah, each year we'll evaluate whether impact fees are actually coming in as projected. You can see it went up to 15 million and 28 per potential development per planning, but that may not come to fruition. That doubling of the fee may not happen. So, this is just playing it safe. We try and account for at least 1 year of impact fees, in the bank, and then we had a little extra in there just to cover, the reimbursement process.
Yeah, I'm not criticizing.
Yeah.
I was just asking, are we like earmarked saving, like you
This is
said,
just
saving this for something, or, what is it?
As we get into the 5-year, we'll really more look at those specifics and timing of particular projects. This is more high level of just trying to identify the priority of the projects moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
So then we go into the transportation impact fee in town center. So it's the same restrictions as a standard transportation impact fee. This was really directed, or came about per amendment to the town center DRI back in November 27th of 2018. So basically that indicated that any fees that came in that were paid in town center stayed in town center and were used for a project or projects within town center. And it specifically called out once Royal Palms hit a certain peak hour trips, that it would be used to help construct 4-laning of Royal Palms Parkway to Old Kings Road. And it also talked about doing modifications under the waterway, under 95. But it also says you can use them for other projects that's mutually agreed by the city and developer, and that's when we're looking at doing for the town center design, because we're using the CRE dollars, but we really want to use these impact fee dollars. So the promenade still has to pay some impact fees when they get their CO, so we will collect enough from the promenade to cover that design cost. So it's just a matter of timing, when will things happen. So that's just giving you a little history there. So what we're working on, on this one is really Old Kings Road South widening, Phase 2 design to include the Royal Palms extension and getting under 95. And then the Town Center Boulevard widening, Central Ave to Royal Palms. So that's what's under design. So that's really what we have in the 5-year right now. And then this shows that, there's not a lot of dollars in here. So you can see that we only had about $1 million in here, and we have some obligated already for the design of Royal Palms, and then if we put in the design for Town Center Boulevard, that will use up any balance that's in here. Old Kings Road Special Assessment. So, these have a lot of bullets I've gone over in past years. There's a lot here to it, but there's basically it's collecting dollars within an area and to be used for improvements to Old Kings Road. There's specific prepayments and pay down on borrowing and of the construction for that first phase. So basically, when the property is developed, they pay off the obligation for their obligation for what was constructed to pay back that bond, that loan. And then any additional goes into that impact fee fund. And then there's specifics on, moving forward with the project in 2 phases, a 2A and 2B, and it has some restrictions on what dollars can be used, and basically it's saying everything has to go to 2A, and then once that's constructed, then you can move on to 2B. So again, this is pretty much just like Town Center. We're using that $500,000 appropriation here. We continue to seek grant funding for 2A and 2B, and we're construct Phase 2A when funding's available. And then this just shows the dollars here. Again, they have roughly about $1 million in there too, and then we have some tied to the design of the current 2A, 2B. We call them the 2C, the Royal Palms segment. Any questions on any of those road projects or funds?
Any questions?
All right, so fire impact fee, again, this was a study done last year. The current rate's $942 per dwelling unit and at $1.495 dollars per square foot for non-residential new development. Again, it's all restricted to growth-related projects, not for existing system. So basically, our strategy is to get those stations finished and constructed. We had a $5 million appropriation for 26, and then we used almost $3.6 million of ARPA money for the 22 replacement. So in the future, we'll continue to evaluate response times, work with the fire department, and development and location for the next station. And then this just shows the funding here. You can see we have impact fee revenues coming in at roughly $1 million per year. And again, we'll evaluate that based on permitting activity and projections. When we work on the 5-year, we have some interest. Transfers, that's existing resident share for the new capacity of the stations. Transfers existing station R&R. That was for the non-capacity portion. So we have some funds in the future years. So we want to do some work on 23. We want to add a bay. We have to do some rehab of the existing station for that to make that happen. So rehabbing the existing station, you can't use impact fees for. So that's just a straight transfer with no match. So we track that separately. And then we had the grants in here, and that's really that appropriation balance in here. We show those expenses remaining for 22 and 26 this year, and then next year, I believe it's a piece of equipment, and then a future year, a piece of equipment. And then in the outer years, we have potentially 23 expansion. Again, that 50% match comes from the capital projects fund, so it's all going to be on timing and need of the fire station, the mock, there's all kinds of plays in here in terms of when that will actually happen and where the funding goes. But you can see we got future stations, that station on Whiteview, that mini station that's been talked about in the past. And then, depending on what happens out west and timing, a new station up in the northwest part of the city there. So again, there's funds left here, but we know stations cost a lot of money, so you have to, we saved up 15 years to build these 2 stations now, so we're continuing to save for the next one here.
Yep.
If I may, really quickly, the fire stations are looking absolutely beautiful. I'm super excited. I know they've started to send out, or at least get on the calendar, the groundbreaking. I believe I saw that come through. So super excited to see that happening, and just ribbon cutting. Yes, not groundbreaking. Yes, you're right. You're right. No, I know. Ribbon cutting. Yes. I'm not going back in time. It's been a long day. But yeah, no, I'm super excited about it. It's looking great. So
yeah,
everybody should be very
Agreed.
excited
They do
about
look
that.
Amazing. Anytime I'm like driving by one of those, I'm like, let me
I know, it's like,
pull
whoop.
off and take a look, and they do look amazing. And will
I'm not
serve
sure if
us
you've
well.
seen the nighttime photo recently
Yes.
We did,
where the
yes.
lighting went in.
I
Yeah,
think
the lettering.
city manager shared it with us.
Yeah,
It's
excellent.
awesome. So super excited about that.
So our streets improvement fund, that's got 2 sources of funds in here. The local option fuel tax, so that's currently 6 cents per gallon on fuel purchased in the county. It's distributed per interlocal agreement based on miles of road maintained by each entity in the county. And then it's restricted for transportation expenses. And then we have the state revenue sharing. So that's a portion of state sales tax and use tax collections and the 1 cent municipal tax. So as of FY25, I think it's 26, the state requires the use of 17.4% of these funds to be used for street maintenance costs. We transferred 40% of those fees to this fund, so we're well above the state minimum requirement. So this kind of goes through what our strategy is. We focus on safety and maintenance projects, so we're in the final stages of implementing our continuous streetlight master plan. We continue to look at optimizing and making traffic signal operations better. We have some bridge rehabilitation projects that come up, and a lot of those are generated by our DOT inspections, whether they're annual or biannual. When we get those reports, we will add in any projects. And then R&R of our traffic signals, we did 4 strain pole rehabs last year where we had lots of maintenance and outages, and we got 4 more happening this year on Belterre. They're underway right now. And then just other safety improvements, whether it's an intersection improvement or whatnot to help make things better and safer. Then our pavement management program. So, you know, we try and strive to keep our PCIs. You know, we complete our scan. We get some draft information in. I think we're meeting tomorrow just to get some initial feedback. And as they continue to QC and you know, go through the information, we intend to come back next month with a more detailed report on where we are today and what funding need is in there to move forward, and give you that summary next month. We currently, you know, try and not fund certain items in here. You know, our neighborhood signs. You know, we got Public Works doing some internally, you know, through their budgeted funds, but we're doing no major improvements unless it's part of a project. So you'll see some in Belterra that happen with these turn lane improvements. And then Parkway beautification, same thing. You know, we did some improvements on Whiteview. We had to take out some trees. We're replacing some, but we're not doing a standalone beautification project. And then same with sidewalks, bike paths, pedestrian accommodations, really get those projects on hold to put as much dollars as we can towards the payment plan. This just kind of shows the various revenues coming in. You know, this is the one we keep talking about. The revenue barely climbs, but you know, the cost, you know, with the gas prices, you know, paving's going to go up. But we get about $2 million a year in the fuel tax and about $1 million in the state revenue sharing. So we're at roughly $3 million a year. Safety improvements, we have a few, you know, items in there, looking at intersections, seeing what we can do to make things better. Street lighting projects, you know, you can see this year, next year, we should be wrapping things up. Our bridge rehab, we just kind of have a placeholder, some dollars, because we know things come up. We'll only spend those if something, you know, is identified. We obviously, preventive maintenance, it's huge on bridges. You know, you don't want to get into these major R&R projects, so staying on that maintenance is important. Traffic signal projects, so again, we have some big dollars this year to finish up rehabbing those strain poles, but we do have continued improvements, whether it's with signal optimization or doing some more rehab on some of our signals. We have some dollars there every year, and then the balance goes to the pavement management program, as well as guardrail replacement, traffic cabinet, you know, replacement, pothole work by Public Works, but the majority of that line is for, you know, contracted work to do milling and resurfacing, as well as this year we have, you know, again, that $1 million that we use from general fund reserve balance that was put in here to do global treatment. So that that's part of that this year's expense. So you can see we pretty much expend all our dollars every year. That's our intent. So again, we'll get into more of this next month. So then we have the CRA fund, which you guys already heard today. And you know, a lot to talk about. Pay people back, get rid of the loan, get rid of the transfers for past projects, the Kickstart program, and then we obviously have short-term maintenance operations. And you know, I probably missed a key bullet here, and you know, identify economic development or other programs, you know, as identified by the CRA board. Definitely should be an item in here. So this shows the various revenues, you know, the county portion and the city portion of the taxes. So it's roughly 3.4 a year. Then we got some basic operating expenses, you know, the debt service that carries us out in a few more years. Then we have a few projects in here. That's the town center roadway improvements. Then transfers for the park projects, and then for the Kickstart program. So those are the dollars in here. You know, obviously we're showing the zero balance every year as we project expenses. You can see the operating expense line item. That's that maintenance item I mentioned earlier today. So, you know, in that fifth year, we get $3.5 million, $11 million. So, you know, during that end of this 5-year plan into that 6 to 10 year plan when it expires, you know, you see, you're really gonna, once you pay back your obligations, you only get about 5 years of dollars projected to spend either on maintenance or incentives or whatnot. So, you know, whether it's, so there's not a lot of money in here to work with unless we, you know, boost up the revenue somehow. Stormwater management fund. So capital projects, we talk about the utility charges. You know, we did a rate study in 2023, and that was a phased-in approach. So every year we continue to increase that fee slightly. We did and we do have a loan that's ongoing right now with some projects that are underway, and In May, we'll be coming back to you with a presentation on the stormwater system and projects and giving you an update on where we stand with those projects and moving forward with some of them as well to the next phase. So this kind of touches upon, we had a 2023 stormwater, rate study. We have a grant project, the P1 weir replacement, the Sunbelt Tear. So that is underway now. Contractor did some work, had to get to a pause stage. We're working through some shop drawings and material delivery on the gate and other things situated here. We're hoping to wrap that up here shortly so they can come back in and finish up. Then we have the loan funded project. So we have a project on Colbert Lane, which is going very well. It is a major critical project for us, and we get that water in those rains. There's a lot of water that flows through there, and it's definitely an obstacle for them to have to deal with. So our hope is they continue on and it continues to run smoothly. Pine Grove Waterway West dredging, freshwater canal dredging. We have some various capacity improvement projects and drainage improvement projects that will go into more detail next month during that presentation. And then we did some stormwater pipelining. We have another round coming for some additional lining. And we obviously R&R some aging infrastructure. And then, we always want to enhance, improve the system capacity. And, a lot of that detail you'll see in the more detailed presentation next month. So this will just summarize those fees that come in, some grants, the debt. We had a proposed debt in the rate study in 27. That is more than likely when we get into our 5-year, we're going to be pushing that off to 28. Our goal is to really refine our modeling and projects and identify the best use of those dollars and where we should invest those. So that more than likely will get pushed out. Miscellaneous revenues, that's, permit fees and things that our staff get involved with, reviews and whatnot. And then we have interest. So you can see the expenses, the operating, our debt service payments, professional contractual services, but then really get down into the projects where we get, the saltwater canal system. That's really, our pipes through seawalls and city-owned land where we have to either replace or add seawalls. Then we have stormwater detention expansion projects, control structure replacement rehab. So we're getting close to wrapping up our major ones, but then we have a couple minor ones after that. But then from there, it's just doing some R&R work on them just to keep them functional. We have some major pipe and canal crossings. We're working on a long-range pipe replacement program. So that's a pretty intensive program we're going through now, collecting data, doing some inspection analysis. So that's a work in progress. Capacity improvements. We have a multitude of those. Colbert's one of those. Anywhere we improve capacity, London Waterway was another project. So we have some additional projects in the future. Some of them are to be determined once we continue these studies and identify where the next one should be. Freshwater canal dredging, we have dollars this year, but in the future we don't identify any. Our goal is to advance our pontoon. That's an item in May when we come to you. We had in next year's budget to purchase the pontoon, but due to shifting us some funds with contracting us some swell work backlog did not work out. The contractor quit and left, and we want to repurpose some funds to get that pontoon purchased now. We'll get into that in more detail next month, but the goal is we'll be able to do some of this work in-house with our own pontoon, larger pontoon. Pipe replacements, that's our biggest need, I think, as we move forward in time. That's where we may need to look at either adding a second crew, contracting out work, spending more dollars. So that is something we're going to continue to monitor as we put together this long-range pipe replacement program and lining program. So that's something we got our eye on. And then just system maintenance and rehab, that's really staff maintaining the swales, doing the pipe replacement projects, the ditch rehab, everything we do in-house. And then new equipment replacement, so that's just our allocations, whether we're buying new equipment or we're just doing saving up to replace it. And you can see our balance. We do have a balanced reserve policy here as well, so we try and target that. I think what we didn't show in here, I think it's probably under our operating is some of the transfers to the MOC fall under that operating expenditure line item, I believe. So There's some dollars in there to cover that.
Hey, Carl, I just real quick, there was a couple roads in the R section here recently that had the swell crew out there doing some cleanup work, and I could see where, of course, this is all backlogged, right, and they're just working through the backlog, but certainly it was great to see how they consolidated all the work orders from like one street. They went in and they scooped it out, especially like on new builds, right, where oftentimes the builder would just put a big patch of grass, right in the ditch. It doesn't allow the water to flow. With the recent rains and everything that we had, it's working marvelously. But I got down, I spoke with the crew, and they were all over it. They're just doing a fantastic job. So please pass on my regards. I mean, I spoke to the crew there, but the entire team there, what the work they're doing in the R section is just absolutely critical to ensure that water moves in the right direction and not anywhere else.
Well, I appreciate that. That trenching program, we bought those additional trenches as part of the budget as well, and we'll cite that more and showcase that next month. But that is working very well. We're getting rid of a lot of the backlog, making a lot of improvements. Our section has a lot of work orders. We do have a lot of work in those areas, and a lot of them are older work orders. So we're trying to get ahead. We are getting caught up. I wouldn't say caught up, but we are really working our way down on that list of backlog of those work orders. And trenching program really has been a success.
Well, that trencher, I mean, they went in and really took a big chunk. And then what's nice is that the crew will come out. We pay to have somebody come back out, lay the sod out in a way that allows for the water to flow with the improvements that they've made. So just fantastic work.
That ends that presentation. So any additional questions?
I just wanted to mention the culvert, the expansion there. The pictures that I've seen from it, it looks amazing in terms of the expanded capacity that we're going to be able to allow pass.
We've been
onto
after that
road.
for a long time. I go by it every day, and
Yeah.
the only problem is the people, the bike riders.
I've received a lot of complaints about that, and I don't know.
It's just.
I've asked staff, and I don't know if there's any real solution to that, except for
Unless we want to spend $500,000 and put in an extra trailer.
the only solution is that they go to Waterfront Park and then come down and then come back up, depending on which direction they're trying to go. Otherwise, it's essentially you'd be putting in a temporary variable walk space every time the construction moves a little bit. So, unfortunately, for those residents, it's just an inconvenience. But the additional benefit is that we're going to have better drainage in those areas. So, but that project in general, just looking at it, I can see the change in the amount of water it's going to be able to move. So that's good. Another question I had was, and it goes back to the parks section of the presentation, but I forgot to ask it back then. I saw on there that basically the neighborhood parks we don't have programmed in the 5 years at all. No new neighborhood parks or anything like that. Do we have, I recall that we had some in the 10-year, I believe.
Yeah, I believe we have in the 10-year. We may have 2 or 3 parks, Quail Hollow, and we may have had one in the north end of the city.
Yeah, I mean, in particular, my district and the mayor's neighborhood, just want to put it on everybody's radar that there really is nothing out there.
Right.
There's like this big playhouse at Indian Trail Sports Complex and maybe like 1 or 2 swings, and that's it. Otherwise, you have to go to Holland Park as the closest neighborhood park.
Yeah, and that may be something, as we look at the boroughs water park or whatever we want to call it for the water, the capacity project with stormwater. And we, depending on what we do there, I know we have our shared parking access agreement with the church on boroughs, and depending on what improvements or park improvements we want to do there or allocate land for it, that's something that may be able to be worked into at least the design of that project. And then, how and when we construct it, we can,
Yeah, there's opportunity there because there's a portion of that has frontage on Belterre that is right next to the fire station. I can't think of a better place for safety purposes of a park being next to the fire station. So if there's any emergencies, it's right across the street. So there's opportunity there for design later once we figure out what we're doing with that stormwater expansion project.
Anything else from the council? Yes, sir.
I think we all get the question right. Hey, Gambaro, what's going on with, where's all this, this bond money going? Where are the impact fees going? I mean, so this is a very useful presentation to kind of lay out. This is where it's all going. And not only is it on our dashboard, but now residents have an opportunity to tap into the agenda and they see the same packets that we see, right? So there is a plan, I guess, is the bottom line. And we worked really hard last year to lay out this plan, and we're going to continue to do it going forward. But thank you, gentlemen, both for everything you do and your teams that are finding a way to manage our current challenges, but also help us pave a way towards the future per this council's guidance. So thank you.
Yeah, I echo that. I mean, this is a lot. Brian, you've got a lot on your plate. Carl, incredible job laying everything out for us. Really appreciate all of the work that you both do. And these are the things that I think from a planning perspective might matter the most. So really appreciate all the work that you put into it.
Anything else from the council? Don't go anywhere, gentlemen. We got to open it up for public comment. Anyone have any public comment concerning? Yes, ma'am.
Darlene Shelley, Palm Coast. I'm just wondering, what are the specific transportation costs that the 6-cent optional gas tax funds, as it does not appear to go to repairing potholes, road deterioration, or shoulder repair that is so necessary in the city? From my experience, interlocal agreements with Flagler County do not seem to have many positive effects or impacts for the citizens of Palm Coast, and in some cases have caused serious quality of life issues and safety, health, and welfare problems for local residents. As it seems our needed transportation needs are not being funded, I would ask this council to revisit this optional 6-cent gas tax and perhaps work with the county to remove or suspend this extra burden on local residents, even if it can be a temporary measure in an effort to offset the increased costs local residents have been subjected to. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir.
Tony Amaral, Palm Coast. First, I'd like to say thank you. It was a great overview. It kind of gives things in perspective and gives us something to look forward to as far as where's that money coming and where's it going. I do have two things. One major concern is that you mentioned it earlier, Vice Mayor, about the Transportation Impact Fee Fund. In 2028, we're expected to go up almost $6 million, and then we drop back down. Going through the other impact fees, everything else is flat, so I thought maybe it's commercial, maybe it's the town center, but the TIF stays flat for the Transportation Impact Fee Fund for town center stays flat. The fire stays pretty flat. So I'm just curious, was it an error or was it just something that you kind of know specifically? Because from 8.6 million to almost 15 million is quite a jump, and then it goes back down to 8.6 million. And that would be page 349 of the packet. And then just for curiosity, the next slide was prior to the traffic from the town center DRI exceeding 10,444 PM peak hour trips shall cause the installation of a box culvert. Where are we now? And as far as peak hour trips, and what will that equal more or less an ETA of when we're going to have to do that box culvert? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups? Carl, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, I can go back to the Street Improvement Fund, referring to that 6-cent sales tax here.
So, and can I address part of this? Is so there's a minimum 6-cent surtax, and then there's additional local options that are added on. And so, one, the city of Palm Coast doesn't vote on it. It's the county. We just get a portion of it based on how many lane miles we have. And so currently the county exercises the minimum amount, which every county does, and that's because it's a minimum required amount by the state. There is no additional option exercised by Flagler County, so we're not getting any additional revenue, but
right, they could charge more than the 6 cent. And all those funds are going to pavement management program right now. So
yeah, they're restricted funds. They have
And that
to
is
go to it.
underfunded, as we know.
Right, we don't have enough money, but to the point, we only get the minimum that the state requires us to receive. And the county could rather, enact additional versions of that make it either 12 or 11 or 13 or 14, but they have not. So we don't get any money that we could say we don't want this money, or we don't want to tax it, because we don't vote on it as a council, but then also we don't even exercise it as it is right now. So we're charging the minimum gas tax that can possibly be charged. And again, by we, I mean the county, not us. Which, say what you want about taxes, but a user tax, people that use the roads, that's a better tax than, say, if we added it to our property taxes to pay for the roads. So another issue is that we have EVs using the roads now that don't pay a fuel tax. So the state needs to correct that in a way that we can capture some of those funds in order to help pay for the roads that EVs are using without paying taxes on.
Yeah, I appreciate you providing that edification. In the past 2 years, we've been able to resurface 70 roads, or about 30 miles, for $2 million. So to say the dollars haven't been used wisely is just an untrue statement on its face. We decided to engage in a different process that has saved the taxpayers a lot of money, and we've been able to get results. So I'm proud of some of the things that the payment management program has been able to do since I've been in this seat, and I encourage council to continue to fund that $1 million that we're putting aside for that resurfacing each year. It's been very successful.
Did you follow up on Mr. Amaral's question?
Yeah, the other question for Mr. Amaral, the 15 million and that 28 in the transportation impact fee fund was per planning. They had some projects in the hopper. I think it may be the Walmart on 100 and some other major projects where that's why it's ramped up that particular year, just based on that timing. And then the peak hour trips on Royal Palms, we'd have to check with planning on that. I know we recently did our trip counts, but at the last check, I think we're only like halfway there or something. We weren't nowhere near it. And we don't even know if putting in box culverts on the Royal Palms will work. We do have that analyzed as part of our design project. So we're analyzing the stormwater capacity and seeing if box culverts will even help our system or hinder it. It's already a restriction point, so we need to add capacity. So that may not even be a solvable problem other than working with DOT and trying to do a single span bridge there, as opposed to removing the piles that are in the way.
I recall when we first were talking about fixing the temporary solution at Royal Palms, we asked this question of, I think, of Fong, about where we're at in terms of the number of trips, and it wasn't close enough to trigger anything in terms of concurrency or anything like that. So that's we funded the design, and so we'll get there sometime soon.
Are we good? Anything else for the council? All right, thank you, gentlemen. We're going to move on. The next one, Doug's up on this one. Presentation, Software Strategy and Risk Mitigation Council, SAP Priority 6.1.
Good afternoon, council. One more to go. All right, so today I'm going to walk you through the software strategy developed by the IT department. A large component of the strategy is centered around fixing fragmentation that affects how we operate on a daily basis, and it also addresses a specific operational risk that was identified for the city. So, as part of council's strategic action plan, the IT department was tasked with evaluating the city's existing software, comparing it to what's available in the market, exploring technologies that improve city operations and planning and collaboration, and also building a plan for the future. So the purpose of today's presentation is to provide an overview of the software strategy that was developed, show where the biggest operational gaps are, and also explain why an enterprise asset management, or EAM platform, emerges as a top priority. And at the end of this presentation, we'll be seeking council's guidance on pursuing an EAM platform for the upcoming fiscal year. So how did IT develop this plan? We adopted something called APM, Application Portfolio Management, as a framework. It's a very simplistic framework that basically says you compile an inventory of applications, you apply some kind of a scoring mechanism to them, you strategize how you're going to manage the portfolio, and then you repeat the process again. So what we did is first we cataloged all the applications used by the city. We cast a very large net, so we wanted to capture as much as possible. We captured anything from large enterprise-wide applications like our financial system to individual applications used by our fleet department to diagnose Ford software, so very specialized applications. In all, there was approximately 100 applications that we categorized in this. From there, we assessed them and scored them based on business value and technical fit on a ranking of 1 to 5. Did a very high-level first-pass overview of all the applications, and by scoring them that way, we were able to categorize them according to Gartner's TIME model. It's a model used throughout the industry, and TIME stands for tolerate, invest, eliminate, or migrate. So if an application is a very high business value but a very low technical fit, you tolerate it. If an application has a very high business value and a very high technical fit, you invest in it. If it's low on both, you eliminate, and if it's low on business value but high on technically sound, you migrate it. So we did that quick high-level assessment, and then from there, we moved on to our guiding principles. So these 4 principles are what we use to guide not only our existing software, but also any new software requests we receive. So currently we have a software request form on our service management portal for departments to request software. As part of this software strategy plan, we've created an evaluation framework for how we're going to evaluate new software requests coming in. And they have to, among other things, adhere to these 4 principles. So first is consolidate first. We want to make sure we're maximizing our investment on the existing software. So whenever we can consolidate software platforms, we're going to, instead of adopting a new platform. Second is data as a strategic asset. So knowing that our data is a very strong partner, we want to make data-driven decisions in the city. We want to make sure we have access to the data. So the platforms we adopt want to make sure that the data is not only secure, but we're also able to access it, whether through reporting, through APIs. We want to be able to access that data and make decisions based on it. The third principle is cloud appropriate. So of course, a lot of applications now are built in the cloud, and we very much strive for a cloud-first strategy. We also want to weigh that against security, data ownership, long-term costs, those sorts of things. So we're not just initially going to a cloud first, but weighing all the different options and making the best decision for the city. And then the last principle is user-centric design. You can have an application that has all the bells and whistles, does all the things for you, but if it's designed poorly, users aren't going to use it. And they're going to find workarounds, and they're going to do go back to spreadsheets, and it's not going to be worth the investment. So we want to make sure that things we're using have a very good user-centric design. So as we were going through all the software of the city, we found a common theme among 4 main categories that came up. And that was around work orders, asset management, inventory management, and performance management. The biggest problem we found was not a lack of duplication of software, so to say, but fragmentation among these 4 different categories. So work orders are decentralized across a bunch of different applications. We have work orders in our Salesforce platform. We have some in specialized tools like Faster. Some work orders are paper still. We're migrating off those soon, hopefully. And then there's some that are very department-specific work orders. The same with assets and inventory. Those are either in very specific platforms, some are in GIS, some are still in spreadsheets across departments and folders that nobody knows that they exist there. So across the organization, a wide different way of dealing with these things, which brings us to performance reporting. We want to do a report on how the organization is operating as it relates to assets. It's very difficult for us to pull that information together because of how decentralized it is. Thinking back, if you can go back to the very first presentation we heard this morning from our finance department, who gave us an overview of our financial assets. And the question was promoted to Director Alvarez about whether this encompassed all the finances of the city, and the answer was yes. If we try to pull together the same information on the assets, giving us a global perspective on maintenance, or life cycle or what the different status of of our assets were, it'd be very time intensive and difficult for us to do because of how these are tracked in so many different applications. And this was not just a finding that we did. So while we were doing our software analysis and software strategy, Plant Moran was also doing a risk assessment on the city. And the number 2 top risk they found was asset management. They identified inadequate tracking, visibility, and maintenance of city assets as one of the highest risks the city faces. They said it leads to loss, misuse, or service disruption. So that's why an EAM platform or enterprise asset management platform really rises to the top, because it addresses these three distinct objectives. One is the council directive that we were given to eliminate manual workarounds and to drive operational efficiency. It also matches up with the software strategy just outlaid and the gap of having all these assets and inventory in different spreadsheets and platforms. It also addresses the Plant Moran audit risk of having inadequate asset tracking throughout the city. This one platform helps us satisfy all three of those requirements. Now, how does an enterprise asset platform reduce the asset management of the risk? So the current state is we have no single authoritative asset registry. Again, it's across different platforms and spreadsheets, whereas with an EAM, we would have it centralized in one platform, able to see life cycle history and condition of assets in one spot. Right now, it varies by department, but there's reactive maintenance and limited visibility into some assets, where with an EAM platform, we'd be able to have preventative maintenance schedules, better planning of replacements, and better visibility into those assets. Right now, work orders are disconnected in some parts, and asset history is disconnected. We're having to, IT is creating workarounds and special reports to put together data from different systems to try to give visibility into this. But if we had one platform, we'd be able to link the labor, parts, work orders, and asset condition all together in one workflow in one platform. And again, that manual reporting is very hard to assemble, very staff intensive, where really what we want is a real-time dashboard that the city manager can look at and kind of tell what the overall asset portfolio is of the city of Palm Coast. So we didn't want to come to you and ask for your guidance on moving forward with the platform next year without a frame of reference for what it could potentially cost. So we went out for an RFI for an EAM platform. We received 14 different responses. And out of those responses, we compiled together our best estimate of what it would cost in the coming year. We tried to aim high because we didn't want to give you a number and come back in a few months and say, well, we were too low and it's double that number. So based on the RFI information we received, implementation, configuration, data cleanup, all that kind of stuff, for the first year would be approximately $450,000. The recurring annual cost for the SaaS is around $150,000. Now, again, that varies based on platform. And again, we're not asking you to approve this amount today, but we're trying to give you a frame of reference that if we were to move forward on an EAM platform, what it might cost the city in the upcoming fiscal year. So for me, the EAM platform is very much like our MOC, our Maintenance Operations Center. We're trying to centralize all of our operations in one spot physically. The EAM platform does that digitally, so that all of our operations are in one spot, gives us a better view, and it's an investment. It's an investment into the investment we've already made into our assets. You know, we've made a lot of investment through capital dollars, through ad valorem, through grants into the city's assets. And this is a way I think that we can protect that investment we've made into those assets and give us better visibility into that. So with that, I welcome any questions you have.
Go right ahead, Councilman.
Sir, if you can go back to the previous slide. So preventative maintenance schedules, better replacement, labor parts, work orders, that kind of stuff. I know Mr. Mansell has worked really hard to automate a lot of the stuff that he does with fleet maintenance and just general operations. So this, you say it would link, how would all this kind of link together into our current systems that we have there, or would this replace what Mr. Mansell already has?
Yes, sir. Our goal would be to centralize as much as possible. There'll be some cases where it's not possible. So, for example, the fleet system may be specialized enough that it would not fit into this component. It depends on which vendor we go with, what they offer. But our goal would be to put as much into this platform as possible. Now, where it couldn't go in, so say, for example, our fleet system would not be able to be integrated into this as far as being absorbed into this. We'd want the data from the fleet system to be able to integrate into that. So the assets in the fleet system, even though it's separate, would show up in this, so you still have one single viewpoint into that. I know Public Works has a lot of things in our GIS platform. This would be a very GIS-centric application where those things should be able to be imported, and then they'd be able to work out of this system instead of all those individual systems.
Okay, well, I mean, for me, something like this is, you know, as a military commander, you always want to have a common operating picture, dashboard, wherever you can see where all your assets are at one time. And that just helps inform and make decisions, right? And so I think this is a very useful opportunity, but, you know, Mr. Mansell's got a good thing going down,
Yes,
you know,
sir.
with fleet maintenance, and I want to make sure that, you know, if we were to take something like this on, it's that we could either integrate it well or still, you know, battle track it to ensure that we don't lose any efficiencies.
Yes, sir. We never want to go backwards.
Okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest concerns is going into a new system. You know, like everybody still uses Word. Nobody uses Google. Well, I don't use Google Docs. I don't know about you guys, but it's a hard transition for some people, especially older employees. You know, example, when they first went with emails in the Army, AKO, I'm like, the Army's never going to figure this out. So I created my email, and it was my full name, Michael Edward Norris. So every time I logged in, what a stupid mistake. But this will come back to us, right, Doug?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If you agree to move forward, it'll be part of our budget process. We'll begin discussions, further refining the price, et cetera.
Have you, what is your familiarity with this system?
There's
Or are you
several-
going to look for different ones?
We
Is
would
there
do,
one
we would
you're
do an
more-
RFP, yes, sir. We would get together with different departments of the city to craft an RFP that meets their needs. We'd put it out for bid formally, and then from there, we'd have a selection panel that would select the
Okay,
platform.
so your experts are going to look at it and say which one's the best for the city of Palm Coast?
Yes, sir. It'd be a group from different departments, not just IT, making the
Okay,
selection.
okay. So you will bring Matt in to see if it's compatible with some of his, okay.
Yes, sir.
Could I just
Yes, sir.
the most basic question. If you go to with the money, the 450,000 and the 150,000 slide, just so I
yes,
have
sir.
it up there.
The money slide.
The money slide. What do you get? I'm sorry, very infantile kind of question, but what do we get for $450,000? Like, could I go to the software store and just buy that separately and implement it? Or do we get people come and show us how to use it? Or exactly what, just so I get a little better feeling for what do we actually, when we spend $450,000, do we just get the software or do we get people with it, training, all that kind of thing?
Sure. Well, this number is just our attempt to give you an idea of what it might cost overall. So out of the 14 responses we received, that implementation cost varied from $65,000 to $350,000. Then on top of that, sometimes you have some data mining you have to do, or data, massaging to get into the new platform, which incurs extra costs. So I can't ever give you the answer of what exactly that entails, because it would be dependent upon what we receive back from the RFP. So we'd want the vendor to do as much as possible as far as converting the data, ingesting the data, bringing it to the new platform. We want them to do that as much as possible, and again, with staff's help.
So I do a little of this in another life, and so yeah, typically it would involve some implementation specialists, and so data migration. So everything that's already in the data comes from the old system. It has to be turned into a format that can
That's
be.
been the problem I've seen in the past with my limited knowledge is that transition, taking the data you have now.
Absolutely,
putting
the
it in a new
migration
system,
is a key
still
part.
have, and not lose anything and still have.
And then to Doug's point about if we have distributed systems right now that don't really talk to each other, and they've created kind of like one-off fixes to bridge that gap for reporting or whatnot, even this new system will have to be integrated with some other things that we're doing. So you have to make those connections as well, so that data just flows into it rather than it just automatically existing in there. So the implementation is generally the ticket item, and then after that, you're just maintaining licenses and things like that for it. And different support levels, you can pay for different support levels over time. So what I'd like to see, and similar to your question though, when we see this again, and I know some of this is like synergies, right? It makes everything work easier, and it's hard to quantify the value of that. But what I'd like to see is if we can try to drill down some number. Like I said, I know it's hard to pin a number to some of these things, these quality of life type items, so to speak. But if we can kind of pin a number to, if we do this, what do we save here? In terms of monetary, rather than just it makes work easier. Just so it shows us and the public, what we're getting out of this, aside from just making the job easier across different platforms.
So the $150,000, the recurring annual, that's in addition to what our budget now, or does something get eliminated that we're paying now, since we're paying for this new stuff?
That's a good. If we're eliminating licenses and subscriptions, that should be included in that number that I'm talking about.
Yeah, sure. So there's not, if there are systems that are duplicative that we could eliminate, we'll definitely do that, and identify those along the way. Again, part of that will be dependent upon what we get back from the RFP, right? So are those systems that are bidding able to replace some of the systems we have now? That'll be very contingent upon those responses.
So part of the problem right now is we don't have an asset management system of this type at all, and we've been like bandaging together a bunch of different information into some sort of report or dashboard or something, and we'd like it to be within this. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. Some departments are stronger than others. Again, Mr. Mansell and Fleet and the things he's doing there is very good. Utilities has some good things going there. But there's nothing across the organization where you get paint a picture about where our assets are at. And I think that's a big deficiency. And to your point, it's very hard to put a number on some of these cost savings, right? I can tell you anecdotally, the IT department gets a lot of requests for creating custom applications for tracking assets or history on assets and things in GIS or in custom applications, plus requests to put reports together and cobble together different things.
I've asked for a couple of those.
Yeah, so there'll be some savings there in that. And but trying to put a number on that will be difficult, but we'll do our best.
Do we have an overall asset manager?
For the city, no. Different departments have designated people as kind of that role. Okay. But for citywide, no, ma'am.
So what I would like to see is a total ROI on this. So not just talking about the technologies, which were brought up and are very good points, but also looking at, so if the consultant that we hired to do a risk assessment identified this as our second highest risk, did they come up with a dollar sign of what it could be costing us, or no?
No, not for the risk assessment. No, ma'am.
Okay. So, I don't know, when you come back, if there's something that you can present to us that shows us, hey, here are the cost savings of having this program. Because it's not really the initial $450,000 that concerns me. It's a lot of money, but I do think that you're always going to have this higher upfront cost for all the reasons that have already been stated. But it's the recurring annual placeholder of $150,000. It's quite a lot of money for one program. I think it could be worth it, but none of us really know that until we see something that shows us what that actually looks like. So if you could bring that back when you bring back, I guess, the RFP, you said we're going to go out to.
That would be our goal, is to release an RFP.
Okay, yeah, so I would like to see that at that time as well.
Yeah, and again, the 150 is just a placeholder based on all the things.
Sure, I get that, yeah.
And the ROI, again, is also very hard to calculate on something like this. It's almost like our Munis financial system. There's not a lot of return on investment, but it keeps our finances safe, right?
Yeah, no, I can appreciate that. But for instance, you just said each department has its own asset manager. Well, how much time do they spend, and how much time does everybody spend collating all this information when it is asked for or when we do need it? I think those things can definitely be materialized based on even talking to each director.
Staff savings and time savings.
Yeah, and I mean, even at a more granular level, we're talking about, okay, this is going to help us maintain our assets better, right? And so there's some savings there that are real savings in terms of replacement costs because it wasn't maintained at the schedule it should, et cetera. So I'm sure, I think there's a lot of different avenues that we can find the value here in some way.
Yes, sir. Any further questions from the council? We're going to open this up for public comment concerning this strategy. Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to DAS. Any follow-ups? Thank you, Mr. Akins.
Thank you.
Yes, consensus.
I didn't hear the ask, but yes,
Yeah.
from me.
Yes. Good to go, Doug. All right, we're going into our final public participation. If you have any final comments to the council, it's a long day. Mr. Davis, what you got? It's not fair you didn't hang out here all day with us.
I listened while I worked. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeremy Davis, and I live in the P section. I want to walk through a simple timeline and ask a question about how our standards are being applied. On Wednesday, April 8th, we had a steady rain event, not a hurricane, not extreme storm, just a typical Florida rainfall. During that storm, I spent much of the day outside monitoring the drainage conditions around my home. I cleared my culvert to make sure water could continue flowing, and I watched as the swell in front of my property filled to near road level. That part I understand. That is how the system is designed to function. But as the system approached capacity, the conditions did not stop changing. The property next to mine sits approximately 3 feet 2 inches higher than mine. So as the system fills, water continues to shed from higher ground toward lower ground. That does not stop just because the swell is full. So now you have a system at capacity with additional water still being directed toward it. Because of what I observed, I submitted a Palm Coast Connect request so that the city could evaluate the conditions. That request was closed the very next morning, April 9th at 8:44 a.m. The response I received was a general statement explaining that standing water during and after rainfall is normal and expected. I don't think any resident would disagree with that. Water in a swell is normal, but that response does not address what I actually reported. At the same time, the city now has a technical manual that limits elevation differences between properties to prevent drainage impacts. So the expectations would be that newer construction follows those standards. However, there are properties being built today, such as 140 Frontier, where elevations appear to still exceed those limits by multiple feet. So this raises a simple question. If the technical manual exists to prevent these types of elevation differences and drainage impacts, why are we still seeing the same conditions being created today? Because rainfall has not changed. What changes is the land, and water will always follow elevation. So the question is not whether water ponds in a swell. The question is whether the system as designed and approved is performing in a way that protects the properties it serves. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir, Mr. McDonald.
140, Jeremy?
We're already monitoring that property. Yes, sir.
I've come up and spoken to the council a number of times in the past months, and I've talked to you about the fact that I believe that capitalism was going to take hold and was going to correct a lot of problems that we were seeing in the excess. So what I wanted to ask you to all do is, I know all of you have a favorite realtor someplace in this town, okay? I wanted you to check in with them, okay? Because I think you're going to find that there's a very different world out there right now than there was 4 months ago or even 8 months ago, okay? And so I believe that we're pretty much in a situation where, you know, the real estate market has come to pretty much a crawl. So consider that in all your deliberations and what you're doing here for the city, right? That you want to take that into account, because we're no longer moving at lightning speed as we have. So, but on a positive note, what I did want to do is, before I left this room today, I wanted to commend you on something that you did today that I haven't ever seen, at least that I can remember, in that you all voluntarily agreed on something, okay? It was very, very important, okay? And that was the fact is that every one of you said independently, okay, that you didn't want to sell the city golf course, and that you wanted to see it remain as a golf course or in recreation or whatever, you know, with the city. So being a pragmatist, I'm looking to move forward on that, okay? And what I'd like to see is a perpetual covenant placed on the 147 acres by this council so that it takes this out of the mix so that we can create a ground floor under Dennis or whoever his, the guy is who takes over for him, in years to come, to create a solid floor underneath him. So you don't have this constant, how can I say, base of quicksand all the time, where everybody's always on edge. So we can all certainly agree on that. And the fact that we should be playing on the fact that this is, historic, along with the fact that it absolutely is historic to Palm Coast. There were no houses built here before that golf course was completed. That golf course was completed first. And so that's where this whole place started. It's kind of like the green on the old towns that we all came from. So, if I could, I'd like to see if there's some kind of consensus here, or at least 3 out of 5 of you that are willing to consider having the city attorney put forth a perpetual covenant that protects the 147 acres as always being recreation land. So, thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Delana Gallery, Palm Coast. Thought I'd just shed some positivity since we've had so much today. I really just wanted to talk about Citizens Academy, right? So I've been going through that lately, and I just wanted to shout out some kudos on a couple of the areas we've been around so far. I think we're in week 4, going into week 5. And I just wanted to shed some light about, some of the transparency of, how the website works, what's going on with the water systems and everything. But I also wanted to ask a question and maybe provide some feedback, right? So it's a really good program, and I think it's really good for every resident to do, including myself. I want to take it again, and for the county and for the sheriff's office. But I would maybe just caution to see if we could possibly open that up to more than twice a year, then instead of doing it in the spring, one in the spring and one in the fall. So that was just an opinion that I had there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any closeout comments? We'd have to check with staff on because it takes manpower. It takes manpower to do the Citizens Academy. So, and I don't know if the demand is that high. And also for city attorney, there's already complications with anything to do with selling the golf course. Even if we wanted to, right? Syntex is still involved in that somehow, aren't they? Okay.
I was going to say, we had already discussed if there was ever going to be a sale, that we would do that in the first place. So I don't have a problem with adding something to that if the rest of the council believes that to be appropriate as well. Dang it, I lost the other thing. But no, I agree with that, that we could add that, and I have no problem with it being restricted for the future.
What do you
I think it's a great idea.
I think that could be done in, I do think the historical nature of the course is important too. And we talked about designating it as an historical site with the Florida Golf Association, whoever does that.
That would further restrict it.
That would kind of restrict it automatically the same way. So maybe if we're going to do something, do both at the same time.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know, Marcus, you already researched kind of if there was a sale, adding some sort of covenant to it, so you probably already know a little bit about what the difficulty would be, so. So we'd file the title and the deed again with that covenant.
So we have consensus to move forward.
Got mine.
And you can research it, Marcus, and get back with us at your earliest convenience. I'm sorry, any other follow-ups for those 2 questions? None?
A general comment, but not to those 2 questions.
Okay, we're going to go to item G, discussion of city council matters not on the agenda. Vice Mayor, or
I was just going to add, there was discussion about both the CRA funds for YMCA and some other stuff, and it's been a while, so I don't know if anybody else would like to, after we work all that out, maybe get some information from our folks at the YMCA about where they're at in their process of raising funds. And, the conversation was, let's change coming soon to coming now. And we did our part. I know there's some stuff with the school board still going on in terms of that, but once all that's all worked out and we kind of understand where the source of funds are as well, I think it'd be appropriate to kind of have them back and see where they're at. So I still get people posting on social media that say, you know, it would be great if this city had a YMCA. And I'm like, we've been working on it for years, and there's also for many years before that never came to fruition. So I want to make sure that this is still on track and we're
We have
going
an
the
update
right
coming up,
direction.
though, don't we?
Do we have that already on the schedule?
Isn't there an update coming up from the YMCA?
I haven't seen anything.
We're doing some work on that particular issue right now. There will be something coming up in the near future. I think it'd be safest to
Yeah,
say.
I just, would like an update, and if the council agrees, get that.
Yeah, there's discussions going on. We're finalizing that so we can present you a finalized product.
Perfect.
May 5th is potentially the next.
That's for the MOU?
Yeah.
Okay.
Agreement.
But then also, at some point, I'd like to hear from the YMCA about where they're at with their end of the bargain as well, right?
We
Because,
haven't started.
so, well,
Problem.
I'd like them to come and tell us that so they can explain why.
That's,
We got property and millions of dollars tied up in it. If they're not
Correct.
going to do their end, then maybe that does deserve to go away. But I want to see this project go through, but not without the correct oversight, right? So.
is that all you had, Councilman Miller?
I was going to mention, Mr. Mayor, that the Gators managed to complete their sweep of the Florida State Seminoles in baseball this year, and then also won against the number 4 Georgia Bulldogs in the weekend series as well. So go Gators.
Go Gators.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, so this weekend we've got Tunnel to Towers. We also have Vincent's Clubhouse is doing their jamboree at Town Center, or I'm sorry, at the European Village. So definitely, please, community, partake in both of those events. They're both wonderful events. That's my kind of upbeat positivity. Unfortunately, I have to talk about something that has, I think, come to all of our attention, but I wasn't going to really address it, or I should say go hard in the paint on it today. But in looking at the capital improvement plan and looking at all of the expenses that we have before us, our staff working diligently and really hard to try to make all of these projects happen on very limited funds, the amount of taxes and fees and everything else that our residents pay and that our builders pay in the form of impact fees. And looking at how hard we up here try to manage all of our projects, all of the infrastructure needs, everything, all of the obligations that we collectively have to worry about on a day-to-day basis for the future of our city, I literally got sick to my stomach when I saw on one of the slides today $126 million for the Loop Road in the form of appropriations, which is just a fancy word for taxpayer dollars. And I say that because I sat on this dais about 2 years ago, and I exposed the fact that the westward expansion landowner was supposed to pay for that Loop Road. They were a multi-billion-dollar company. And per their development orders, there are 2 in place for that entire swath of land. Per those development orders, they were supposed to pay for that Loop Road. Instead, this city council, not the people up here, decided to ask the state for appropriations for the payment of that Loop Road, and the state appropriations were granted. Again, that's just a euphemism for taxpayer dollars. State taxpayer, I want to be very clear about that, not local, wasn't local city monies, but it was state tax dollars. That Loop Road is the connection between current Palm Coast and what people have termed Palm Coast 2.0. And when we transmitted the comp plan, there was an effort to abandon or set aside the old development orders, or I should say the current development orders that are in place for that piece of land. And this was attempted to be done in a very sneaky way, I have to say, because the development orders were not given to City Council at that time. And the people that were in charge of that endeavor are no longer with the city, so I want to make sure I'm very clear that it's nobody sitting in the back of the room. I took the initiative to read the development orders, and when I figured out that this loop road was supposed to be paid for by that landowner, I was sick to my stomach, and I got that same feeling today. And I wasn't going to, like I said, I wasn't going to expose this in this way, but I can't sit here. I feel like I would not be doing the right thing if I let this go. So here's what I'll say about this. We have, all of us, been briefed on the current master plan development that has been proposed by the landowner. This master plan development, this MPD, is supposed to replace the current development orders that are still technically active until we, as a city council, decide that we are going to replace them with the current proposed master plan development. I got the master plan development about 2 weeks ago, and when I read it the first time, it read to me like a horror novel. When I printed it out and made notes all over it, like I do all the city council packets every week, I was so disgusted and disappointed, because it's my firm belief that we need the westward expansion to be successful. We all know up here that we have very limited lands. We don't have land for industry. We don't have land for commercial. We are very much handcuffed in our efforts to diversify the tax base. I know Mr. Zobler struggles with this. I know Mr. McKinney struggles with this. From an economic development standpoint, our city is a nightmare. And it's not by any fault of anybody up here. We are trying very hard to diversify our tax base. We cannot do that without creating more developable land. And the way to do that is to expand west. So we know we need it for that. We know we need it for a sports complex, right? We talked about this sports complex. We need that for the community. We need that for sports tourism. And wonderfully, the old development orders say that the developer or the landowner is supposed to pay for that sports complex. That sports complex is supposed to include an Olympic-sized pool, which we've all been agonizing about. How are we going to fix the pool? How are we going to pay for the pool? How are we going to pay for a YMCA? That development order says they have to pay for it. Not only that, it says they have to pay for sports fields. Another thing that we have all been struggling up here to figure out, how are we going to create this for our community? How are we going to bring in more tourism dollars with the creation of these rectangular fields? Well, we could look to the development orders. Now, I was told by the developer, those development orders are not workable for us. Okay, fair enough. They were entered into, 2 decades ago. So let's take another crack at it. So for the last 2 years, I have been trying to work with this landowner to come up with something that is good for the community and that is workable for that landowner and that developer, so that we can start to expand west, so that we can fix our economic development, and so that we can increase sports tourism, bring in jobs, all of the wonderful things we should be able to do in the westward expansion. And what they gave to us is 117 pages of absolute garbage. I'm sorry, I can't hold back anymore on this. Not only do they add 10,000 dwelling units to what was previously in place, but they don't pay for the sports complex. They don't pay for any fire stations or police stations or schools. They donate land for those, but they're getting impact fee credits in exchange, which that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. That's pretty standard. Most importantly, and most egregiously to me, is the fact that in the old development orders, there was a specific order in which they had to develop. These old development orders say that they had to develop a certain amount of commercial before a certain amount of residential dwelling units could come into place. That requirement does not exist in the new MPD. There are phases, but there's no teeth to those phases. They're more suggestions than anything else. There's a lot of other stuff in here that I'm not going to get into from a granular perspective, because from a high-level perspective, it doesn't pass the sniff test, so what's the point? I sat up here and told the developer 2 years ago, when I found out they got $110 million of taxpayer money, which I guess it was actually $126 million, so that's news to me. but at least $110 million in taxpayer money for something they were supposed to pay for. I held up their DRI and I said, you better fix this. Matter of fact, Mayor, you put it on your Facebook page. It's been 2 years and you haven't fixed it. I feel like I've been talking to a wall for the past 2 years. And I feel this whole entire council and our residents have been disrespected because there is a known issue that we have a problem with a lack of jobs, a lack of industry, a lack of infrastructure, and in exchange for an opportunity to help us flourish, we get 10,000 extra dwelling units and minimal infrastructure contributions. So, I am going to ask this landowner one more time, please, as a representative of this city who refuses to mortgage the future of our city on this MPD that I will not accept, please make it right. Please fix it. You can. You have the ability to fix it. I know that there's a good product that can come out of the westward expansion. I'm confident we can get it done. But I cannot be more clear about this. I will not accept this as it is. And if this doesn't go through before I am off this council, I ask you, members of the council that will be here, please do not allow this to be acceptable to the future of our city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Sullivan?
Nothing further.
Councilman Gambaro?
Well, on a different note,
This is the most serious issue facing this city.
I just wanted to thank our staff for assisting the county staff in hosting the housing fair this weekend. We had a great discussion with the folks that attended from our community, and it ran the full spectrum from young couples to folks wanting to right size as they look to retire or go into a different phase of retirement. And I just wanted to say I look forward to participating and running the 5K this week with my son, the Tunnels to Tower 5K. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't have anything to add. I'm tracking, Vice Mayor. FPC sports, they're off the chain. Those kids are off the chain. I think they won like a track and field. Five-star.
Boys and girls.
Boys and girls, and the Starlets went up to compete in Ohio. That was, I sponsored that. That was really great for those girls to go up there and do that. First team ever selected from Flagler County to go. But that's basically all I got. I hope everybody has a good weekend coming up. City Attorney?
Nothing for me, sir.
City Manager?
No, sir. You and I need to get up with Director Alves and Clerk Cook for some signatures.
Yeah, we're going through executing the bonds. With that being said,
Motion to adjourn.